All right, we hit the live button. It's coming in. It's coming in.
Yeah, y'all audience, go. We live.
Yeah.
Live.
Yeah. Y'all go ahead and type all of y'all feelings into the chat about Shefford. However y'all feel about Shefford, y'all go ahead and type that in the chat and let us know.
And when you go live, I see the other show is on. I'm gonna tell them to come to the new show.
All right, do that.
Tell them to come to the new show.
They can't still be over there, yo. That'd be
it's 50
crazy.
people over there.
Oh my!
There's how many people over there?
50.
Yeah, see, and I'm blaming Shefford for he got 50 people looking at a blank screen. So y'all go ahead and type in there how y'all feel about Shefford doing.
That was Corey. Corey was the host, and he jumped off on y'all and killed the Zoom stream, yo.
That was Corey. Corey was mad because Sean talked shit about him the other day. So he got us all back because he said we're in the car with Sean.
I let him go on like that.
Oh man.
He was like, nah, nigga. Yeah, we ain't even pay that shit no mind. Yo, don't even pay.
We laughed at it.
Yeah, I'm not going down the rabbit hole with that shit.
My wife was cracking up. She thought that was hilarious.
Right.
He want to fight you.
She said I'll be running my mouth.
Did she say, he's like, how does that guy know you, right?
Blame Julio. See, blame.
Yeah.
I can imagine my wife sitting there. He's like, do you know this guy?
You know how they do us, man. They don't never give us the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, you right though, yo. Probably was running your damn mouth. I know how you do. Oh man.
Hey Corey, she was probably like, what did you say to the guy today, right? To make him that mad.
Man. Yeah, she automatically blamed. She automatically knows it's probably me.
That's hilarious, yo.
What about me?
All right, so we gotta get the people over here. Where's everybody else?
You're not live right now, right?
Yeah, we live.
Okay.
Sure is.
Let me see if we got another show. Hold on.
Yo, we live, yo.
Oh, okay.
Live in the motherfucker. I'm trying to get over to the other.
Yeah.
Let me see. Where the other show at? All right, man. We're gonna let the chat fill up, man. 26,000 in the building.
Yeah, I'm putting the other YouTube link in, sending people to this show.
All right. Yeah, you gotta let them in there, man. What's good? Let me see. Bootin. You know what I'm saying that right? Bonton. Mongo Sleep. Thirsty Un. Late Show 42. I'm gonna say Chef and Ducking. Yeah, he ducked out on the show.
I saw it ducking. Where saw it?
Yeah, we're gonna flush him out. We ain't waiting till you write no damn book.
Brandon, you still on the iPhone thing.
Yeah. I saw we ain't waiting for Lucia Volume 6, yo.
Yeah.
Before we get the answer. We ain't waiting. That's crazy. We shouldn't have to wait for what are you on Volume 2 right now, right?
If not 3.
Right.
So we had to wait for Volume 6.
It ain't gonna never. I mean, what he's saying, they say, I thought they said there's nobody. How long y'all was on that other show? Y'all was on there for a while, so y'all probably went over a lot of the shit, right?
Yeah.
But they said nobody had ever did the historical comparative method on the
Afro-Asiatic.
Afro-Asiatic, right?
Yeah, we holding that.
Yeah, we holding that. That's in the holster.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how long y'all was on. Y'all probably went over a bunch of shit already.
Yeah, we got that missile's in the silo right now.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna share in a minute. I'm gonna prepare my meat to put on the grill, right? But I'm gonna share some things about behavioral science and body language and understanding what kinesis is, right? Because I believe it's a certain segment of the community who believes body language is pseudo. It's something pseudo about body language. So no, I didn't say it was pseudo. I'm saying it's a segment of this community who believes that, honey. See, my wife she thought I was saying something pseudo. She got me. But it was not me who said that.
And Sean and them always joking, saying, the guy can read. He don't read books. He read body language.
Right. So we're gonna see whether he can. Obviously, he don't know when somebody get out of the car and they about to aggress you, or somebody approach you and they finna slap the shit out of you. You can read their body language before they actually slap the shit out of you. If you should be able to read their aggressive body language before they actually get to slap you. You know what I'm saying? That understanding body language is what helps human beings and most of the animal kingdom, and even in the insect kingdom, right? This is a part of what helps you get your offspring to the age of reproduction, right? If body language is hunting is it's a big deal here in Indiana, right? They hunt white-tailed deer, I've mentioned this about white-tailed deer a lot. The white tail on a deer is a evolutionary survival mechanism, right? It's a mechanism that helps them to ensure that their offspring makes it to the age of reproduction. And some people say, well, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Well, when a white-tailed deer, deer move in herds, right? In groups, families, right? And when a white-tailed deer sees a predator, right? That white-tail will face his ass towards the predator, right? And he's on the outside of the herd or the family. And he flickers that tail so that the predator can see him, so that the predator can chase him down instead of the rest of the family, instead of the little ones, instead of the older deer or the younger deer or whatever. So that's how their offspring make it to the age of reproduction through that body language. Also they use it the tail for communication too. You know what I'm saying? It helps them to communicate different things, right? We know about bees and the bees dance, and you know what I'm saying, the body language that they do. We know about different birds and their dances and the way they
stop right there. Hey, Corey, you
ahead.
already killed them because they'll do a show about Africans dance and telling stories through their dance.
Right,
so,
right. It's a boomerang dagger. They don't really realize what they doing, right? But body language, what I want to say to the audience though, right, is body language is a layman's term. That's the layman's. That's how we describe it, right? But the experts, right? Here we go again with this word experts, right? The experts refer to it as kinesis. It's the study of human behavior and body language. That's what kinesis is. Not the pseudo telekinesis. Don't mix that up, right? Not telekinesis, but kinesis, right? So if Chavis, because Chavis, sometime he in the audience every now and then, if he would do us a favor and write that word down, kinesis, right? Write that down, take it back over there to your comrades, and y'all study and read that. Then come back to me. Let me see how many jokes y'all got after that. I just wanted to go ahead. I just wanted to end the body language, because I've been letting the body language thing go on for many months now. But here, as soon as I get done preparing my meat, I'm gonna provide sources for what I just said, though. But y'all go ahead, and I think Bobby Banger West, he wanna chime in.
Some of the body language, yo, y'all on that? Yeah, they joked you out on that, bro.
Yeah, I think it's spelled, was it Kinesic? Kinesic communication?
I think that's
Is that
it.
it? Yep, kinesic. Kinesics. Right. It says the study of the way in which certain body movements and gestures serve as a form of nonverbal communication. Kinesics. Yep.
But I thought everybody knew that. Like, that's how we survive in Baltimore, Maryland. Yo, that's the difference between knowing a nigga trying to rob you, right, and a nigga trying to buy something from you. You could tell by the body language was different.
I think the question was it scientific? Yeah. So.
Nah, nigga, I'm telling you, yo, like, your first form of communication is body language, yo. So let's say you talking to, you come up to a sister, right? She gonna give you certain clues on whether she wants you to talk to her or not, yo.
Your children, they go.
Phone breaking up, yo. You ride through the woods, yo, you know.
Damn, Chef must be in the county of Baltimore. He ain't even in the city no more. Damn.
Now, Mr. Anderson got him. Mr. Anderson got you. We're gonna hear shit.
Mr. Anderson tapping you on your shoulder, Steph. I don't know what's going on.
Damn.
Am I straight?
You straight now. Watch it. As soon as you say something that makes some sense, Anderson gonna come back. It's called the Matrix. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with what you were saying. And one way we know it is because of our children, right? Our small children, toddlers, before they, know the words, they point to what they want.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right? That's communication with their body. Right? They're telling you, what they desire by, using their limbs to point to something. Right. That's communication with your body. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know if that's as deep as what, I don't know if they're looking for something else. But we definitely use body, like all animals.
That's what
use their body to communicate.
Right. It's part of the mating. Certain birds, the peacock, when it exposes certain feathers or whatever, that's part of the mating. You know what I'm saying? Animals, it's all kinds of animals. The fish that swim in schools. How can you swim in schools if you don't understand body language? How can a fish? You ever see them big schools of fish? It's like thousands, hundreds of thousands of fish, and they all going in the same direction. And then when they change direction, they all uniformly change direction, and they go down and up. Birds, the birds that fly through the sky, all of this is body language, communication. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to bring up an article that talks about the majority of the way that you convey your message is through body language. This is why even I watched the news yesterday. It's crazy because it tied in. The economy ties in to body language. It's crazy.
Non-verbal communication. Right?
Non-verbal communication. Yes. Listen, the airports are picking up traffic now again. Y'all know, like it was for a while, everybody was staying home and they're doing the Zoom meetings and they're trying to get money that way, right? But what studies have shown is you're able to sell things and make better and get potential clients better by interpersonal interactions, not over the Zoom, because people gain trust through your body language. That's what you're doing when you're having a discussion or you're meeting with somebody. You're networking and you're establishing trust. You do that. You establish trust through your body language. That's how you establish trust. So that's why the airports is picking up again, because more people want to do interpersonal. They're doing travel. They're traveling to these meetings now. They want to be in person because the Zoom thing just don't work. You don't get your point across. You don't nail down that potential client. You don't make that sale. You know what I'm saying? Due to not having that interpersonal connection.
So, absolutely right. We're animals. You know, when we say, yo, I got chill bumps, right? But that's actually a mechanism in certain animals to raise the hair. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And it kind of gives other animals a warning. Like when your dog, when that hair on the back of his neck raised up, you know what I'm saying? It's giving through body language a warning to other predators and other animals. You know, I'm ready. I'm ready for that action, right? That's the same way Homo sapiens, they square off a certain way. As a matter of fact, I think it was you to put a video in there was talking about how we have certain posture, right? How you also have a certain posture when you lose. Losers have a posture. You feel me? Right? Winners have a
telltale signs.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's why when you watch poker, right? It's body language. It's called a tell. You're giving off certain signals when you got certain cards, right? Gamblers watch other people's body language. When you're in the city, when a person walking down the street, you know if they want to cop, right? It's their body language, you know they trying to cop some drugs. You ain't just run up to any guy. Now, rookie, just hustling on the corner, he run up to any goddamn body. Nigga run up to the police, run up to a regular person just walking through, going to work. You know what I'm saying? But a professional that understands the body language on that corner, right? You know who want to cop and who don't. You know what I'm saying? It's a non-verbal communication, Joe. It's you know what I mean? You would have to be in that situation to understand that. So that's actually real. And I don't think I'm jumping too far on the cliff. That's actually the first form of communication. It's body language. So I don't know what I guess they just anything we say, we say go right, niggas gonna dive to the left, right through the whole scientific wall, right? And they be splattered on the wall. The shit funny.
Yeah, they just against us at this point.
Yeah, they're against science though. They ain't against me. Shit, I ain't create science.
Right. Yeah, but they fighting science for the sake to get at us. You know what I mean? Anything to be in opposition of us, that they're taking those positions.
Yeah, I
don't matter if it ain't smart or not. You know what I mean?
Right, but that's gonna place you at a decisive disadvantage, right? Because once you move off that foundation of science, right, what do you rely on at that point, right? So you're back to either the fringe, right? You're back to religion, beliefs, bias? Are you gonna do cognitive bias, confirmation bias? So you have to be very careful, right? No matter, and that's one of the big things with science. No matter in terms of personality, opinion or anything, you have to go with the evidence. You have to go with the scientific, realities that are in front of you today. So.
Mm-hmm.
Let me drop that link. Let's put that link in the chat. You know, our day shows, we like to have everybody pile on the panel, man. Have some fun, yo. Let me drop that link. Yeah, it's person say, why y'all got 2 lives running? Man, I don't know. You gotta ask Chef Nell. He's the source. You gotta ask him. He's at 2 places at one time. And I don't know how you did that, yo. That's amazing. People over there staring at the screen like this.
Yeah, everybody that's in there, I'm actively monitoring and just redirecting them over here to this new stream. Right. The only people that aren't over here yet is I think Ngozi. He's locked in a battle with the Berber Atlas. So they're typing away. They're typing away in the chat. So. So yeah. So Ngozi, he's not budging until he beats him up a little bit more. So.
Oh man, Berber Atlas.
That's funny.
Oh, he locked into an argument.
Oh yeah, he locked in with Berber Atlas.
You give a damn if they on the channel or not. I'm fighting.
Yeah, they struggling with that 200 character limit. They maxing it out back and forth.
Oh shit! Let me put the link in there. Hold on. Dang it. Damn. Hey, get the link. Let me get the link.
Yeah, but I feel like, man, we got a special show, right? And we got to build on it. Mm-hmm. Everybody, you know, like the show, so just for y'all encourage, we just keep doing what we're doing on all the naysayers. The proof is in the viewership. Yeah. You know what I mean? It is in the viewership. And people, they will tell you whether they like the show or not. You know what I mean? By the participation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's always going to be naysayers. You don't listen. You know what I mean? If it ain't constructive criticism, then it's just naysaying. You know what I mean? So you ain't even got to listen to that.
No, you ain't got to listen to
because we definitely listen. We definitely listen to all constructive criticism.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But we know the difference. We know the difference between constructive criticism and player hating.
Yeah, hatership. You call it hatership.
No, we call it player hating.
You definitely smell the hatership.
Oh man, hey, Unc, and Chef. Hey, I told them about the battle between Ngozi and the Berber Atlas. Now people over there, they're looking at the battle of attrition. Right? Come back over here. Don't go back over.
Oh man.
Oh man, it's funny.
Hey, we got 2 chats going on. That's crazy.
Wait, no way, yo.
Only the pseudo killers.
Right. Vince. Who is Vince? Is it not Vince? It is Venice.
Venice. Mm-hmm.
902X91.
Is that Blue Devil?
I don't know.
Blue Devil, is that you? Is that your new screen name? I think he used to be called Blue Devil. I don't know.
Vince Blue Devil. Venice Blue Devil. I don't think that's him.
I don't know. It may not be Blue Devil. Okay.
He said he's not stuck in the position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what everybody do know, yo. That Afro Asian, when you look in the fucking textbook at any major university, at any subpar university, yo,
yeah, that's Blue Devil. Tiffany. Yeah, that's Blue Devil. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely.
Yeah, it's definitely in the book. So.
Oh shit.
What they want us to do with that?
I don't know. I'm saying nobody like. If y'all get a little bit mad, that's kind of dumb, yo. You know what I mean? That's kind of dumb. Like, we just going with the, like, how the niggas mad at us for going with the scientific community? Yo, that's crazy as shit to me, yo.
Or the Encyclopedia Britannica. Yeah. I want to see one of y'all, right? Any of y'all beat up the Encyclopedia Britannica. Go. Y'all
they on the clock. They doing the scientism thing. pull up my man, Ian Hutchinson. Pull him up. He did that's who Sean showed a video of the other day, right? He brought up a video of Ian Hutchinson talking about scientism. Now we all know as scientific literate people over here, we all know that's a creationist argument. So now Sean is bringing us creationism. He's introducing the community to creationism. Next thing you know, everybody gonna be praying to a Obatala or somebody, you know what I'm saying? Or old doo-doo. Old doo-doo. They gonna be praying to old doo-doo. He gonna be a old doo-doo apologist. And y'all gonna so we can't be doing that over here. Old doo-doo, whoever he is. The man, he was the man, I'm gonna tell you that much right now, right? But you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep my gun out. I'm gonna keep my gun out for a little bit, y'all. So y'all gotta excuse me. My gun is out. My gun is out. And I'm shooting everybody. I'm shooting at everybody that was in the car, right? But you know, it's all in good fun. I still got love for everybody, right? But yeah.
Are you in front of your screen? Are you in front of your screen?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in front of the screen.
Do you want me to bring him up? I can show
I am Hutchinson. Yeah, you can bring him up. You can bring him up.
Let's see if I can find him here. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because we've been accused of scientism over here. You know what I mean? We pseudo because we understand body language, and also we've been accused of scientism. So, well, at least it's me. At least I have. I ain't gonna put y'all. Maybe y'all have not been accused of scientism and having pseudo beliefs. So,
all right. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up his bio, and I'm gonna pull up this article on scientism because I think that's gonna give you a little bit of backdrop on that. Let's see if I can do this.
Right.
Yeah.
I got a video with him too. I want to pull up after you do that, I'm gonna pull up a 4-minute video and play what he has to say about God because they asked this guy about God.
Okay. All right. So let me know if you can see this.
Yep. You sharing?
All right.
Go ahead. I am Hutchinson. He's a scientist.
Right.
I think he's a physicist, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could be mistaken.
Okay. So here's one of the interesting things, I guess, with his ideas on science and religion, right? It says Hutchinson has authored a book on the philosophy of science, arguing against scientism. Hutchinson is a contributor to the BioLogos Foundation. So that Logos, all right, so the BioLogos Foundation is a Christian advocacy group, right, that supports the view that God created the world using evolution of different species as a mechanism. So that strangely mixed between creationism and evolution. So, okay, well, all right.
Oh, it's intelligent design. That's what that is.
Okay. Yeah. And has written and spoken on the relationship between science and religion, right? Arguing that religious belief and the belief in Christianity in particular can be perfectly reconciled with science, okay? He's spoken at the Veritas Forum on the topic of miracles, debating atheist philosophy professor Donald Hibben, right? He has also argued against new atheism. Okay, all right. So scientism. This is the interesting one because I didn't actually know exactly what this is. So I'll just briefly read this off. It says, scientism is the view that science and the scientific method are the best or only objective means by which people should determine normative and epistemological views. Right? So what in that, in terms of this is problematic? Because they say this is the first time today that I even knew about this concept of scientism. Right.
Right. he always, that the whole line, that line is a Christian apologist line. I've heard that line by so many Christian apologists, it ain't even funny. Read that line one more time.
Right,
it's crazy because every time you get the better Christian apologists will use this line. So this is what I always talk to what I was talking to Pastor Bennett about. He needs to, this is the caliber, this is the highest caliber of Christian apologists. But go ahead and read that line one more time.
All right, it says, Scientism is the view that science and the scientific method are the best or only objective means by which people should determine normative and epistemological values.
Right. Science, the word values should never be in a sentence when you're talking about science, right? Because the universe don't care what the fuck you value. You know what I'm saying? The universe is going to be the universe, whether you value it or value something else or whatever your values may be. Nature behaves like nature. So, that's automatically alarming to me. That's the most alarming word to me. You were saying, you was asking about words that bring up a red flag, but values is the most alarming word in that paragraph to me.
Okay. It says, while the term was originally defined to mean methods and attitudes typical or attributed to the natural scientist, right, some religious scholars and subsequently many others also adopted it as a pejorative with the meaning and exaggerated trust in the efficacy of the methods of natural science applied to all areas of investigation. So they're basically using this somewhat of a slur. You're saying you're overly relying on science. Seems like it, right? So this concept of an exaggerated trust in the efficacy of the methods in natural science.
Hey, you got mute out.
I see where you're heading with it.
Corey, mute.
Y'all better get him.
Corey,
What up?
you got mute out, yo. We can hear you.
Oh, my bad.
You mute
You
him up.
beat up. You about to get beat up.
My hands is dirty. I can't mute. I got meat on my hands.
All right, hold on. Let me see. Now I can mute.
Mute him out.
I am.
I said that to me.
No, go ahead.
Man.
Right. I knew something was up with this term. I saw science and ism on the end. I was like, okay, well, this, my pseudo senses started going up a bit. So yeah, this certainly can be problematic. All right, let's stop sharing this.
Pseudo.
Somebody used this guy as a source.
Sean did.
He used this guy as a source.
Yeah, he played the video and that same thing. We never
Right.
get it wrong.
I think the whole point of it, I believe, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but maybe he was referring to the idea that science was the only means to build objective reality or objective truth, right? And we actually talked about this on a previous show when we were discussing the war on science, right? And we were talking about the whole idea. This is the philosophy going back to the Enlightenment period when we were talking about postmodernism, remember? Mm-hmm. Right. And one of the ideas inside of postmodernism is this idea of subjectivity, right? The idea that there are no objective truths in nature, right? That everything is subjective, right? And as well, postmodernism is rooted in this idea about the rejection of authority or this rebellion against authority, right? So if you, from a epistemological perspective, what you can actually think about it as, what they're saying is that since science creates knowledge and all knowledge has to be filtered through the human lens, there can never be a truly unbiased or objective reality that comes from science. Are you kind of following me there, right? Yeah. But in reality, this is the exact thing that they're warring against, or they're guarding against inside of that book, The War on Science, right? Science is absolutely rooted in building these objective pieces of a reality, right? And give you a prime example, right? If a scientist is observing a carbon dioxide molecule, right? It doesn't matter if the scientist is Nigerian. It doesn't matter if you're black. It doesn't matter if you're white. A carbon dioxide is a molecule of carbon dioxide, no matter what, right? That's an objective truth that we can build out of science using the scientific method and observation, right? So the idea that are you sort of following me where I'm heading?
Where you heading there?
Know that the idea of science is absolutely rooted, and it is concerned with building objective truths, building objective reality, objective evidence,
Right.
right, as opposed to subjective terms,
Right.
right?
Testable.
Opinion, right?
Right. Testable ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Falsifiable ideas. Absolutely.
Right. And it is that is an epistemological stance, right? The idea that there's no such thing as objective truths. It's more of a philosophical one than a scientific one, though. That's the point, right? It's a philosophical stance, right? Again, just like Corey said, science isn't concerned with your philosophy.
Not at all. All right, so here I'm gonna put this up here. I want you to help me out with this, Brandon, real quick. Let me see. Put this on the screen. Hold on. 1 second there. Okay. Let me show you how this is gonna work. You can see the screen, right, Brendan?
Mm-hmm.
This is how this is gonna work right here. All right, so we're gonna start here. So we look at the website. First of all, it's a blog. All right, it's a WordPress. So when I'm looking for serious information, right, I normally don't stop at a WordPress. Right, might start there, look around, see what it is, but we definitely not parking. We're not parking at the WordPress. Right, anybody can put anything on WordPress. Right, hell, I got some information on the WordPress. Okay, so right here, let's look at the website. Science is never settled. Help put the debate back in science. First of all, in the history of science, it's always been debates and conversations back and forth over data, with science. Like that is the nature of science. How else can you falsify something, right? Okay, so the website, they already get you. Then they got ahead and they got building consensus. Consensus is not science, and then relevant links, right? Then they got this warning sign right here. Click here to check out why greenhouse warming theory is physically impossible. Right? So what are they doing? It seems like they're going against climate change, or climate change are being produced or being pushed by humans, right? So let's just see. And they come to our favorite person lately, right? Right here. That's Mr. Michael right there. Crichton. Am I saying that right?
I think so. Michael Crichton.
Christian. All right. Read this first line for me real quick, Brendan.
All right. Which one? Where it says I want Crichton. Where it says where it starts with the parentheses?
Yeah, you can start right here. Yeah,
okay. It says the late Michael Crichton, MD, author, film producer, put it this way. I want to pause here and talk about the notion of consensus and the rise of what has been called consensus science. I regard consensus science as an extremely pernicious development that ought to be stopped cold in its tracks. Historically, the claim of consensus has been the first refuge first refuge of scoundrels. It is a way to avoid debate by claiming that the matter is already settled. Whenever you hear the consensus of scientists is agreed on something or other, reach for your wallet because you're being had. Let's be clear, the work of science has nothing whatsoever to do with consensus. Consensus is the business of politics. Science, on the contrary, requires only one investigator who happens to be right, which means that he or she has results that are verifiable by reference to the real world. In science, consensus is relevant. What is relevant is reproducible results. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with consensus. There is no such thing as consensus in science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus, period. In addition, let me remind you that the track record of the consensus is nothing to be proud of. Okay.
So it's your man Michael, right? And it says printed 3 speeches by Michael Christian. Okay. So I think we had the conversation about how people misuse what he's really saying, right? And he's actually talking about the misuse of the consensus. Did we all reach that agreement on that, Brendan?
I think so. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is the tool that was used against us. Now watch how this particular person, whoever did this website, right? They used this on purpose. They misused it, right? The same way the creationist website did that we showed on the last show, right? So let's move forward, right? You know that anybody trying to use Michael against us is really misusing Michael's statement the same way this particular individual misused it. Okay, so we come here. All right, let's come to let's see. No, let's just click this and see what's going on with this real quick. Just running through it. A whole bunch of mumble jumble. Like, what the hell is this? All right. Greenhouse cases do not physically cause observed global warming. First of all, if you want to learn about global warming, you're definitely not coming to a site like this. What is all this? They're going to overwhelm you with shit. All this, you read all this show, you think you got something, you don't. But let's get down to right here real quick. Let's see who wrote this. That's who? Dr. Peter London Ward. All right, let's get right to him. Bam. We come to Peter London Ward, right? We're gonna figure out who the hell is this guy. All right, there you go. Life and work, let's see what he is. Ward is an American earth scientist. Okay, he's a scientist, right? Let me see, hold on. The geophysicist. All right, let me see what else is he. Hold on. Active volt systems, volcanic eruptions throughout the Western United States, Alaska. Okay, he's doing all that. All right. So he's legitimate on that end, right? And here you go right here. Citizen American. What's this? Dartmouth College, Columbia University, scientific career field in earthquakes, volcanism, and regional plate tectonics. All right, this is his field he's an expert in. Listen what he's an expert in, right? And watch how he waited on the conversation right here. Ozone depletion. So he's jumping now, right? Let's see. In a 2009 paper, Wood suggested that large volumes of SO2 erupted frequently appeared to overdrive the oxidizing capacity of the atmosphere, resulting in very rapid warming. In addition, he noted that sulfur dioxide is a strong absorbent of visible light. He proposed, keyword he proposed, right, that the rapid increase in global warming during the 20th century was caused by these mechanisms as a result of rapid increase in the sulfur dioxide emitted by the burning fossil fuels. Since 2009, Ward has been arguing that climate change is caused by ozone depletion and not human-derived CO2 emissions, a hypothesis that is not supported by referred literature. This statement is important. Is this an expert? Yep. But does he have the data to support his statement? No. So then why is this website right here, boom, promoting this shit as if it is? Key statement here. Greenhouse gases cannot physically cause observed global warming. Greenhouse warming theory could be a mistake. But when you do the study on the actual person, you start to find out that that's not what it is. His shit is not bubbling. right? You can't find literature that supports his hypothesis. And this is what he's going to need to do what he do, but yet in this website, they actually use it. So you got a lot of things going on with this website, and I'm hoping I'm clear right here, right? They're misusing Michael Critchin's conversation on a consensus, right? We're seeing people do that in the community, right? This website is also faulty, right? Because it's based around climate change and all that, but they're using the work of a person who's not even in there, although the person is an expert. This is what you got to watch out for. See, we're all clear around here. We don't follow a person because they're expert. That's a starting point. You're expert, now I can listen to you, okay? But we're listening to people who have data that has been challenged by other experts, right? To make the situation just a little more clear. That does not mean that everything is known about a situation. And we're gonna get into that when we get to the portion, when we start doing some shows on Afro-Asiatic, right? We're gonna get into that. We have a serious conversation on that, right? But I just wanted to show y'all how websites, okay, using experts, okay. Matter of fact, he's kind of out of his field, right? Now let me see. Volcanoes, they do leave certain emissions, burning. So man, right? But whatever it is, he's just not right. Like his information is not getting through. Simple as that. But yet this website is promoting as if it is. So any person unsuspecting that didn't do what I just did and start checking the PhDs, right? You would see, right, that you would think that that website is credible and you would use that shit in the conversation against global warming. Being wrong as hell. So I guard against that. So since I guard against that, why would I sit up here, right, and lend my name to work that's on the same level as that? Wait a minute. Even the work that the Sahotep has done so far, right? That's not even getting checked by the experts. That's not it, right? It's not. I've asked time and time again, and I'm gonna ask again, where is the source that outright uses, when an expert uses a Sahotep? Okay, where are these experts saying, yes, this is correct? Yes, this is, I never can get that. Maybe it's at the beginning.
Hey, can I say one thing?
Yeah, we ain't doing no bullshit. We're gonna stand.
But right before you do
No,
that, Gullah.
Hey,
brother Gullah.
Hold on, Gullah. Freeze, Gullah.
Yeah,
Freeze.
brother Gullah. Right before you do that, let me pull this up. And we talked about climate change, right? And how the one expert, the issue with the one expert. So we actually pulled this up the other day. This is one of NASA's sites, right? In terms of global climate change, right? And we talked about facts and the consensus. This is, just one of the information sort of portals that we use, or that NASA uses to inform the public in terms of scientific consensus around climate change, right? So the scientific consensus, in terms of this, it says, okay, Earth's climate is warming, right? So let's actually take a look at all of the scientific bodies that actually agree with this, right? And again, one of the best ways to vet this information is to go to not the individual scientist or the individual expert, is to go to the entire scientific bodies, right? So this is a collection of scientific bodies, right, that are referenced on this particular page that say that, yes, global warming is actually real, right? And again, just like Corey says, these are cross-disciplinary. So you're looking at the American Association for the Advancement of Science, right? The American Chemical Association, so chemists, all right? The American Geophysical Union, right? American Medical Association. Who would think that the American Medical Association deals with this? But obviously they do, right? Because these organizations, they're concerned with a host of different scientific topics, right? So if you actually go down, right? So even intergovernmental bodies, right? So the U.S. National Academy of Science, right? So these governmental bodies, right? And the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change as well, right? So not only do you say, okay, well, we don't rely on a single expert or a single scientist, we rely on an organization or scientific body, right? And in this particular case, this is a collection, right? A conglomerate of scientific bodies that agree, right? And what they say here, it says the statement on climate change from 18 scientific associations. It says observations through the world make it clear that climate change is occurring, and rigorous scientific research demonstrates that the greenhouse gases emitted by human activities are the primary driver, right? And it gives you a source here, right? So, but I just wanted to kind of share that in terms of the level of scientific rigor, especially something as important as climate change, right? This is the level that they're actually working on. So let me stop sharing this.
Go ahead, Gullah.
No,
All I got is liberal.
I was saying on the Afro-Asiatic tip, but I was saying shit. Talk about
we
this
gonna
a lot.
go in. We gonna go in with that, Gullah. We need to build on that.
Yeah, I'm like, shit, we been saying like shit, but y'all didn't want to listen to the young brothers. Y'all didn't want to listen to this.
All of this is liberal propaganda. All of it. Liberal propaganda from Sheffield.
Hey, so where you been at, Gullah?
There's no such thing as scientific consensus.
You said what, bro?
We're propagandists.
Where you been at, Gullah? We kind of talked about that, but I ain't gonna let niggas get me with y'all ain't want to listen to the young niggas. I listen to the young niggas.
Oh yeah. But man, I just been true. I had got a new puppy, so I've been raised, kind of training this dog a little bit. So you know what I'm saying? That's why I've been kind of play a little bit and working and shit. But I've been studying, you know what I'm saying? Same.
So we already gave credit, right? To Team Osiris for already blowing the horn, blowing the trumpet. But at that point, that early in the game 5 years ago, bro, niggas wasn't ready to overthrow a conversation like that. I ain't crazy. I'm crazy, nigga, but I ain't that damn crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I always kept a good relationship with niggas though. Cause I knew. I was like, okay, they on to something, but nah, that shit, nah. I can't. But yeah, but see, I can admit, yeah, y'all was on to something. Y'all had it. Y'all was right. I mean, what the fuck you want me to say, Gullah? Go ahead, throw your shot. You earned it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Get it out, goddamn.
Get it.
What you cooking with, Gullah?
But take it. Go ahead, Gullah.
Nah, I said what I said. You know what I'm saying? I actually do the first rock. You know what I'm saying?
No, Gullah. Don't let him off easy like that. Y'all went. I'm gonna do it for you, Gullah. Fuck it, because you ain't gonna do it. Look, listen. I'm a member of Team Osiris right now for the next 2 minutes, right? So I'm gonna go on a 2-minute rant for Gullah and get it all off my chest, right? And them for 2 years, us as Team Osiris, right? We was going at Asar. We told this nigga he was pseudo, goddammit. How long ago was this, Gullah? 8 years ago? 10 years ago? I don't know.
Yeah, I embarrassed Sanjetti at the little conference when I said he was pseudo, talking about the Sumerian and the Niger Congo shit.
There you go. Go ahead. I just got you started. Keep on getting it off. You was going. No, I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
You trying to get us
hey, anytime, believe me, take it from me and Sheffrin, right? Anytime we can get it off on we get it off, all the way off.
Yeah, that's the
Negro Egyptian, right?
Opportunity up.
They fell for those francophone country negritude movement, which nothing was just another, you know what I'm saying, kind of like their own little Pan-African movement for francophone country, but they had their own agendas too. You know what I'm saying? They own early pseudo.
You talking about Diop and Obanga and
Yeah.
And then Bowley.
Yeah, and Bowley.
And Balolo.
We dissected that whole book. Like Team Outside, we had a team of whole French speakers just to dissect.
Hey, can you just slow your ass down? God damn, you fucking up. I knew it. Bye. You fucking it up. We know. Come on, yo, we well abreast, nigga. Trust me, we don't fuck it up. Come on, relax.
Hey, can I say something about
Gullah, Gullah, you just gotta
consensus,
just
though?
call me, Gullah. Just call me. We good.
We got
Yeah,
a esteem. We got a guest.
I'm saying
I'm
you
glad
ain't
we in
said
this
shit
space right
wrong.
now.
You ain't said shit wrong, nigga, but it's a card game, nigga. Don't give out all your
Yeah,
fucking cards when you get in the fucking game, nigga. Because you fucking with.
I'm just glad we can have this conversation now. I'm glad we here now.
Well, it's time now. But I'm letting you know you fucking with some of the best in this community, nigga.
So I got
intellectual. Come on, Peter. Let me say this, yo. See, don't fucking underestimate the great Asar Hotep in Wujai. Don't you fucking do it. At least don't do it around me, nigga. I done seen too many times where it look like niggas was got, yo, and niggas come through. So I ain't underestimating the nature of the conversation. I'm Bobby Bang around this motherfucker, nigga. When I step, nigga, I'm stepping because I know I can win. I ain't just diving out the fucking window. I ain't got time for that shit. When I move, nigga, I'm moving, right? When I'm really gonna push line in the community, I'm gonna push line, and it's gonna be legendary. And niggas gonna sit back and say, "Damn, okay, I see that. I see that." That's how I'm gonna move. But I ain't underestimating the great Asar Hotep and Wujai. I ain't underestimating none of that shit. I know how it was constructed, nigga.
I was fucking with Wujai just when y'all was just talking about the little black, you know what I'm saying, the black, you know what I'm saying, what black man when that was, you know, him and Jonathan was, you know what I'm saying, added or whatever. I was kind of on Wujai's side with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I know you was, nigga. Get out. I'm fucking with you.
Hey, can I say something
just give us a teaser, just a bit, Gullah. We're not actually show your hand. What's some of your thoughts? Just at a high.
You cannot ask that nigga. They is the source of all the fucking confusion. Don't ask him, Brendan.
Oh man,
he's the wrong guy. Yo, they started the conversation.
He's gonna let it out. Okay, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna hold the power to dry.
This ain't Chief X acting like he started the conversation. We've been arguing with these dudes for 6 fucking years, yo. These niggas been studying for 6 fucking years on this shit. Nigga, if anybody qualified to have a conversation within the realm of this community, not saying an expert, it definitely be them niggas right there. And y'all can underestimate what I'm saying right now and act like that ain't what it is, yo. Shit, I promise you. The shit ain't gonna go to where everybody think it's gonna go. Trust me when I tell you that, yo.
Hey, two things. Two things real quick. Hold on. You gonna go in a minute, Haskell. But Gullah, in all fairness, Gullah was in my corner. Remember when we had the 24-hour show, right?
Oh, yeah.
And me and Asar went to going back and forth. I damn near cussed him out, right? Gullah was in my corner the whole time. I just want to point that out to the audience. Gullah was in my corner the whole time, riding with me the whole time. But the other thing is, we got my man's my aunt forever. He wanted to say something, man. Go ahead and say something.
Forever.
Shaka, dude, don't you bash nobody. I know it's coming.
Go ahead, Shaka. I had wanted to go right quick though, man. Before Shaka go, I'm gonna be quick.
Go ahead. Be quick. We can't talk about AIDS though, but go ahead.
No.
Gotta put some guardrails around a Haskell, right?
You lost that. We gotta put rails. Some bumper rails, nigga. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna speak to this, the whole concept of a consensus, and its place in a society, right?
Okay.
It's a double-edged sword because really and truly you need it, right? Yeah. Because organizations are prone to corruptions. That's just a part of being human. However, everybody can't be an expert in every field. So these scientific decisions or whatever that these bodies make, that these institutions make, they direct public policy, right? So at the end of the day, we have to either go left or right on something, whether it be the vaccines or global warming or whatever the case may be. In real world policy, we're gonna have to either do A or B. So we have to make a decision, right? Now, we're not the experts, right? The general layperson is not the expert. So we have to rely on someone saying, hey, this is this, and this is why we should go that way. And eventually we say, all right, boom, we're gonna go that way, right?
What's wrong
So
with that?
consensus has its place, and there's really no way around it, right?
Okay.
At the same time, I want to say, from a scientific perspective, right? Empiricism is always trumps consensus, right? The only thing is you have to have some sort of expertise or knowledge to be able to know the nuts and bolts of whatever empirical data is being presented, you know. And that passage that you read from that website, I think they was quoting Max Planck or Crichton. They was quoting Crichton, and then Max Planck said something to the same in the same line, is that real world applicability and demonstrability and falsifiability, that is the, you know what I'm saying, the closest thing that we could come to objective truth. And whether a body or a community agrees, it can't trump actuality. So that's all I want.
We got to come back to that quote from Max Planck. That's one of my, one of my favorites. So I saw that. I didn't want to get into the readership, so I cut that.
Yeah,
short.
right. We got to stop. We can't.
Forever.
Yeah,
we want to get into the readership.
Yeah, we already read. I'm like, okay, we're getting closer to the mechanism go over here. Yeah, I'm getting closer to readership. Slow it down.
My voice is getting crackly and dry. Stop the readership. Let's let Brother Mott forever, please. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mott forever. I gotta throw the filter at you. Go ahead, bro. I know. Go ahead, Mott forever. My man, all the way from France. What's up, man? Gotta unmute yourself.
What's up, brothers? How you doing?
We good, man. Turn your mic up.
Is it a bit low? Is it better now?
Yeah, a little bit low.
All right. So my daughter played.
I can't hear you at all, brother.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
You really low, like you whispering almost.
Don't tell me you scared of a song Wuja. I can't believe it.
Who's scared of them?
He sound like the Yin Yang twins.
Scared of them. Yeah, you funny, got it crazy.
You can't hear him. But think about it this way. If you didn't have scientific consensus, how much quacks will be running around? Everybody will come up with some quack idea and just throwing out like it's fact. Scientific consensus kind of reduce the amount of quackery what happen in the community or in the world. Because you'd have a bunch of snake-oil salesmen out there selling cancer cures if it wasn't for consensus. That's my belief.
Hey, I will say this though, as much as you need consensus, you need the fringe too, because the fringe keeps the consensus honest, right? Particularly if the people in the fringe are qualified and legitimate, right? And what I think is important. Yeah, something to say, Unc. What you think about that?
I ain't never heard it. Let me hear a real scientist say that. Go ahead, find that quote.
A real scientist say that it. Well, Brennan just read it earlier, right? Particularly where the passage where he said that a lion's share of the scientific advances were made by the they didn't use the word maverick, but they used something that's an equivalent to that word, right? That person who's studious and to themselves, and you know what I'm saying, and they just hammering away at this one thing. And typically when it comes to advancement, it's usually gonna be that maverick, like a Tesla or something, that go against the grain dude. You know, now you still gotta temper that, right? And that's what the community is, the communal aspect of the consensus is there for. It's to sort of gatekeep and not make it so that anybody could just come with anything. You know what I'm saying? But if a legitimate person comes with something and they're presenting falsifiable evidence, then you could weigh that evidence objectively. You get what I'm saying?
You said it best when you mentioned the empirical evidence. I want people thinking outside of the box and outside of the main. I want them bringing in empirical evidence. Yeah, for sure.
I think a big point of
you just skipped over my eye. You can't do that.
Let's go. Before we go down on
diligence, you can't do that, man. Come on, man. Go ahead, Mayat.
Yeah, can you hear me now, brothers?
No, that wasn't
Crystal
Geechee.
clear.
That wasn't Geechee. That was due diligence. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, Ma. We can hear you now, bro.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
We
thanks.
can hear Sheffrin too, but go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Ma.
it's the car. Yeah, thanks for having me, brothers. I kind of, heard the live stream on the fly, but back in 2011, I wrote an article talking about the invalid claims of pseudo number one. And I remember that Unc read my article on the Blog Talk Radio program when the so-called linguist was there. He didn't address it, you know what I'm saying? And this is the same one who said he will write an article to actually talk about Hebrews in Kemet, Black Hebrews in Kemet. So I peeped game, it's not to toot my own horn, but I peeped game like, 11 years ago, you know what I'm saying? And it's really a shame that they have some Yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, I'm laughing. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I keep telling you here, Hebrew Israelite.
I mean, I ain't know.
Yeah, he used to be a
Go
Hebrew
ahead.
Israelite, and it's a shame that they have some hypotheses that they try to present as some absolute fact. You know what I'm saying? And to say that Obenga doesn't have a degree in linguistics when the San Francisco State University names 2 degrees that he had from Switzerland University and Sorbonne University in France, and to say that Diop guessed. You know what I'm saying? Diop is a real PhD, and I shouldn't have to say real PhD, but it's just to say that we have some people who call themselves doctors. I've never heard of them having any PhD, but Diop earned his PhD from the Sorbonne University, one of the most prestigious university in France. And to say that he guessed, I mean, to say that he's wrong, I guess you have the right to disagree with someone's claim, even if you don't have any degree in the field. But to say that he guessed, that's kind of disrespectful for real, man. Because PhDs don't want to make a fool out of themselves, so they're not going to present something, and that they guessed, So and actually, I mean, I don't want to put his name in the mix, but one brother that you guys know very well, he was angry once, and he told me, are you a linguist? I'm saying Rekati Amen is wrong, Theophile Benga is wrong. And he said some other name that I forgot, but all those people are wrong, but those 2 guys are right. And they can just say, okay, my bad, we're wrong, and you keep it pushing. But the ego is just crazy.
Who the person? No, we don't hide names around here.
No, because it's all good. I uploaded a video back then, but
you hide names.
No, because
we don't hide no names, man. We just say, yo, shit. The shit ain't, as long as you ain't doing some evil shit.
The dude said himself, he has a degree in computer science, you know what I'm saying? And he said, we deal with linguistics. What linguistics do you deal with when you study computer science? Can somebody tell me?
Oh, damn, he just killed Kyle.
I mean, do you study the PHP language?
Kyle
MySQL?
said the same shit an hour ago.
Is he here?
Okay,
Now, but we have to be careful, right? That we don't use an ad hominem, right?
Yeah,
as opposed to attacking the person's credentials, as opposed to addressing the argument. So we have to be careful with that.
Yeah, we ain't letting nobody off the hook. I'm gonna let y'all know going forward, we not doing, because that's gonna be a weapon they're gonna use against us, because we got them in the stranglehold. Trust me, and I know it, yo. So you're gonna be anti-African. You don't understand. You're gonna be like, you're not qualified. You're gonna be all kind of shit, and you niggas, y'all not scholarly, because Unc just used the word ninja or nigga. Right? Conversation and watch. So we not doing none of that. Trust me, yo, I'm a good measurer of where I'm at in the conversation. Right? Yeah. I love to win. I've been on losing side. Even when I lost, niggas ain't know I lost. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'ma always be that type of dude. Even in losing, I'ma learn enough to come get you the next time. But you ain't gonna overwhelm me. I ain't letting that happen. So I'm saying I'm not letting them do it, right? Pseudo killers. And for this moment in time, when we talking about the greater Sahotep Wuja, we keeping it scholarly. The women can join the conversation. We not doing all that. You can jump, Immacat, dive your ass in all day, right? We just gonna black.
We want all y'all.
Yeah, we want all y'all. We just got to black Immacat out the chat. She addicted to the chat. She killing niggas in the chat. Bang. Damn, Stephen.
Twitter fingers.
He be unscowling in that chat, yo.
Twitter fingers.
Hold on. I gotta do a concrete Corey rant. Emma Cat, listen, this is what we really was trying to say. In that damn chat, you be turning niggas up. That's what we was trying to say, Emma Cat. We be saying, yo, you lethal with them fingers. Your keyboard kung fu is legendary. That's what we were saying. Your style, your Shaolin, you know what I'm saying? Drunken style, Kenyan style, you know what I'm saying? Crane style is legendary. That's what we was trying to say. We was trying to say it. I didn't want to say it, but I gotta say it. I gotta say it. I'm gonna say it. Let me get it out. Let me get it off my chest. That's what we were saying. And by the time you get live and people talk, they be wanting to cuss you out. That's what it is. I gotta just get it off my chest. Everybody know, yo, we love Emma Cat. Everybody know we respect her gangster when it comes to a teaching ability, right? She's well-spoken, right? So any individual that would remotely act like that we anti-women teaching anti-shit, that's some bullshit because we had their ass. We're not playing that game. We protect the sisterhood, right? Because we understand their position and we love them. And we saying when niggas is going too far, like we always do at times, they don't need to be in that. Because if anybody cuss out any woman of mine, yo, it's on and popping. So we don't want all that. So that's my point. But yeah, Emma Cat, yeah, you was killing Reggie. You was killing, you didn't kill me in the chat. I be having to do this sometime. She killed me so hard in the chat. I'm like,
She like the young boys in Chicago. She like the young boys in Chicago. Twitter fingers.
Classic, nigga. Yo, she's classic. Listen, bro, like I be having to catch myself like, don't do it. Don't you do it. I'm not gonna do it. That's how good I know she is, yo. The pseudo kids be like, that goddamn Emma Cat then killed this.
She called me a baby creep scholar because she thought I was inside my daughter's baby crib. Yeah, I made a video addressing that. You know what I'm saying? I told that groupie that I was not inside the baby crib for the record. You know, I was just leaning against it. You know what I'm saying? But we had a sister. There was a sister on the squad.
Shout out to Emma Cat.
And that was like, you know, a good like 10 years ago. And back then we wouldn't even have sisters like that. Now we have sisters like that, but back then about 10 years ago we didn't really have sisters like that. But somebody mentioned ad hominem. Did I say any ad hominem towards the
no I just want to clarify, right? in terms of the ad hominem, right? Saying that, okay, well, you don't have the requisite credential, right, to make your argument, right? That can be considered an ad hominem. That's a form of an ad hominem. Right, you don't have a degree in linguistics, so you can't make a linguistic argument.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why. That's what I'm saying. We have to be careful. We have to be careful with that, and
Indeed.
we have to keep it on the arguments itself, not on what credentials a person does or do not have.
Got him,
yeah, but I understand you before
Shaka,
the record.
You know we got him. Shaka, you know and I know we might be 11 years late for you. We might be 5 years late for you, Gella, but we got him and y'all know it. So we're not letting them
better late than never. But you know, for the record, it's just the fact that he's been calling himself a linguist, you know. And as far as I'm concerned, you cannot call yourself a linguist if you don't have any degree in the field. It's like me reading books about medicine and saying I'm a doctor, I'm a medical doctor. You know, it doesn't fly. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, I want to know how they read these books in French. We never heard them speaking fluent French ever.
Here you go again, man. So
well,
what?
I presume they go on Google Translate and do their thing, you know. Because I never heard them speak.
Is there a digital copy of Mboli's work available? Because
we got Mboli. We got Mboli.
Oh, okay.
You said
we translated up.
Everybody shut. I'm killing it too.
I ain't gonna say nothing.
I'm not listening to you, Gullah. Your lies. Everything come out your mouth is a lie. Just know I'm not definitely listening to you.
I'm all cap. Cap.
I mean, how they say y'all youngest say y'all capping, yo. Y'all cappity cap, yo, right now, yo. Shit, only one can speak French.
The feds watching.
The feds watching, yo.
I mean, you know, the dude said that he's gonna write a book. There will be some German, and it will not be translated. It's a clue that he probably doesn't speak German. Why would you not translate the German if you know the language? You know, if I write the book or if I mention something in French, I will translate it. You know what I'm saying? So I doubt that they actually speak French because they have some contact with Mboli. Maybe Mboli send them the digital version and they happen to translate it on Google Translate. But I really don't think that they are familiar with the French language. Besides, during that 3 hours when Ujau, or sorry, Sulu number 2 was supposed to prove that Kem after a name means a title, he put up some French book, you know, but he couldn't even go over it, you know.
Are you serious? Are you like thing 1 and thing 2, yo? Is you serious, yo? Man, let me get off this show, man. Let me.
No. Listen. Are you taking it a step too far? Don't call the man them pseudo, okay? I'm just saying he cannot sell his hypothesis as if it is established work. So when we're having the discussion, if he has to every point in time interject, this is my hypothesis, I believe, I think. But you do not stand there and say we don't understand, we are illiterate. Well, I am in terms of linguistics, but when I'm following the conversation, the questions that I'm hearing are legitimate. So Asar himself cannot be so dismissive when all laymen have, again, I'm going to repeat it, is a scientific and the scholarly consensus to fall back on. Yeah. If he wants to have his work established and become credible, then he has to have this discussion a couple of layers higher than in these YouTube streets. He have to put his work up for the process of peer review and scholarly review. But now, to Shaka's point, to do that, you need a certain amount of credentials in that field, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You gotta let due diligence go. Come on,
they've been sticking the Moulin Rouge.
Come on, no, I'm not listening.
Due diligence is gonna go. Due diligence is gonna go next. I just gotta make an announcement for the panel real quick.
Hey Corey, you know you got the controls too, but go ahead.
Yeah, Peace
to Q Butter. He just joined the panel. Peace to brother Q Butter as well.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know we have 13 people on the panel, right? There's multiple topics that we're going to get into tonight, right? Yeah. So I don't want to get out of control. So just to let everybody know, I'm going to be on top of it tonight because I don't want it to get out of control. You know what I mean? So everybody, let's respect one another. Let's not walk all over each other. Let's hear each other's points out and let's hear from everybody. I want to hear from all 13 people. You know what I mean? So go ahead, due diligence. It's on you.
Then you got American Dream, and then you got it's gonna be Q. Where Q at?
It's the last supper up in here. Y'all 12 disciples.
So who's Jesus?
Oh man.
Peace. Yeah, can I say something before I go?
No, it's due diligence turn.
No, because I want to go. It's midnight here. I'm working tomorrow morning, if you don't mind.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's just a shameful plug, for whoever's interested in Medu Nature. There's the group class this Friday at 11 p.m. ESC. So you should know my email address is on my channel. If someone is interested in learning it, feel free to contact me. But thank you very much for having me, brothers. I'm about to get some sleep and go to work tomorrow because I do the 9 to 5. I'm not supported. Selling books that's plagiarized, but everybody.
Shots on the way out. Shots on the way out.
All right. Okay, brothers. Thank you for having me. Dua.
Hey, we appreciate people who leave when they say they're gonna leave, and not use it as a ploy.
Funny. Go ahead, due diligence. Go ahead.
Right.
Peace, brother. And peace to everybody else on the panel.
Peace, man. What's good with you?
Let me say first off, you know what I'm saying? Wujawu was a champion, Asar champion. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to get in that ring with those guys and really stand up, because let me see, I haven't seen it yet to where anybody can conduct themselves accordingly with those guys, because those guys know how to speak. You feel me? Like they can have conversations, and if somebody could have that conversation with them, I would like to see it happen. I would actually pay to see that happen. So I would like to say that first of all, because even though I don't agree with them all the time, they definitely champions. Also, I wanted to speak to the statement that the brother made at the beginning about how they was basically challenging the scientific method, talking about the bias and the subjectivity that's in science. Whenever people bring up the consensus and leave out how it can be objective, I didn't hear nobody speak to those points, and I feel like those points are more are valid. So, what do y'all feel about the subjectivity? Can we have real objectivity?
Yeah, I think that's what we were saying, right? In terms of how science, like what you do with, I guess, the biggest purpose of science, right? So let's start with a basic definition, right? What is science, right? Science is the way that we organize knowledge, right? And we do that using the scientific method, right? The scientific method is not a conclusion, it's a process. So
right.
that
So
process,
check it out.
No, hold on. Don't cut me just
I'm gonna make a small interjection.
Hold on.
No interjections. No interjections.
Yeah, hold on. And because this is important, when we talk about science, we have to sort of define it, and we have to talk about the scientific method, right? You're familiar with the scientific method, right? So it includes, right, observation, making hypotheses, right, doing objectivity, right, doing observations, right, making objective observations as well, right? The actual peer review process is a part of the scientific method, right? Critical peer review. Right. So this is all sort of rooted inside of science. This is how we actually develop and create objective information. Right. We build the evidence using those processes.
But they also use the word epistemology. Yeah.
Right.
Do you know what that means?
Yep. It's the way that we know. How do we know what we know?
So whenever you okay, correct. So the question is, because you saying we being objective. Mm-hmm. But what is the determinative? What is the standard? How we know we being objective? That is the question. So you can say, yeah, that's because let me give you an example. You can have all the pieces of the puzzle and still come to the wrong conclusion. Science is based on probability and possibility and probability, right? So it's not absolute. Yeah. So that's the question that is really asking. So we just can't assume that, because we got the consensus that is correct, because it's been multiple times in history. That's why they call scientific facts, because they subject to change.
What? So now, hold on. Two things. You just go get a definition for that.
What up?
It's called a scientific fact because it's subject to change, and then give us the cases in history where the consensus was overturned. Just give me two cases so we can talk.
We don't even have to look that up.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Well, give me something.
Bad.
All right,
I got you. So for everybody knows this example, the world was flat. That was a consensus at the time.
No, stop.
Freeze. And it got overturned.
Freeze. No, you made that up.
Oh my goodness.
You made it up. Yeah, you made it up. How the fuck did Christopher Columbus them get around the motherfucker? They thought it was flat. They had a globe. They literally had a globe, dog. I'm just hitting you with that. Like, that wasn't a scientific fact. Listen. Let's do this real quick. And I'm glad you actually
that it was a scientific fact that the world was flat. Somebody please tell them that.
No. Due diligence. Come on, bro. I think you raised good questions. Don't fuck it up.
It's not the good. Hold on. It's not. It wasn't a scientific consensus.
Wait, I know. Hold on. Let me say
the scientific method wasn't even flushed out yet. So you wrong. Your chronology is wrong.
Let's look it up.
Gotta go back to the chronology.
Hold on, due diligence. Hold on. I'm gonna make a point. Watch this, due diligence. When you talk about, we was talking about a scientific consensus. We ain't talking about some niggas talking about that black people was half humans and they taught that shit in Harvard and Yale, dog. That shit wasn't science. That was pseudoscience, yo. That wasn't no fucking scientific consensus. That might have been a consensus among some wild ass motherfucking scientists tripping, but they didn't do the work to prove it. So it never, at no point was it a scientific consensus. Matter of fact, they was like, it's 24 races, it's 15 races, it's 3 races, and they settled on 5 races. All that shit was wrong. And it wasn't done with the scientific method. It wasn't none of that. It was just people talking. As a matter of fact, in the 1700s, you couldn't tell the difference between a fucking
doctor and the motherfucking witch doctor. You couldn't tell the difference. So the example you giving us, that it wasn't the scientific consensus that the earth was flat. That's the shit we do in black algebra, yo. Trust me.
Okay,
so you saying the black man ain't God?
Can we look it up?
Oh,
can we look it up? Can we look it? Can we look it up?
How the black man God of God?
No, don't derail
stop
it.
it.
No,
Stop.
right
Don't
here.
go on a
But
rabbit hole.
anyway, can I continue with the point that
Yes,
I was
sir.
making? Because it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't think it dismisses the point, because the point that I'm making is scientific facts are subject to change. Is that agreed upon?
No.
Then you absolutely
anything
wrong,
can change. Listen,
No,
anything
you're
can
wrong.
change.
It's not a
Listen,
fact.
hold on. No.
You're wrong.
Anything.
Look it
The
up.
facts get
Look it up.
the facts get reorganized, yo. So like gravity, is gravity gonna get overturned, yo?
Absolutely, and it has.
No, it ain't been gravity. No, yo, it's a law, yo, and you barely overturn laws. Like
Let's
it
look
so
it up.
much that it ain't.
It's
It
not.
don't. No,
Gravity
you
is
might.
not proven.
Listen,
Gravity is not proven.
I'm not gonna. You know what I'm not gonna do?
You talking
You know
as
what
if
I'm not
gravity
gonna
has
do?
been proven.
Hey, due diligence. You fucking up the show right now, yo. I can't get into this with you, yo. Like you ask good questions, but you fuck it up because you think you really know, and you fucking. And I don't want to argue with you and kill the show, but I'm saying you misrepresenting science right now, yo. That's what I'm trying to tell you, dog.
And I understand, and I don't want to be disrespectful to the show, but
You're
we can
not
simply look it
disrespectful.
up.
You just banana. We don't gotta look it up. Like you just told me, we don't gotta look it up. Just like you just told me, we don't gotta look that up.
I mean, would
yo,
you
like-
bulldog me then?
No, you can just mess. You they're just gravity, man. It's a law, yo.
It ain't
Right?
a law. They call it a law, but it ain't law.
It's a
It
law.
hasn't been proven,
No,
huh?
it's a
hasn't-
law. I don't want to argue with you.
Law.
I tell you what. Hold on. I tell you what you
They
do.
call it that.
Wait.
Here's
No,
the difference.
Hold
Here's
on.
the difference.
Wait, let me
It's
say
the
this,
difference.
Brandon. I'm gonna shut up. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. You got a camera? Due diligence?
Absolutely.
Turn your camera on.
Yo, bro, the law of gravitation, universal law of gravitation, 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11, bro.
If you
turn your camera, hold on.
Explain, I'm not. Listen, bro.
Empirical
I'm not
evidence
Whoa,
in mathematics.
Whoa. Everybody don't jump in. Did you turn your camera on, due diligence?
Sir, I'm not dressed right now. I'm not turning my camera on.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, well, don't turn. Do me a favor. You got a chair somewhere in that motherfucker.
Ain't no gravity or rules in it over there.
No, man,
either.
come on, man. Everybody be quiet for a minute. Due diligence. You got a chair in your house.
So
Get off.
Answer the question, due diligence.
I know. I'm about to answer it. I want you to listen to me.
No, do you have a chair
is
in your
not
house?
does gravity
Do
exist.
you
The
have
question
a
is
chair
how does
in your
gravity
house,
work?
due diligence? Do you have a chair in your house? Yes or
The
no,
question
sir?
is how does gravity
I'm
work,
asking
not does
you
it
a
exist?
question. Bro, I'm asking you a question. Do you have a chair in your house?
He may be about to attempt to
Man,
he's not gonna answer. He's not gonna answer.
I swear to God, I'm gonna kick you off the panel.
If you want to kick me out, it's fine. Kick me out. I'm not. I ain't.
Do you
Go
have
ahead
a
and kick me
chair?
out, bro. Because you ain't
Do
gotta
you
do me
have
like
a
that.
chair? Okay, so I'm not, because I asked you to have a chair.
Of course,
so
I
you
got
don't.
a chair. Come on, bro.
So
Come
can
on.
you stand on that chair. Hold your arms tight and fall off that motherfucker. When you hit the ground, nigga, that's your proof. Simple.
So can I respond to that? Do you mind? So the question, we not arguing does gravity exist? We arguing how it operates.
Do you know what they say
So
about
there you
what?
go. Hold on.
Let me get a question.
Hold
You're
on.
right, due diligence. We're not saying that they have explained gravity all the way. See, you trying to play that game on us. You tricking us right now, due diligence. What we saying is that even if we don't got the thorough explanation of it, right? We can change that and give a better explanation, but it still does not overthrow the fact that it's gravity, bro. That's the point, and I'm shutting up.
Okay,
can I ask you a question, due diligence?
May
Can I
I
ask you?
respond?
No.
Because
Can I
this
ask
was-
you a question?
okay,
Because you're
you
talking about
you
gravity.
absolutely can,
You're
but I can't
talking
talk to
about
everybody
gravity,
at
but
once.
let's qualify
I don't mind.
it. Let's
I don't
qualify
mind.
it.
Right, and I think that we should. But hold on, let's get to the point.
Let's ask you a question. What does science say about gravity? Let me ask you. What is gravity? I'm asking you.
Right.
What is gravity?
Okay. So just let me qualify my statement by saying this.
What
I
is
started
gravity?
my conversation.
Describe to us what is gravity.
I'm going to do it. But let me just say this.
You're gonna start saying
Wu Jiao was a champion.
You worry about Wu Jiao. Don't worry about Wu Jiao. Stay right here.
But people don't have no decorum. People don't have no decorum. People don't have no decorum. You feel me? And you're dealing with a champion, so get some decorum and I'll speak. I'll answer any question.
A champion, hold on, let's get that championship.
You ran back to Wu Jao.
Listen, fellas.
Let me speak.
Listen, fellas.
Tired of hearing that. He always champion that word to death too much. Now you just champion the word to death. Now I don't even want to hear that championship no more. Ain't
allow me to bring it back down, fellas.
To win the fucking championship. But of course, you at least got to play in a championship to win the fucking championship.
Well, let me speak.
Yeah, you definitely got to do that. But listen here, brothers.
No decorum.
Let's tone it down.
We got fucking decorum.
My man's due diligence. Let me say this to you, brother.
Peace.
When they asked you about what does science say about gravity? What is the law of gravity? You can't then bring Wu Jia's name up in your first sentence. So let's start from there. If you don't know, we over here, we don't clown people who don't know something, because we can all learn, and we're all learning over here. Listen, you may not know that off the top of your head, so just say you don't know, bro, and let's keep it moving.
And I absolutely don't have a problem with answering. I just wanted to preface my answer because
you
it is hard to get my point.
You see that?
You see that?
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. Yeah, you see that. I'm not linking you. I'm not linking you Wu Jia me, dog.
So I'm
y'all talking.
That's the point.
You do that.
But y'all talking to a naked man, though. Y'all realize
crazy ass motherfucking shit. Then you right. We cannot have a conversation with niggas acting like fucking idiots. And I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm saying that's some idiot ass shit. When a nigga say, "Yo, what color is the wall?" and you start talking about France and fucking Germany and DJ, nigga, what color is the wall? Well, in Germany in 1942. Goddamn, nigga. By the time you get around to the wall, we done completely forgot about the fucking wall.
Yeah,
I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that trick. It's a trick, dog. I don't have to act like that trick.
Jedi mind tricks.
Right, I'm not doing that.
Dude,
no.
buddy is naked though. But why y'all talking to dude, bro? He naked.
I ain't even listen to you. Yo, you stupid. I ain't fuck with you, yo. You stupid.
Literally and figuratively.
Nah, I'm serious though. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. He really naked, bro. I don't want to talk to no naked men, bro.
No, you can't answer the question. You want to preface with champions that ain't been in the fucking championship.
Hey, let Q Butter get a word in. I think Q Butter wants
good.
Go ahead.
Yo, please. What's good, Black family?
What's up? Big Bang, goddammit. That's what's good. Big Bang. Big Bang.
Hey, Q, man, hey.
Yo.
That was a good segue. That was a great segue for Q, right?
Go at you, right?
I was just listening. Yeah, I was just listening. Like,
hey,
you want the answer? Tell them you want the answer. They run it.
No, I think some of the. No, I think sometimes the questions and the rationale. I know sometimes we get quick to beat people up. Like they be like, "Q, how you could be over there with brother Sanchez and shit?" I'm like, "Yo, bro, that's their opinion, bro. Like that shit don't mean nothing in the lab." You know what I'm saying? They on a computer. You know what I'm saying? Like they using a satellite to connect with me. You know what I mean? Like you can't cherry pick science. So sometimes people just find themselves in a place of ignorance, and it's like either it's your duty to guide them to the answer, and that's just really what it comes down to.
You gotta learn that olive branch. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes the questions come from a genuine place, and they wind up getting like I was over there. I was on Sanchez one time. I was like, "Look, if y'all want to believe the Earth is flat, no problem. I just want to know what equation you have that explains why things fall to the Earth at a certain speed, or they increase in speed at this time, or what is your equation for projectile motion? You know what I mean? Like, how do you, And then one time it was like math. I was like, math isn't white or black. Math is just a language. You know what I mean? Sometimes the language can be confusing, but it's just. That's the point of being able to explain or talk to people who can explain it to you in a different way. Don't automatically throw it into the bus. Like, the word theory, for some reason, it gets a lot of people confused. And I think there's a lot of words in English that get people confused. That's just the English language. And, it just happens. Right. So when the people hear theory, it's applied, they think it's like a personal theory, like their own view versus it being something that's built upon by like observations. And when they hear facts and that facts change, it's like, No, the observation is still there. It's just the explanation and our understanding of how what we observed had developed over time. And it's like, that's supposed to happen. It's like, we're not going to have the same, view 100 years ago. We got freaking telescopes that can see down to anything now. We can see everything now. So it's like, why would we have the same view? We shouldn't have the same view. And I think that just confuses some people, just the language, how it works. And I guess their general dissentment. Because gravity, I get people throw that at me.
Due diligence know better. I think due diligence, you just got your order wrong. I don't mind you saying Asar and then the champions, but answer the damn question first, then say that shit, yo. Don't start with that, yo, because we hear that too much. That's all I'm saying, due diligence. Answer the question, then give you a reason behind answering the question. Yo. Can you just do me that one, yo? I'll calm down. Seriously,
Absolutely.
Just do that for me. Thank you. So answer the question, then you can champion all day long. I ain't mad.
So check it out. You got the Newtonian/Einstein version of gravity, and then you also have Brian Greene version, the particle physicist that's on the cutting edge of science right now. Brian Greene, who wrote Fabric of the Cosmos and Elegant Universe, that has his own theory, and the math works out. And just like Einstein and the Newtonian version works out. So the thing is, you having a hard time proving which one of how it works. And excuse me for fumbling, because this is stuff that hasn't been sought out yet. So those are the two competing theories of gravity, because these are theories of gravity. And like I said, you can have all the pieces and come to the wrong conclusion. So it ain't no. You know what I'm saying? So that's the answer to the question.
But we also have a law of gravity, right? Not a theory of gravity.
You don't understand it. You don't understand it, yo.
Do you understand
that? The way you said that speaks to your ignorance, and I'm not being disrespectful, because they call it a law. But what I just told you, it's not. We know that it works, but we don't know how it works. You feel me? So it depends on how you expressing it, right? It's a law that gravity is here, but we don't understand it.
Do you know why they call it the universal law of gravitation, or why something would be codified in law?
Yes, bro, but I don't think. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I think this is a lot of it, but just a bit, because I think it gets very complicated. And you said it right. The language, actually, Q Butter mentioned this. It does get very complicated to distinguish what's the difference between a scientific law, what's the difference between a theory, right? All of these things mean something in science, right? So when you're talking about scientific law, right, these are things that can be demonstrated, right, with both empirical evidence, right, and the mathematics, right? So when we talk about the empirical evidence, we could actually do observational. We have observational evidence where we can say, okay, well, let's do experimentation, right, in terms of how the law of gravity works, right? People are doing it, they do it all the time, right? And also we have mathematical equations that back up the empirical evidence. Let me give you an example in terms of the theory, right? When you talk about the Big Bang Theory, right, we don't have the observational evidence, right, that shows us how the expansion of the universe was, right? We can't go back in time, right, and replicate that, right? But we can replicate what happens with gravity, right? Those are some of the differences, right, in terms of what we can prove, what we can observe, what we have observational evidence with, right, and what we have mathematical equations that we can use to solve and describe things inside the universe, right? So
that's peace. Can I speak? What's your name, brother? What's your name?
Sirius B.
Sirius B. So I think I don't really think you understand my position, because even though everything that you said is true.
I do.
Bro,
I clearly understand your position,
the point that I'm making is, we know that gravity is holding stuff down. So we have gravity, we know something, but as far as the how, the why factor, the how factor, like, we got math that works and stuff like that. But I'm trying to explain to you is that, yes, we have these working theories.
Right.
But it's not absolute.
Regardless of what
let me say this last thing. So when somebody says the law of gravity, it's a figure of speech because it's not figured all the way out because there's different theories of gravity, and I bet money on it. Would anybody like to bet some money on it?
Put that money up, bro.
The bottom line is no matter you just said it, all they're gonna do is add to it, bro. So it's not gonna overturn it. It's gonna fucking add to it, like they do with all other fucking scientific ventures, man.
Right, yeah, you fucking it up. I was trying to tell you, when you first started the conversation,
arguments that I'm not even arguing. You don't even understand my position.
Listen,
you
I'm
keep
trying
saying
to
stuff
tell
that
you.
I'm not even arguing.
Hold on, I'm gonna tell you what you get. Watch this. I'm gonna show you how nice I'm with this thing right here, yo. Watch this. The point you're really trying to make is through all this shit we just did for the last 25 minutes and me getting all hired up, loud and shit and crazy and fucking up the show along with you, what you really were trying to say is, how can we really trust science when the shit ain't perfect? That's what you really were trying to get you, bro. You was really, 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 really saying that. And I'm telling you, whatever it is science is far better than a nigga running around howling screaming saying, yeah, that's what it is. That's my point. Now tell me I'm wrong. Tell me what I'm trying to say.
No, hold on, let me speak.
Hold on, don't nobody say nothing. Tell me I wasn't saying it. Tell me what I'm trying to say. I'm listening.
You absolutely right, because that's how he started off the show with that statement that was challenging the scientific method. So I'm trying to go along with the show. I'm going along with the show because that's how y'all preferenced it. He made this thing that was challenging the scientific method and that was stating that it was subjective and couldn't be completely objective. So I'm on point.
I know, and I'm saying that's
you messed that up. You messed that up.
Man, y'all can't follow, man. Somebody wake these guys up, man. They slow today. They slow today.
I was with you, yo.
You just completely messed up the conversation. Like, that's not what he said in the beginning, bro. That's not what he meant by subjectivity. Talking about people like Nietzsche. He talk about the postmodernism and shit, and like people like Nietzsche and shit like that.
Read it. I guarantee you that's what he's talking about. Read it.
And then what Corey talked about in terms of scientism, he was talking about the part of value. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the religious dogma that they're putting into the term scientism. There's no science don't care about necessarily about love and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we're talking about, the scientism part.
So due diligence, can I ask?
That the consensus can be considered dogmatic too. That was the point that it was making, because you can get too lax and rely on consensus, but there can be bias in humans. That's the point that it was making. Run it back. I'm trying to tell you. Run it back.
Yo, the fact that it's saying that, they mean they understand that. The fact that they saying it.
Oh,
they challenged
just a second in here.
He's reading from a guy that was not. We were telling who the person he was reading from, right? Like, this motherfucker bogging it down. I had an issue with him coming on and saying Asar Wujan's the champ. I'm like,
so what? Keep your problem, nigga. Keep it.
I'm like,
we deal in consensus. Scientists are always on the fringe trying to push new information. Some may change the consensus. It's always adding. Science is always on the edge of the unknown. We over here operate within the realm of consensus. So if we are not in the field, if we are not in the level of being on the cutting edge of the unknown, we cannot assume to argue the consensus. That's just simple logic. Why is that so hard to understand? And to be one of those that is challenging the consensus, you need to be in that arena. You need to be on that scholarly platform. Go have the debates. I'll pay to watch you battle the established consensus to determine the quality of your work. Until said time, we are arguing somebody's
All right, we got 3 people talking at the same damn time.
Bro, like, he got a comprehension problem, because after what you just saying, Cedric, due diligence, ask the question you're about to ask. Ask it.
How do you progress science without challenging the consensus? Let me give you an example. My guy, Brian Greene, that's a cutting edge physicist right now. He is challenging the consensus, and his math works out. That's how you progress in science.
A second, Cedric. Is that what you were saying, bro? Cedric, is that what you were saying, bro?
Hey,
Dr. Green,
you gotta mute
Dr.
out.
Brian
You gotta
Green
mute out.
is
And
in the lab, is in the trenches, doing the work, challenging the consensus. That's his right. We over here are gonna operate within the realm of the Big Bang consensus until some said consensus has been moved. We over here, none of us is going to come up with our own theory, our own idea, and start saying, well, I don't agree with the Big Bang because it's the Big Boom. It doesn't work that way.
You can't challenge the consensus, you might as well be in a cult.
See, that's not what he's
Yo, you made that up, yo. You made that up.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He don't even understand what you're saying. Like, you're not even disagreeing with him. You're not saying that you can't challenge the consensus. He's saying that that's for the experts to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, that's the point that he's making, bro. That's it. Right. We're not saying you can't challenge the experts. Let the experts challenge the goddamn experts.
That's what you say. That's fine. That's what you say. I don't care. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But I qualify myself and I challenge whoever I want to. That don't mean I'm right. You feel me?
No,
It's
that
up to you to prove.
crazy.
It's up to you to prove me wrong. It's up to you to prove me wrong. You feel me? It's up to you to prove me wrong. But I challenge anybody.
So you can beat Mike Tyson, yo, in a boxing match, yo, right now.
I didn't say I was right, bro. I didn't say I was right. I'm just saying we challenging information. Y'all taking it personal.
All right, we gotta move forward.
Yeah, let's move forward, bro. Let's move forward. Yeah, you're gonna dumb it down.
Yeah, I heard what you said, due diligence, and that's why it's odd to hear people, you know what I'm saying, that's been raised up with the Amara squad talk like that.
Let's let American Dream get a word in, y'all. Let's let American, because he had his hand up. He had his hand up. Go ahead, American Dream.
Oh man.
Peace, y'all. It's peace to everyone.
Peace to you. Peace
it feels like y'all. Thanks. It feels like y'all don't really want me to say anything.
Nah, we love it, man.
But
we love it.
Yeah, that's what's up.
I'm getting an echo from somebody. Who am I getting an echo?
American Dream. First, you gotta give props to the show. Is this the best show on YouTube or what? Go ahead, American Dream.
Yo, let me tell you, because that's how I wanted to start. I know
American Dream. Do you have
mute out if you're not talking to.
That's Serious B or something like that. I'm getting an echo from somebody.
Yeah, I think it's an American Dream. Are you playing anything in the background?
Is that better? Is that better?
I think they overturned gravity.
Is that better?
Yeah,
and I gave you Brian Green, you know what I mean? Fabric of the Cosmos, you know what I'm saying? Elegant Universe.
Go. Everybody,
can y'all hear me any better? I closed out.
Hold on, I'm gonna do this. Hold on, for a minute. Everybody except for American Dream, mute their mic, please.
I can't hear nothing.
Please, because I gotta see who doing this echo. Yeah, that's you, American Dream. You echoing.
Word, I'm still echoing because I closed out YouTube.
Yeah, you
now you good. Now you good. Almost.
So am I good or am I echoing?
You echoing.
I think that's yo. That ain't no damn. That ain't no damn. That's American Dream. That's American Dream.
It didn't start until American Dream unmuted his mic. Mute your mic one time, American. Go ahead. All right, now. Yeah, that's you.
Yeah, that's you, Dream.
But let them talk though. Then we're gonna mute out.
You're gonna mute out. You go ahead and talk though.
Word. Yeah, it's a shame I'm echoing. But yeah, I just wanted to add, if I could, to the discussion about scientific consensus, because I guess I'm trying to figure out how both of them can be valid at the same time, where science does deal with consensus, and in other aspects it does not necessarily deal with consensus. And I think that's what Haskell tried to do yesterday when he spoke about, I think he was mentioning that there's a branch of science that deals with experiments and trying to figure out the properties of things and developing laws. And I don't necessarily think that you're dealing with consensus. It's just, does your experiment work? Can you use it to make predictions? Just does it work? And if it works, it just works. But then there's another branch of science where, you know, it's just based on research and making judgments based on the research or investigation that you've made. And I think that's how Asar tries to explain linguistics, for example, when he says it's just logic. So it's just looking at information. Right. So, you know, and certain computations. And I think that's where consensus comes in, is where it's not necessarily based on laws and properties of things, but it's just based on studying information and making judgment, like history, for example. When you look at something and you try to say, where does this thing come from? What does it mean? And, you know, and scientists come to a consensus, and then that's where consensus applies. So I kind of agree with Sean, and I also disagree with him. Stuff that y'all taught and the discussions y'all have is absolutely the science where consensus has to be considered, because there are no experiments, you know, and it's the realm where scientific consensus is very important. So I agree with him that there are parts of science where consensus, you know, just doesn't matter. But based on the work that you guys are doing, all the stuff that y'all are studying, I think that it's very important in the conscious community, and what we study or what they study and what they call, you know, the work they're doing. There are no experiments, there are no laws or properties. It's just consensus about the meaning of things and what things mean and what they signify. Like even if we were to call Egyptology a science, which is not, it would have to be based on just the consensus of Egyptologists just agreeing with that's what something means, but it's not. I hope I'm being clear on just, it's not about experiments, it's more about the meaning of things.
Right. Yeah. So there's empirical science.
Right.
You got to mute out.
But yeah, you got to mute out American Dream. Wow. Yeah, if you ain't talking, because that echo is crazy. But yeah, you got to. I think.
Can
Brendan
I make a
was gonna say
request?
Yeah, it's, you know, when we always talk about it, it's the difference between the consensus of opinion.
Oh, you serious, B, Brendan? I didn't know that, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's serious, B, yo. That's some funny shit. Something wrong with him, yo.
I was like, who was this nigga talking?
Oh,
Go ahead.
That's some funny shit.
Oh, man.
They see the star, they didn't see the star, but they saw the star, they didn't know what they saw, they didn't know what they saw, they didn't see.
Right?
Man, can I make a request?
No, hold on. Just let me make this quick.
You can't keep walking over.
I just got a request.
This is for no. And
y'all just gonna hate on me tonight, man. That's horrible.
Because I
you can't just jump in at any time.
I wanted to piggyback on what American Dream was talking about in terms of the consensus, and we talk about it all the time. It's the difference between the consensus of opinion and the consensus of the evidence, right?
Yeah.
Science deals with the consensus of the evidence, right? It's not about, you know, a consensus of a whole bunch of scientists sitting around and they think that they want to agree on something. It's not a conference. It's not a meeting where they're just coming up with an idea and all of them agree with it. No, it's the actual evidence, right? Because you remember science, right? From a empirical evidence collecting perspective, right? Those experiments have to be repeatable, right? So if a scientist over in China, right, they came up with this piece of evidence and they saw it in the lab, it has to be repeatable over in Africa. It has to be repeatable over in England, right? And they sit down and they observe the empirical evidence, right? And they build a consensus around the evidence, right? Until a piece of
Hey Brendan. Hey, Brendan, I think you're kind of using evidence and experiment.
Man, you
I think
hate
you're using
Brendan,
evidence
yo.
and experiment
You hate
interchangeable.
Brendan, yo. Yo, you hate Brendan, bro. He was
Evidence,
talking, you hate
evidence,
Brendan just to
right?
talk.
You build evidence through experimentation and testing, right? So all of this is the same.
Not all the time, though. Not all the time, though. Evidence is just sometimes you just go around and gather evidence without doing any experiments. Like you can, like when people
and
are
observation,
excavating,
as well, right? So again, it goes back to the very basic tenets of the scientific method: observation, experimentation, repeatable testing, right? Building hypothesis.
Right.
It's all included in the process.
So check it out, bro. So let me say this, right? That is the
How he
method,
bad,
right?
bad. Jason
I just want to say this quick thing, bro. That is
Man,
the
you dove in
method.
the middle of him talking, though, yo.
No,
And then,
he finished. I just want to respond to that last thing he said because that was perfect.
finished. He couldn't have been finished, yo.
Bro, do you mind if I respond to what you said?
No,
I'm
done.
Was you finished, Brendan? Or did he hit you with an expert cutoff move?
Come on.
I'm done.
All right, man, go ahead, let him make it. Go ahead, let him make
Check
a
it out,
statement.
bro. So you right. That's the method. But the question is, you can do all those things and then it takes man to interpret the data. So it's the interpretation of the data. That's why it's important that we should read.
You're making an epistemological.
Just let me finish.
Yeah, you're making an epistemological argument. I got you.
I got you. So it's important that we read that thing that y'all read from the beginning because the arguer was making, it was talking about the bias in humans. So you can do, yes, the test is going to come out whatever way the test come out, but you still can have human error about interpreting the data and still be wrong. Because somebody else could come and put the pieces together a different way and come up with a different conclusion. And that's what I think is missing because y'all not addressing that part.
Yeah, I get
we are addressing that part.
We do.
And I
It's
get
called scientific consensus.
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
called
Like,
consensus.
We are, yo. We are addressing it, yo. You
and
just
again,
don't understand
that's
how
a
we
valid.
address it.
You know what? Due diligence, though. The interesting thing is that is a completely valid argument that's made, right? Because that's an epistemological argument, right? Is in terms of all knowledge, right? Because science, I said this earlier. Science is the building and the collection and the organization of knowledge, right? Since all knowledge has to be filtered by humans, right? How can we be completely objective, right? There's a measure of subjectivity that's I guess you would say included within that. That's
interpreting the data.
Right. That's an epistemological stance, right?
But
that
it's
a lot
also
of people
scientific
make.
because check it out.
That's an epistemological. That's an epistemological stance.
So let me make a quick interjection to show you why it can also be scientific because humans conduct scientific tests, and if a human is interpreting the data, it's scientific.
Again, that's an epistemological
I'm trying to figure out.
stance.
Let him get
You know what?
Go ahead. It doesn't matter.
Nah,
Call it
you
what
know
you
what?
want. Continue.
You know what I'm trying to figure out? Can I ask you this though? I can hear it in your voice.
Ooh.
You due diligence. Do you realize what you're doing right now, yo?
Man, I'm trying to move the conversation forward.
No, you're not. You sitting there on a sideline. The game is over with you Monday morning quarterback and this shit. You talking about why Lamar Jackson, took 3 steps instead of shaking the bacon and hitting the hole fast. You ain't even on the damn field. I'm saying you gotta know that everything you saying, it's already in the game. They clearly understand that one, data is interpreted by humans or computers they program. Like they all understand this. And guess what? And they also allow for a certain amount of errors. When they giving dates and stuff and chronology, they don't give you, when they measure something, they don't say, yeah, this is 1,144 years exact. No, they give you all dates are approximate. They are allowing for human error. And then they'll do 3, 4 different dating processes. You know what I'm saying? Thermoluminescence, right? They'll use radiocarbon dating. From one site now, they'll use it, and then they'll get the approximate. They never say this is 1,024 years old. They never say that. You know why they never say it? Because they are allowing in the different errors and mistakes that could possibly happen. And even with all of that, you will never hear scientists say, yeah, that's what it is. It's none of that. You're actually conversating, making it seem as if that's what it is. It's not that, bro. Like, they know that. No, you make it seem like science is perfect. Science ain't perfect.
Right,
No one
right.
said science was perfect, bro.
I'm not saying that.
Because we know, because science understands this. That's why the peer review. Listen, I did this work. This is the conclusion I came to.
That noise?
Please, you check it, because I'm not sure. I might have missed something.
You know,
I'm not
also
sure.
let me make my own
due
argument,
diligence,
though.
due diligence.
Yeah,
You know, also the
That's a
but
peer
let me make
review
my own argument.
process.
I'll be trying to
Let's
give me
hear
his
from
arguments, and
somebody
I
else
never
because we're
argue
getting
that,
some
but it's all good.
complaints.
Go ahead.
We're getting some complaints in the chat. It's like we're getting stalled out, and we would like to hear everybody on the panel and kind of spread the love a bit, right? So,
what Q butter in here? Where you at, Q butter?
yeah, get in here, Q. For sure.
Get to the damn Big Bang, Q. Don't
Don't be
escape.
trying to put that on me.
Oh,
You
nah,
was the
for me,
magician.
that's easy right
Uncle's
there.
the magician.
Yeah, that's really
Again,
interesting.
I think the term. That's what I was gonna say.
Great
The
segue.
term.
Better get it in.
Great segue.
The term working model. I think that's what should be, like understood, that there's observations, and the theory is trying to make sense of the observations. We may not like the theory, but it's a working model that we have that we can use to make predictions for other parts of, in sciences. You just got to take it as it is.
That's the best we can do. I can agree with that completely.
Hold on. You keep diving. So in terms of when you mean the working model, the Big Bang as a working model?
That's not a working model.
That's one example.
Yeah.
It's a theory.
It's a model, right? We call it the Big Bang model, the Big Bang theory.
Yep. Right. It's a working model. Yes.
It's working.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason why, again, I am definitely with the idea of consensus, but I also understand the other side of the fence where you're like, yo, these motherfuckers is wrong. But you have to be based off of science when you're saying that shit, and you got to open up your shit to peer review when you say that shit. Like my pops, I ain't gonna lie, like my pops invented a method of producing 3D sound. When he came up with the idea, we said he was crazy because he kept talking about how stereo sound is dead. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. So, and then his whole thing was like, look, it's going to take a long time for y'all to really appreciate 3D sound. So when he got his patent for it, it was like, oh, see, I'm not crazy. And so it's like, I get the, perspectives of it, but you do have to respect the peer review because that drives the community forward. Because it's like, yo, you're not in the room by yourself coming up with these theories in your hat and shit. It's like, no, let somebody else check your work.
Right.
It's not science until that happens, though.
I just want to give.
Hold on. You're hogging. Mic hogging. We're gonna mute you. You keep mic hogging.
Yo, diligence. You gotta
just
chill,
chill out a little bit.
You've been talking for 2 hours.
We got 13
talking
people.
For 2 hours.
That ain't on
13 people. Chill out just a bit, bro. Just chill out. Just let everybody kind of get it in.
I'm just having fun.
Hey, I want to kind of redirect. I want to redirect the conversation here because I want to. Let me go here. Where was I at?
Due diligence. Who we keep talking about? What we keep saying? What's the name we keep using? What's his name? The physicist. You keep fucking it up. I know you did.
Brian Green.
You said it. You just said it.
No, Brian Green. He's a credible physicist.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the way he's using it, yo. I'm not saying that. Come on, I know.
Right.
I was gonna say also
Brian Green.
Due diligence, the growth. I was gonna say due diligence, the growth.
And he popularized string theory, and it's a new way to look at gravity. Check him out.
No, due diligence, real quick.
What you want to do? What you want to do?
Due diligence.
What?
Due diligence.
What up?
Due diligence.
I heard you quit saying my name. What up?
You sharing
something?
I was going to try to speak to that real quick.
I'm sharing.
Hold on.
If you ain't read the book, I don't even want to talk to you. If you ain't read his book, you can't even talk to me about it.
He's sharing.
I read his book. I have his book upstairs. But I was going to suggest that the observations that kind of pushed the changes in gravity, those things came as society developed. You see what I mean? Like there was clear need for a different explanation of how objects moved. On Earth, like you said, Newtonian physics works at low speeds. But once we turned on that iron horse and we started moving at extremely faster speeds than we did on horses, time and relativity started to become in effect. You know, and these things drove for a need to look at the way we measure time differently. And so it wasn't just about gravity, it was about the perception of time itself. There's an experiment. You've been on a train before, right?
Right. I agree with that. What is it? That's not contrary to nothing that I'm saying. I agree with all of that.
But that's the reason why it developed into these different parts. And so as we got to where we are now, and we're able to see further into the universe, there's different things that we want to be able to explain and be able to have.
Have you read Brian Greene's book? If you read Brian Greene's book, tell me the difference between his gravity and Newtonian gravity, Einstein's gravity up in there. What's the difference? That's the question. If you can't do that,
tell us since you read the book,
you haven't even defined gravity to begin with either way. We're still waiting on that answer.
Hey, you read a whole due diligence. You read a whole book and know what the hell you was reading, yo. You crazy.
But let's
can I answer that? Because
no.
You asked me the question.
Oh my God!
You asked me what question did you ask me?
Let Corey do what he did. Let Corey do what he's going to do.
Go ahead, Corey.
And now I answered the question and qualified it, and now I can't even qualify my answer. That ain't even good.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
We'll come back to that.
No matter what I do, it ain't good enough.
No, you straight. You gonna get
told you the physicist
bed.
was qualified. I told you.
I never said he wasn't, but I didn't need you to tell me he was qualified. I already know that. And I'm gonna say it again. String theory is not a theory. I'm gonna say it again. String theory is not a theory, and I stand on that. Ain't no in betweens, ain't no halfways. It's not a theory. But go ahead. Go ahead, Corey.
Right. I just wanted to let's redirect the conversation here a little bit. You know what I mean? I wanted to read this about body language, right? So body language is a type of communication in which physical behavior as opposed
to... My bad. He said go get Brian Greene book. I didn't have both of them. I had to go grab it right quick. You want the Brian Greene book right there? Boom.
That's the Elegant Universe.
Yeah, but before we talk about his book, you have to have read this.
No, I ain't read
this book.
I ain't read that one.
Then you can't. You gotta have read this book.
What's that?
This is astrophysics. You gotta start with this verse. You gotta start with this verse.
What is it? Throw that shit in the trash. That's a textbook. Get that out of here.
You in the wrong platform. You in the wrong platform if you want to talk about throw that out.
You're gonna get lost in about 15 minutes.
Which astronomy book you want to read then? Because these ain't textbooks.
Gonna get lost in about 15 minutes.
Which one you want? Which one you want? Restless Universe? Einstein's Universe? You got to read all of these shits before you even go to talk about the string theory. How many dimensions is needed in Brian Greene's theory?
Right. It's dimensions he can't account for. But
it's a lot. I don't think it's no specific amount.
Yeah, no, M theory.
See, I was trying to get y'all to.
Is it a specific amount?
Listen.
Where did he go? Hold on. Why he running? Oh, wow. That's why I don't like when people do that, man. He said, how many dimensions does it take? I'm like, what? That don't even make sense. How many?
If that don't make sense to you, then you already starting out wrong.
How many? How many does it take?
Quite a few. I'm not sure. I think it's like 18, but I ain't really.
It's 11. It's 11 dimensions. They require 11 dimensions.
Y'all get out of here with that, man.
11 dimensions.
Anyway, y'all just trying to challenge.
It requires that's the core component of string theory that it requires 11 dimensions.
It's way up there.
M theory is based off of M theory, and you need all them extra dimensions and supersymmetry and all this extra shit.
And you can't account for those. You can't account for those. You know what I'm saying? The math is beautiful. Math is beautiful, but you can go overboard with math. You know what I'm saying? But let me redirect. Like I was saying, I was reading.
Hey, Corey, what you always say though? You say niggas got to slow down the mathematician sometimes.
That's why you have physicists. That's why you have theoretical physicists to kind of keep the mathematicians grounded in reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, tell him you want to see his book highlighted too. This is how the religious books be looking. I'd be like, yo, damn, can I see one calculus book with your sections?
I like what you're doing.
With your highlights. Can you go to the back of the book and show me your notes and shit?
It's beat up. It's beat up.
Look what's on the back of the book. Y'all see what's on the back of the book?
Right.
Black man, you see that?
You got to beat them up. You got to beat them books up. I like that.
So, but I was reading this wiki article. It's about body language, right? Because we've been having some. There's some. Is that American Dream again? American Dream again.
Yeah.
You gotta mute your mic. Mute your mic. Hey, but we've been having some confusion about whether body language is a pseudoscience or not. So I just wanted to go into this just slightly, just to get some clarity here. So body language is a type of communication in which physical behaviors, as opposed to words, are used to express or convey information. Such behaviors include facial expression. So everybody know about facial expression, right? Body posture, how you stand and how you sit in your chair, the way you walk and carry yourself, gestures, eye movement, touch, and the use of space. So you know what I mean? How close you are when you're having a conversation with somebody. You know what I mean? Body language exists in both animals and humans, which I would, it's just in the animal kingdom. You know what I mean? Humans are in a part of the animal kingdom, just to put that out there. This article focuses on interpretations of human body language, which is also known as kinesis. So we want to go down here, actually, in this thing. And actually, I could have just highlighted the word here. Let me do that. Because kinesis is the word. I ain't fighting nobody. I'm spreading love.
I say, where did it come from?
Where does this come from? I don't know, right?
No,
but kinesis.
Sosa's got an echo.
Oh, Sosa got the echo. Okay.
I'm monitoring the audio, and then please, just one other thing. If I put you on mute, do not come off mute. I'll ask you to come off mute, just for some decorum on the panel.
Right. Kinesis is the interpretation of body motion communication, such as facial expression and gestures, nonverbal behavior related to movement of any part of the body or the body as a whole. The equivalent popular culture term is body language. So that's the technical term is kinesis. Body language is just a term that laymen's use, right? So a term, Ray Birdwhistle, is that yeah. Ray Birdwhistle, considered the founder of the area of the study. Neither used nor liked on the grounds that what can be conveyed with the body does not meet the linguist's definition of language. So he don't like the term body language, but this is what we mean. We mean kinesis when one's referring to body language. So I just wanted to lay some groundwork for that right there. You know what I mean? Just to allow people to understand that the importance of body language, right? And as I talk about body language here for a minute, I'll let me get something else here. But I just wanted to make sure that we understand that body language is not a pseudoscience, right?
You taking questions, Corey?
I am taking questions. Go ahead. You can ask a question while I ask this question.
Hold on before you go. Like, I need to find out, am I still echoing so I can fucking resolve this shit? I'll switch phone. Am I echoing?
You better now.
Brent,
No, you good. You better not. You can't. You better not. You can't. They let you go, yo. Let you go.
You sound like you're in the silo.
Oh boy, is still echoing though.
That's American Dream. That's
American Dream.
Hey, Brandon, stop muting me, bro. Stop muting me. I'm a grown ass man, bro. Stop muting me. I'm muting myself. Come back in.
Boop. You're back on mute. Back on mute.
Stop muting me. I'm a grown ass man. Never mute me like I'm a goddamn child.
Put you on mute. I gotta put you on mute, Sosa.
Mute American Dream is echoing.
I heard it, man. I had my other article, but I guess
that's a good way to fuck the
American
show
Dream. You wanted to ask another question. Question. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute while you ask.
Go ahead, American Dream.
Ask your question, then I'm mute. Go ahead. Ask your question, American Dream.
Anderson must have got it. Mr. Anderson must have got it.
You on mute.
Come off mute.
Anderson have niggas meeting.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on the issue of body language and whether or not it's pseudo or not, because I'm trying to imagine if I've ever seen a body language expert brought up as in like
behavioral
a trial.
Science. That's a part of behavior. Body language, the study of body language is a part of behavioral science.
Right, but I can't imagine, me personally, I cannot imagine being in like a court of law and having a body language expert come up as
that's where it does become pseudo in the court of law. Body language becomes pseudo in that. So you don't use a wrench when you
where is it not pseudo? Where else because the reason I'm imagining that it would be pseudo in the court of law.
No, you can use it. You can use it in the court of law.
Oh,
when a person, that's a cop's and a self-defense. Most people, that's their main defense, that they felt threatened by somebody, by the way somebody was approaching them. You feel me? They felt threatened.
That's not body language. Someone's own feelings is not bad. No, right. Body language is when you're reading someone else, what someone else is feeling based on their language. It's not about how you're feeling. It's about reading somebody. No, that's not what you said. You said people say they.
Y'all. Can I say? I don't know where y'all from. I don't know where y'all from, but body language will get you killed where I'm from.
It will. It definitely will. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You're definitely right.
But it's not a scientific. It's not a scientific thing. Like you cannot bring up.
Now show me that.
Body language. Like you can't go into court and say I know he did this thing because of his body language.
No, you can't do that. You're absolutely right. You absolutely cannot do that. Right. So you can't use one tool. You can't use a hammer for everything. You can't use a hammer to fix everything. American Dream. So you don't use that. You don't use in the court of law.
In what scientific? So when can you use body language in a scientific context?
You gotta hell with that. You gotta go in and come out. You can't do it, yo.
Go in and come back out.
I refuse to hear American Dream twice.
Can you drop the link in the chat so I can come back in?
Yeah, do that.
I can't hear you
twice. Drop the link because go ahead.
Sosa, check on your audio, Sosa.
Yeah.
You good, Sosa? Don't worry about it.
You good. I don't even hear the echo from American Dream though, so maybe I'm tripping.
I don't know, Sosa. I think you is echoing. It's got to be your phone. It's got to be your phone.
Nah, he bullshit.
It is Sosa.
This crazy as hell.
Yo, would I have been wrong if I asked like dogs to me read body language?
They absolutely do. This is where the study of body language is not to be. No, Sosa, you is echoing.
How? God damn, I don't even start the house.
You echoing like
Dream League.
Lingering.
What's
What's
your
wrong?
thing is going. Yeah.
All right, so the question is body language valid or not?
No, just because you can't use it in the court
I
of
don't
law
have a
doesn't mean it's not
question,
valid.
but I guess maybe if that's your question.
No, I'm trying to figure out what the contention is because we're talking about can it be used in law, and so is the contention that is what is the contention? Because we're talking about body language. Like, what about it? Is
right, whether it's pseudoscience or not, right?
That's
you
the
know
point.
what I mean?
Yeah,
But he's saying he's talking about using body language in the court of law, and like I said, you don't use a hammer to fix everything, right?
Everything.
So there's a you use a tool for the right things, right? So studying, sometimes they have body language experts in the courtroom, right? And those body language experts will have something to say about the situation or the defendant or whatever. You know what I mean?
Body language is everything in court, from picking a jury to how you deal with yourself on the court.
But it's not scientific in there. It's not scientific.
Your lawyer will sit you down before you go in front of that jury and will tell you the science of body language. Guaranteed.
But the use of it, now it's important. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not important, but the use of it in the courtroom is not
purely manipulative.
It's not
purely
scientific.
manipulative. Yeah,
Yes.
it's applied science. It's a manipulating. It's a manipulating perception based on understanding behavioral science.
There you go.
So your lawyer is going to get you to sit a certain way, to have a certain smile. So it's using the knowledge of how a certain behavior or certain posture is interpreted to counteract the perception.
You ain't a kid,
and
though.
that's a great. You killed two birds with one stone there. Oh, you got to mute out. You talking to somebody in the background or what?
Yeah, my fault. I killed.
But you killed two. You killed two birds with one stone, though. There, Cedric. Because you showed when you said that, right? You showed how body language is absolutely real, but can be misappropriated, can be misused. You know what I'm saying? Because okay, your lawyer are going to tell you to dress a certain way. You know, don't be chewing gum. Use instead of chewing gum, use a Tic Tac or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You know,
there you go.
sit a certain way in the chair and this, that, and the other. That's the reality of body language, but it's being
Hold your
used
hands
in a manipulative way. Right.
I'll give you another example.
If you saw, let me say something real quick, Brandon. Jump back down, out. If you see that little Chris Rock jump off, right, with Will Smith, right? A guy broken down where you can see like how when Will Smith approached him, he didn't know what was going on. He had his kind of arms open, right?
Yeah.
And then as he got closer, he put his hands behind his back as to say, you know what I mean, like a non-threatening man. You know what I mean? Like all those are like shit that you do. You ain't even know you're doing it.
And
But,
not
you know what I'm
aware
saying?
of
Yeah. Go ahead.
And I was gonna go into that. That was gonna be the next article. How most of the time is you unaware of your body language. You know what I'm saying. Most of the time that you do it, it's automatic. It's part of it's a part of your involuntary system. How it works. You know what I'm saying.
And you know, they also tell they train you in terms of like when you're doing sales and consulting. Like if you're trying to build rapport and build trust, and you mentioned this earlier in terms of like when you're trying to build trust, they train us when you're engaging a customer and you're trying to get trust for a sale or try to close a deal. When you're talking to your customer, right? Never talk to them with your arms crossed or your hands clutched, right? Those are some
closing
mistrust.
yourself up. You're not interested.
And what you should do, right, is talk with your arms open, right? And your
palms up.
And your palms up, where they can actually see the bottom of your palms. I call it the Jesus
Inviting.
pose. I call it the Jesus pose.
Inviting.
Yes, exactly.
A giving, a more giving.
I'm inviting.
Right.
I'm open. I'm inviting. From the time you fold your hands, it's a sign of disinterest and not really even communicating any longer with you. I'm here, but I'm totally disconnected.
Right.
And it's what you do, and it's what you do instinctively. As soon as somebody start talking that shit, you pull back, you fold your arms, you turn your head to the side like, what?
Right.
I'm not having it.
Right.
I'm blocked off. It's not entering anymore.
The guarded position, like I'm guarding myself.
There you go. Yeah, that's the term close idea. There you go. This is a science.
It's definitely a science. It's not a pseudoscience, and it's used in your everyday life. This is one of the sciences and one of the mechanisms that provides insurance that your offspring may get to the age of reproduction. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to recognize a threat. You have to be able to recognize when someone is in need. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to understand your babies when your babies can't, when your babies is at the age where they can't talk yet. All of this.
We start from the moment we see our babies. We smile. We have a soft voice. We're very gentle. We're teaching this baby that this is a safe space. Yep. You do it instinctively.
Yeah, it's a part of it's an evolutionary trait. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that provides insurance that your offspring make it to the age of reproduction. It's one of those mechanisms, because we have many mechanisms, but it's one of those. You know, so I just wanted to get that clear. Hopefully we all clear on body language, so we can keep making jokes or whatever about body language, but as long as we all clear on it, you know what I mean? That's all. That was my purpose. Now we can redirect the conversation.
That was good. It kind of cooled down the panel. You know, that was good. That was great. That was good.
Yeah, the reason. Let me say real quick. Let me say real quick. Cool, better. I'm getting there. Who that is? That Q, better?
Yo.
No, let me say something real quick. Don't you jump in. And I said the reason they say that is, to make it like it's fallacious when using a court of law, right? Because they have profiling in the FBI, right? That you definitely know what it is, right? They have certain way to profile serial killers, right? But you can't go in a court of law and prove he's a serial killer based on a profile. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, he lives alone. He's at the age. You see what I'm saying? But it's a science.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Q, brother. Go ahead.
Now I was going to ask a different. Is it cool? I was going to ask a different question.
Well, let me.
Go ahead.
Can I speak to that before we move forward about the body language?
Please, no. Let's
go ahead, Q,
body language.
Go, Q, brother.
I can't speak to the body language.
Hurry up, Q.
We closing out body language. We closing out body language.
I was gonna say when I teach that when we analyze in science, we analyze everything in pretty much in two ways: chemically or mechanically. And mechanically being like the kinematics of it or the dynamics of it. So I was just saying that was something that
let me say this.
For sure.
We have to, when we talk about that's why certain words like we use data, and there are different forms of data. There's data that we gather through experiments. There's observational data, and then there's observational data that you use in experiment to form a correlation, to a causation, and then there's purely observational sciences, a method of data collection. So in terms of, for example, body language, it is observation and result. Observation, result. There's very little mechanisms you can employ to actually establish causation. That's why you can't say the guy living home alone, therefore he's a serial killer. That was a good one.
Well, I wasn't saying, I meant in a sense, even if we say body language, I would say body language is a mechanical nature.
Yeah. So you're not wrong. I just was like expounding that.
I know.
That's absolutely right. So there are two paradigms. There's experimental data gathering, and there's observational data gathering. And then again, you can use observational data to run experiments to establish causation and correlation, right? But those are fundamentally the two ways in which data evidence is gathered. And then we apply different methodologies to analyze the data that has been collected in terms of the specific area we're searching in.
Of course.
You the host, Brendan, just to let you know.
I was speaking, just thinking of like in the categories, it'll either be a chemical analysis from the physical sense or mechanical analysis.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. When you break it all the way down, that's pretty much what it is.
Right. So speaking of evidence, let's segue into something just a bit more scientific. I'm glad that Q Butter was actually able to join the conversation because, you know, we were talking about the Big Bang earlier. We're talking about observational evidence. And this is one of the big topics me and Corey and we're really, really interested in. We wanted to talk about the Big Bang. It's specifically around Hubble's law, right? And the expanding universe, right? We called it the greatest cosmological discovery of all times, right? And one of the most interesting things about, you know, Hubble's law, right? It provides one of the biggest pieces of observational evidence that we have that supports the Big Bang theory, right? So let me know if you guys can actually see this, what I'm sharing. Can you guys see this slideshow?
Yeah, you can see it.
Awesome. So we suggested readings here. This is this is a textbook. This is called The Essential Cosmic Perspective. One thing that's interesting about this particular series is that I actually use this. This was the first astronomy textbook that I used back in my undergraduate studies. This was way back in the 90s, I think, when I was still an undergraduate. Back then, I think it was in its second edition, maybe second or third edition. I currently have the 8th edition of this book, but I think it's even, you know, there's even subsequent editions, right? So if anybody in the chat, right, you guys are really interested in a good, solid collegiate textbook on astronomy, grab The Essential Cosmic Perspective, right? This is something that's been around. It's been used inside of college classrooms for several decades, right? So who is Edwin Hubble, right? So if you guys can actually see this this picture here, this is probably one of the most famous pictures of Edwin Hubble. You see him staring inside of his telescope here, right? At the time, this was the largest telescope on the planet, right? This was his telescope that's sitting in his huge observatory in California, right? When him and his assistant basically spent like, you know, a ton of hours staring inside the night sky, right? Again, he's an American astronomer, born 1889, died 1953. Right? One of the interesting things is many scientists or astronomers believe Edwin Hubble would have won the Nobel Prize if he hadn't died in 1953. But again, that's up up to interpretation, right? And one of his, I guess, him and his assistant, one of their biggest first discoveries is that he was able to determine the distance of faraway galaxies, right? Before then, we didn't know of those small little gassy things that we were observing inside the night sky with his telescope. He didn't know if those were gas clouds. He didn't know if there was galaxies. We didn't know how far away they were, right? But that was one of his biggest things. Him and his assistant discovered that the Milky Way is one of many, many, many galaxies in an enormous, in a very, very large universe, right? And you guys jump in, right? If you guys want to have, you want to add anything to this, right? Now, in terms of that first discovery, this led the way to one of the subsequent, really, I think I would say even more significant discoveries, right? Right. So as they didn't stop there, they continued to observe these galaxies inside the night sky. And what they noticed is that light from those very distant galaxies, those spiral galaxies, was redshifted, right? It was shifted towards the red side of the spectrum of the visible spectrum. Now, at the time, scientists knew, right, light was actually subject to the Doppler effect, right? And when they actually observed light that was redshifted, then that was light being emitted from an object that was moving away from them, right? So that lends credence to say, hey, all of this redshifted light from these distant galaxies, right? That means that these galaxies are moving away, right? And through his calculations, right, what he was able to do as well, right, he's able to calculate the more distant the faraway galaxies, the greater the redshift, right? And through his calculations, the greater the redshift, the faster that galaxy was actually moving away from us, right? So that lends credence to the idea, right? They basically discovered that the universe was expanding, right? So in terms of quantifying that, he was actually able to quantify that in what we call the Hubble's law. So if you see here, right, essentially the Hubble's law is the recession speed of galaxies. The recession speed is basically the speed of which the faraway galaxy is moving away from us, right? As you can see here, if you guys can see it, it's very, very simple, small, elegant equation, right? So V is the recession speed, right? This is the recession. This is the speed at which the faraway galaxy is moving away from the observer, right? H naught, right? That's called H naught, right? That is the Hubble's constant. That is the rate in which the universe is actually expanding, right? So the recession speed equals H naught, Hubble's constant, times the distance, right? The distance of the faraway galaxy or the faraway object that's being observed, right? So essentially what this equation is telling us is that recession speed, right, is proportional to the distance, right, away from the observer, right? So one of the biggest, I guess, questions that we have inside of science today, right? And if you get online and you Google the Hubble's constant, right? How do you actually calculate the Hubble's constant, right? So that's one of the biggest questions there, right? So currently, in terms of how we're doing it today, right? We're using the Hubble Space Telescope. Of course, you have to have these enormously powerful observational tools, right? And the current best direct measurement that we have for the Hubble's constant is 73.8 kilometers per second per megaparsec, right? So a parsec is essentially, this is how we actually measure astronomical distances inside of the cosmos, right? So a parsec is 3.26 light years, right? And as its name suggests, a megaparsec, right? That's a mega is a million, right? So a megaparsec is 3.26 million light years. So that kind of gives you a scale of the distances that we're actually measuring here. And if you can see at the very bottom, I have a reference there. If you guys
sorry, Brendan, but no, it don't.
Right, go to that source, right? In terms of the Hubble's constant, what it is, right? It's and one of the biggest jokes inside of astrophysics and cosmology is that Hubble's constant is everything but constant, right? Right, that it changes over time. So this is one of those big running jokes in terms of that. Let me let Google Scholar in here. All right. So, and again, right, all of this, right, this is very, I guess you would say, relevant to the Big Bang Theory, because this was one in terms of what Hubble was actually able to discover, that this actually started the idea that the universe was expanding, right? And this data, right, is direct observational evidence that supports the Big Bang Theory, right? So I'm going to stop sharing.
Brendan, how many light years did you say?
All right, a parsec, right? So imagine, right? So in terms of Hubble's law, right, you have to actually use this as an equation, right? So it depends on how far away something is to calculate that recession velocity, right? So like, for instance, if something is 1 megaparsec away, right, then that distant galaxy would be receding or moving away from us at 7.38 kilometers per second, right? Because it's measured in megaparsecs. So if you can imagine, the more far away something is, right, then that recession speed actually increases, right? So you can imagine, I think the most distant galaxy that we've discovered, what is that, G something? If you guys can keep me honest, Corey and Q Butter, is it G11 something or whatever? I think it's like 32 billion light years away, right?
It's like 32
billion
yeah light years. It's like you know why I'm slowing down on those numbers, because most of us don't even comprehend the distance of 1 light year, let alone 32 billion of them.
Right. How many trillion kilometers is 1 light year? Somebody pull that up. Keep me honest. I had it on my side.
Concrete, Corey.
Right. So you can imagine
Corey,
some of the distances that we're dealing with here. So yeah, we actually wanted to talk about, we always talk about the cosmic microwave background as being one piece of observational evidence that lends credence to the Big Bang, right? But we never actually talk about, the discoveries of Edwin Hubble, right, and the Hubble's law, right? We were talking about laws earlier, right? How things are codified inside of scientific law, right? Again, right, it's rooted in both observational evidence, and we also showed the mathematics for it, right? Now, in terms of if you want to actually dig into that, it's a lot more complicated than what we showed. If you dig into the Hubble's constant, there's all types of equations around the red shifting and how the red shifting is actually measured inside exactly right. We try to obscure a lot of the complexity away from us, right? But yeah, this is one of those conversations we wanted to actually have. This sort of start talking about the Big Bang theory.
Is Hubble's constant kind of like whenever you say the law of gravity, because you say Hubble's constant, but it's not constant. And then when you say the law of gravity, and my perspective, I know people call it a law, but in terms of what qualifies as a law? Because
now, keep in mind, the reason why we call it Hubble's constant, I don't mean to cut you off, right, is that it's constant at any given point inside of the entire universe at any given time. Like, for instance, this particular, this equation, right, that you have in front of you, right, is the 73.8 kilometers per second per megaparsec. That is the same in the Milky Way. It's the same in Andromeda Galaxy, and it's the same in that faraway galaxy that we just talked about that's like 83 billion light years away, right?
Okay.
Right. That's the idea of it being a constant.
But it's not when it's what?
Say what?
But it's called Hubble's constant, but when is it not constant?
It's constant because it is the same no matter where you measure it in the universe at any given point in time. Like, for instance, like for me, I'm sitting here, we're in the Milky Way, right? It's 73.8 kilometers per second per megaparsec. Imagine you do diligence. You were way out in that faraway distant galaxy, 32 billion light years.
What's your name, bro? What's your name?
Brendan. It would be the same there as it is way at the edge of the cosmos.
Did you hear what I asked you, bro? I said, when is it not? Is it always constant? Because I might be mistaken. That way I can just shorten your answer to my question, because I thought your partner said we call it constant, but there's times that it's not constant.
That's a good question. That's
what I'm asking you. Is it right? Times where it's not constant?
Let me give you an example, right? Hubble's constant today, right? It will be different if you measure it, I say 1 trillion years from now.
Right.
Right? Because the conditions and the age of the universe changes. When the age of the universe changes, the expansion of the universe, all of those dynamics, right? That causes you have to recalculate that constant, right?
That's fair.
So it's based upon the age of the universe, right? That's one thing, right?
Right.
No, go ahead, Cube, jump in.
I was gonna say Series B. So I don't know who was asking. So remember, the means of observation have changed. Like in 1929, they were on a mountain observing. We have telescopes that reach, I don't know how far Cassini is or Hubble Speller telescope is, that where we can observe at a better distance and with a greater means of clarity to measure the actual speed in which the galaxies are moving away from us. So the measurements became at a greater with greater precision. And so that's what lowered the number. I believe the number used to be way higher when Hubble had it. I think when he measured it.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Exactly. Our tools actually got higher precision, and I think they're still using the Hubble Space Telescope to measure that.
And there's a couple things too that go with it too. Like the further you observe, the faster galaxies are going.
Right.
And that's against the constant if it's supposed to be constant, because that's
No,
contrary.
it's not. The
No.
constant is based off the distance. That's the distance develops the
I'm
constant.
talking about the term. That's why I kind of mistake.
Oh yeah. Yes. That's what made it the greater means of precision we have with observing it, the greater, more we'll have the constant to a better number, and then we can have a measurement of like how old the universe is.
And again, right? You have to sort of, you know,
You're right.
look into the context when they say constant, right? It's constant because it is the same everywhere in the universe at the same time. That's the reason why they say it is constant. Not because it doesn't change over time, right? It's constant because at any given time in the universe, it is the same.
Check this out.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about the law of gravity then. And I don't want to derail your conversation, bro.
No. We can go to that.
Right. So we have a contention with the terms of the law of gravity too, because we know gravity, they call it the law, but just like you said, it reacts the same way everywhere. Gravity doesn't. You feel me? So that's the thing that we have to contend with words, what we call things and what they are.
Can you give us an example? Can you give me an example?
One second. I mean, because there's no gravity on different the gravity is different depending on what planet you on.
Hold on.
There ain't no hold on to that. That's how that works.
So you say gravity behaves differently? Or gravity is stronger based on what?
I said what I said.
Based on the mass of the object.
Right.
Well, you know what? Part of what drove, and I was trying to find it, what drove the search for galaxies was Einstein. Hold on, let me say this so you know. The observation of gravitational lensing. And so the retrograde motion of Mercury, but also gravitational lensing, and the fact that you can see the warping of space based off of the massive size of objects. So that drove astronomers to say, let's go search for these galaxies or these stars so we can see the warping of space and measure it so we can get a greater measurement of how gravity works.
Or not. We understand that you know how it works, but that's not, we're talking about the term gravity being a law and if it changes or not. You feel me? Because that can be people's misinterpretation. When we talk about gravity, it is because it hasn't even been proven to work a specific way. All we know, if we drop something, it's going to fall at this velocity. So we see the experiment.
No, but that's the point I'm bringing up, that the proof was in the prediction.
It's still a mystery.
No, that's what I'm explaining to you. The prediction that Einstein made.
Listen to what Kubota is saying. He's breaking it down for you. Go ahead, Kubota.
Two of the predictions, I forget the dates, but two of the predictions, and this was drove. You can go online. There's a bunch of documentaries on it. How during World War II, I believe it was World War II, the scientists in Russia had to run and go through the war of World War I or World War II, so that way they can observe the eclipse to measure, I believe, the retrograde motion of Mercury and to measure the effects of gravity. Einstein predicted that. The other prediction was that large objects in space will warp the space around them and create the image of two images. And so for astronomers prior to Hubble, there was an issue with they kept seeing two images moving in the same motion, but in the different spaces and having the exact same chemical output, like observations on the spectrum, so to say. So when he predicted that would be an outcome of massive amounts of gravity, and that what changed was the way in which he articulated gravity itself. So in a special relativity, the articulation of gravity was through space and time itself. Then when Edwin Hubble discovered that the motion of the galaxies wasn't through the motion of the galaxies itself, it was the space that the galaxies were occupying was moving. And these two things also connected because Einstein predicted all of this. That's why when you're saying gravity didn't have predictions, there were many predictions that were made with special relativity that put special relativity where it is. There's nothing that moves special relativity. So when you say there's other things, that's what I'm saying. When you say there's other things, there's nothing that has moved special relativity off the map. It's just special relativity right now.
That's the part that you don't know, because you said a lot, right? You said a lot. Now explain to me how Brian Greene explains gravity, because you did all the Newtonian into the present. No, don't nobody else move, because this is the piece that he missing. Now, if you can explain that, and
no, you need to explain to us.
No, I explain it. I think I know where he's going with it.
No, I want him to explain to us how Brian Greene explains gravity.
So here's the point that I'm making, because we talking about gravity being a law, and that is the law into the present. But he just said if gravity is a law, he just explained how it just changed through time, right? And I'm saying right now at the present, the cutting edge of science is Brian Greene, and he didn't change it again, regardless of how it works.
Real quick. Let me just say this real quick, right? To be on the cutting, I got you on the theoretical side, though, right?
I'm trying to make this last point.
I got you. Before you make your point, I'm sorry, but go ahead, brother.
So the only point that I'm making, regardless of how the physics work out, right, is that if we say it's a law, we feel that it's absolute, and we just have to be careful to the general public. Us, we understand what that means, because he just showed and proved. He just went through time how
science don't work in absolutes.
How perception of gravity changed. So when you say
we're going to start floating up all of a sudden,
the point, man,
all the principles of force attracting you by great mass is going to remain the same. The reality on the ground is not going to change, right? So gravity itself is not going to change. The explanation may add something, but nothing's going to change.
You don't know that for one, because so let me just say this: you can say nothing is going to change.
I was going to ask you something. I was waiting to ask you something. That's why.
You can have
when they say a law, it just means
time that we see.
Hold on, due diligence. Hold on, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like
when they say law, they just meaning a law is a description of how the universe actually works in reality. So I mean, I think you probably misinterpreted the way they're using the word law. You know.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It's just it's specifically about the attraction between two masses.
We're gonna start tailoring the conversation and asking people to bring up equations and formulas when we're having these conversations. Go ahead, because we just did a whole breakdown of Hubble's law, right? How it works, the layman's explanation. We went through the physics, we went through the actual equations, and then we're back to can't even explain basically what we're talking about in terms of gravity. But
Brendan, can I ask a question? Has Brian Greene debunked Newton or Einstein? No. That's what I want to ask you.
No.
So while we're talking about Brian Greene, has he debunked what has he added to the proof? We need to come and say, I tell people, two things a black man must have, is logic and comprehension. Logic and comprehension. Has Brian Greene debunked Newton or Einstein?
Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you ain't overturning nothing. My 2 feet is going to remain on the ground. So the law still remains. If we add information to the explanation, doesn't change the fact that my 2 feet are stuck to the ground. That law doesn't change. Like, right. It's just common sense.
Yeah, let's talk a bit about the problem they're working out with gravity today, right? One of the biggest problems in terms of within theoretical physics, one of the biggest problems they're working out with gravity today is that it hasn't been quantified, right? Like for instance, right, you have quantum particles for most of the other forces inside of the universe, right? We've quantified it, right? We're still searching, how do you quantify gravity? They call it, we're searching for the gravitron, right? That's one thing, right? And there's another problem, right? When you're talking about quantifying, that goes back to the idea within, we talk about quantum physics, right? Is when you're quantifying everything, is that we haven't reconciled the idea of quantum physics, right, with general relativity as well.
Thank you.
Right? So there are things that science is still working on, right? And you know what? They're taking resumes. Science is taking resumes for
all day, every day.
For any brilliant mind. Right? That understands gravitation, that you want to go out and hey, I can actually go out and help try to solve this problem. How do we quantify gravity? They take a resume.
But you can't start out trying to reinvent the wheel, right? So we already have a law of gravity, right? You have to add to it, not fucking try to. I mean, fine if you can. I don't know. I guess if you could debunk gravity, the law of gravity, go right ahead. But we're trying to advance science, right? We don't want to go back to what's already been established. We need to advance science, right? So we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but they are, like Brendan said, they are taking application.
Like we redefine stuff. Like we had the right to redefine stuff because these people.
We can't do it talking. We can't do it talking. Right?
Challenge. You can challenge anything. It don't mean you're gonna be right. Y'all act like y'all not bold enough to challenge.
Well,
put
your resume in.
You can be wrong. Don't be wrong in public. It's okay.
What are you gonna? So when you say
stand on, you understand what's going on, you can challenge anything.
Go ahead out to CERN and challenge it. Go ahead.
Beat a lot of y'all up on logic alone. I don't have to. I be beating up most of everybody. So you can be right just on logic because a lot of people just repeat, just regurgitate. These people is not critical thinkers, bruh. And I'll show it.
Who ain't?
I ain't gonna bro. I ain't mad at you, bro. I definitely ain't. But to articulate the argument, you have to fully grasp the in and outs of the other side of the person's argument. And that's where it would come down to, like, you should know the basics. Not saying you don't, but the basics of what gravity is, how it works, and how it relates to today's world. And then from there, it was like, all right, why is Brian Greene trying to pursue this exotic version of an explanation or a model to the universe? You see what I mean? And then from there, what predictions is he making that we can look for in the observable universe with his model? Because that's what everything's going to be based off of, not just trying to explain stuff, but also what predictions you make.
Can I jump in a little bit real quick?
Google?
Go ahead, Google.
Yeah.
What's going on, bro? How you doing, man?
All right. How is everybody doing?
All right, peace.
Yeah, it's a very
straighten me out. Straighten all the stuff out that I was wrong on. Go ahead and straighten all that stuff.
Google,
Google be on point, right?
Yeah, he be in the bushes.
You were brilliant, actually. All of you have been brilliant. And even to be fair to due diligence, I understand what he's trying to get at. I don't think he fully grasped all the concepts, but I get the point that he's trying to make. Because to be fair to him, and this is just to spice up the conversation, because we know that even though Einstein's theory of relativity explains gravitation to a fairly good degree, we realize that at the quantum level, it doesn't actually hold true. So that's why physicists are always trying to find a unified theory for it, so that a theory of gravity that works on all levels. Right?
Hold on, say that. You can say that last part again, real quick.
They're trying to find.
Say before what you said before that.
About they're trying to find a unified theory that works at all levels. Yeah, because basically how it came about, right? When Newton developed his theory of gravity, it worked quite well. But we know when we go out into space, into larger distances, that doesn't work. And so that's why special relativity came in to explain the larger distances. But then through the discovery of the quantum level, when we go to the quantum level, special relativity does not work so well. So scientists are trying to find a unified theory to explain all three levels at once. But where I think he's messing up is that he's thinking that means that the idea.
Ain't no messing up. That was perfect.
No. What I'm saying, where you're messing up, is that the idea that would mean that the idea of gravity or the way it functions would change. That would not change. It's just that it would be an extra layer to the explanation of how it works. Just like when Einstein came in, he didn't debunk Newton. He just added an extra layer of explanation so we understand it a little better. So that's what physicists are attempting to do at this point. But at this point, there's been no breakthrough, but they're still trying to work on it.
So that was an argument that somebody else gave me. The only thing that I said was, as far as it being a law, that was the point that I was making. And then you confirmed me. You confirmed me that said, that it's not a law. It doesn't work on the quantum level. It breaks down. That was the contention that I was making. Somebody else made that for me.
I think you have a misunderstanding of how they're using law. Go ahead, though.
That's not how law. Law doesn't mean.
How y'all want to interpret this? How y'all interpret it? But I said what I meant. I said it's not.
Well, we talking about within the nomenclature of this of physics, right?
Yeah, when they
that's
say
what we're talking about.
The law of gravity, that is dealing with the observed fact that mass attracts mass. That will not change.
Won't change. That is not going to change.
Say that. Does it work the same on a quantum level? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, but they can't quantify it. They have not found a particle. It's not particle physics, right? So we have to understand what realm we're talking about here. So when we're talking about the law, it's a description, not
mass attracts.
Somebody arbitrarily made the law or nothing like that. We're talking about a description of actuality, of reality. But go ahead, Google Scholar. You want to say something?
Yeah, due diligence. Do you know due diligence? Do you know the basic laws of gravity equations?
I would like to answer, but everybody want to jump on me when
I'm just asking you if you do. I'm just asking.
The equations, I don't know, but the general way in which the Newtonian way and the present way on the content view, I know there's two different principal views on how it may work.
All right. So let me ask. So do you know what escape velocity is?
So can I ask you a question?
No, the reason I'm asking these things before you go into it, to like
he said he don't know the equations. So to be fair, he
asked him another question.
Well, I'm going because if we're going to discuss gravity, you should know the fundamentals of it. So that's why it's like before you go into a theory that tries to explain the difference of it, I want to know if he understands when we're saying what the law actually applies to. And that's why that would maybe the difference comes into, because the theory of gravity is different than what the law of gravity is applied to.
If you're trying to disqualify me, we can go there. Because listen, this is what you asked specifically. You asked me if I knew the formula. I said no. But I told you that I know the general principles on how the Newtonian way and the present way works. So let me ask you a question.
Present way versus Newtonian way. The Newtonian way is the current way.
That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm like, I don't understand what you're saying.
So let me explain.
General relativity is added.
Everybody just want to talk, but I can't never get a chance to expound on what it is that I'm trying to say because you already figured that you know where I'm going.
No,
I'm trying to build. My bad. I'll shut up, bro. My bad.
They was just asking clarity points, clarity questions. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, we don't have to feel like it's a gotcha situation. We're all trying to learn. None of us are experts. We're just trying to learn.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, Google Scholar he'll tell you he beat me up all the time. So it's nothing. No, like I said, not knowing is no flaw. You know what I mean? We all gonna know. We all gonna know in the end. We're gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
Because I learned something. I love the way Brandon broke it down in the earlier part. That was beautiful.
It was.
Yeah.
So I was asking those questions, dude, just to see which part of gravity you're not actually agreeing with.
Old school.
Yeah, he was just trying to get clarity. They were just trying to ask clarity.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to come at you like that. I was just trying to see like, are we talking about like?
Because if you look at the Newtonian version of gravity and you look at Brian's version of gravity, who is the cutting edge physicist right now, y'all never did answer that question. Asked me to explain it, so let me go ahead and explain it while y'all trying to talk over me. Don't want the people to hear, right? So whenever Brian Greene explains gravity and his math works out, he's saying that the mass, and I'm not a physicist, so I don't want to do this, so you can trip me up on whatever little things that you want to do, but it's different. He's saying that space is actually something, right? Because the old way is space is nothing, right? But
No,
he said,
no.
No, I don't.
No.
I've never heard
Space,
that before.
according to relativity, space is a fabric.
I literally said that space is actually something. That's what's
let me
expanding the
finish.
universe.
Space-time is an actual it's an actual thing.
No,
It's
correct.
a space-time is a
Ben.
fabric.
Newtonian don't account for this. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
the news.
relativity does.
Check it out. Okay. So correct me when I'm done, right?
All
So according to Brian Greene, and we can look it up, whatever y'all want to do. So the prior version is space is empty, right? And even though with stuff in there, it doesn't, this is the thing in and of itself. And Brian Greene, his theory is that the mass of the Earth is setting on space, and it's so dense, it's bringing stuff down, and that's what's creating gravity, because it's pulling stuff toward it because the mass is so great. And this is what Brian Greene brought forward, and because the prior is a pulling method, like everything is being pulled down by these gravitons, and that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's particles just doing it, and it's not in relation of the gravity's mass of sitting on space. Now, I can explain it. I'm not a scientist, but
I think you touched.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. All
right. So again, Einstein in 1904 or something like that put out there that space itself and time are actually something, and the movement of the galaxies is being carried by space itself. Gravity is actually the warping of space-time. And his prediction, which was that if you measure a galaxy with a large enough mass, actually a star at the time, or an object with large enough mass, you will see two objects appear if you are within the focal length. It's the same way if you keep your finger towards your eye and you move it towards a point when you start to see two fingers, is because you're within the focal length. You have to move your finger to the point where you see one, and that's your natural focal length. So it's the same way in which gravitational lensing, he proved that the space itself is warping. He proved that 100 years ago. And that also led to the ideas of the event horizon, which that Schwarzschild radius pushed out, and of course the black holes. And that at that time, they thought that black holes were just these remedial objects that were postulates, and now it's known that black holes are actually inside of the center of almost all galaxies. This is where these things came together. Now, the symmetry that he is trying to find, which I was trying to hear from you, is the fact that there's a need for more mass in our galaxy for the Big Bang to work and for the observations we see with galaxies and their movement. That is what's bringing issues with gravity. And it's not even gravity, it's the fact that we don't observe enough mass. So it's making
that's where dark matter comes in at, where we don't observe enough mass. Now we account for we use dark matter to account.
But dark matter isn't anything.
The galaxies.
It's just something that is assumed based off of the observation of the movement of the galaxies causes, and the reality that the galaxies are moving in a certain way. The force that's needed to produce that type of movement requires a mass. So force and mass can be synonymous, so the mass itself is the resistance to force. So you can just deduce that there must be a matter itself, because there has to be something providing that force. So that's the observation. I was just telling him that where people are looking for a different understanding of gravity is because the idea is that they can't find a mass, and they've been looking for this mass for a long time, and they're like, you know what, maybe we're looking at gravity wrong. And that's what I was trying to explain, the due diligence. This is where Brian Greene and other people are trying to say, if I'm wrong, this is where this is leading them to say, let's look for a different explanation for gravity and a super symmetry on a super size scale, because they're trying to find a different way of looking at the mass requirements for the expansion of the universe. That's what I was saying, the due diligence. That's what I was asking, where are you looking at with gravity at?
Yeah, I actually understood all of that. I can't believe it. No, that was good. That was good.
You've been studying.
No.
You've been studying. Hey, that was a beautiful explanation, Q.
No, usually when I listen to these things, I have to listen to them 2 times to get what they're saying. But I got that, so that was good.
That's cold-blooded.
Yeah, I was gonna say with
that
the
was
Big
surgical,
Bang.
Q Butter. That was surgical, man.
No doubt.
One thing
That
I
was
have
beautiful.
to do, you know what I've learned on this particular show? I've got to get a good digital copy of a physics textbook, right? Because I only have a hard copy of my go-to physics book, but I've got digital copies of my my astronomy stuff. So I got to get a digital copy of a physics. Can you give us a recommendation, Q, for a good text, collegiate level physics book for us and our audience?
I gotta go upstairs and grab it, but I definitely could. But I will say my cheat code. Yeah, I can go up and grab it. My cheat code is just look up a collegiate level curriculum and just find collegiate level resources. If you can't afford a book.
All right. Yep.
Yeah. I definitely recommend good authors, man. Find the subject matter and so say like black holes, like Q Butter just mentioned black holes, man. One of the best people who the writer, as far as the writing goes, is Alex Filipinko, and he does great course. He does great course things too. So yeah, I like the way he explains things. It's all about the way being able to grasp the subject matter. So it's not about who's leading in the field or the best textbook. It's about the author, or if you can understand textbooks and you can go through a textbook and get it that way, that's fine too. But I like to choose good authors that can explain those complex subject matters in the way that Q Butter just did. Q Butter just explained that very well. You know what I'm saying? So most of the time, it's the enthusiasts that actually explain it a lot better than the actual physicists. You know what I'm saying? So I like David Etcher. I always mention David Etcher. He's also a great author. He's actually not a physicist. He's just an enthusiast. But he's like he's one of the leading. He's over one of these observatories. I can't remember which observatory he's over, but he's definitely credible. But at the same time, he is an enthusiast. So I just like this the better authors or whatever. So go ahead, Q Butter. You got some books you want to?
I would say if you want, grab a good. I don't have my high school one in front of me, but this is an introductory book. So this is not like high algebra based. So pretty much they don't give you the derivatives for the formulas. They just give you the formula straight out. You don't have to understand the math of it. This one is derivative based, but algebra. So you have to understand, of course, your function, the linear algebra, basic, math and shit like that on algebraic level. You don't have to know calculus for this book. This is Resnick, I believe. And then this is calculus based. So you gotta know your derivatives, and of course, your antiderivative or integration. So that's calculus based. Yeah.
And that's pretty heavy. Those is basically textbooks, right? Those is pretty heavy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, textbooks only. If you're not gonna buy a textbook, I'm with the Google Scholar. I share my own. I can share my screen.
Yeah,
go ahead. Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
So this is what he was talking about. This is what I taught this year. This is what I use this year for physics with my students. Samples of facts, observations, tools. I'm going to expand on this and make this better. Hypothesis. Took too long time doing hypothesis. Most kids didn't know about that. Scientific method, chemistry. And so for me, like I was saying, I teach chemistry and physics first. I think chemistry should always be taught first because you're going to be talking about a bunch of stuff in physics. You know what the hell you're talking about. States of matter, of course, blah, blah, blah. Knowing the structure of the atoms. electron configuration. This is basic. Everybody should know up to the 20th, electron or the electron configuration, or rather the 20th molecule or atom, whatever. So forth. Atomic structure, knowing the atomic structure, how to read the atomic structure. This is what I teach for my kids with. So again, this is conductivity, blah, blah, blah. Just running through. But I know the brother was asking about physics. This is only physics 1. Physics is typically broken up into like 2 to 3 sections, depending on what school of thought you in. And what level. So this is just mechanics, so I just sort of stress it, focus on teaching mechanics this year with the kids.
This high school?
This is, I teach from 6 to 12. So I pretty much, these are the different equations, blah, 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 derivatives, blah, blah, blah. This is them knowing have to know the derivatives. I stress that they know the derivatives from the earliest one as possible. They should be able to know it from the backwards and get introduced to it as much as possible. So yeah, then the forces. But then the other I wanted to show, this was my astronomy one he was talking about. And when he was sharing yours, this is what I teach for astronomy. This was my last year. When I went in last year way too much, I really went in too far with astronomy last year. It took me too long. But I would definitely love to share this with you. This is definitely, I went pretty far in with this one. The only thing I could have went further with the math, and I wanted to add more math into it. But this is the composition. When you're talking about dark matter, composition of our universe, of course, everybody should know the basis of that. How do we know dark matter exists? You see what I mean? So far, none of these are spiritually defective wimps, but these are different things, composition, so on and so I'm going backwards. Cosmic web, how do we know dark matter exists? Cosmic web, blah, blah, blah. The real cosmic expansion is what the brother was just talking about, 1929, Edwin Hubble. There's a rate of expansion like he was discussing. Cepheid variables are the main type of stars that they actually were monitored, observing to monitor the expansion. Other techniques for measuring the distance, you see what I mean, that they use. Like he said, that's mad important to know. Then you say cosmic microwave background radiation, the observation that make that up, and those two being like the main background of the Big Bang model. When it was discovered. So I teach that very much. But make sure I teach the students know the observations that led to the theories. Just don't say you don't like the theory. If you don't want to discuss the theories and difference in the theory, understand the observations at all times. Cosmic web, definitely in there. All these things are all, of course, pushing the ideas of the Big Bang and other aspects of the cosmological theories. So this is here when the brother was asking about gravity. These are some of the things that were ideas at first. AGI, active galactic nuclei. These things were just confusing very much 30, 40 years ago. So now they know that this is coming from black holes. The only thing that can hold a galaxy of this or anything of this size has to be a black hole. So the destructive forces that's created by the capturing and the destruction of this energy can only be powered by black holes. This, of course, was ideas that was postulated through special relativity, and this is where we are with it. And this is like the forefront of it. So when we're talking about the observations, this is direct, this is direct what's going on in the universe right now. Why do these galaxies have this shape? Gravity. So when we're talking about taking out gravity, there's so many things that gravity has already explained.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
how are you just gonna take that out? That's the biggest problem with. I hate bringing up the flat Earth, right? But I have to, because they throw so much out, right? For the flat Earth to work, you have to completely throw away the law of gravity, right? You mentioned this earlier. So what do you replace that with? How do we explain what we're seeing in the natural world when we throw out the law of gravity at this point, right? We're
density. That's what they say. They say density.
That shit's confusing as hell.
And it is confusing. But yeah.
So then you know what word I like to ask him? What does viscosity mean? It stops right there.
Oh my God. What I want to add is we can do all the reading we want, but if we enter into any subject with a confirmation bias, thinking that we're gonna find something or we're gonna disprove what is, then we misinterpret when we read stuff that says something a little bit different. There is nothing, no one is gonna write that is going to eliminate the law of gravity. We can find or search for alternative explanations because we know for a fact we do not know what grounds gravity. That's a fact. So they are continuing to search for what grounds gravity. But the law of gravity, the fact that mass attracts, that's never going to change. Because if you change that, that means I'm going to float up in the air.
And not only that, when Q Butter was showing those observations of the supermassive black holes, that was demonstrating Einstein. That was a prediction that Einstein made. Yeah. You can see the supermassive black holes. That's actually what you are observing is the supermassive black hole bending space-time, pulling objects towards its event horizon. And that's what you're seeing, the event horizon. I think Q Butter mentioned that earlier too. So that just goes to show, how these laws, how these scientific theories actually make predictions. You know what I mean?
Right. And even and how they even pose additional questions, right?
Brian Green, because Brian Green, here's an article right here that speaks on kind of the questions of where we are right now. So they asked him the question, and there's a couple questions, if y'all would allow me. Mm-hmm. So the question is, so many people are just looking for answers, right? They just want to be told 1 + 1 = 2 or E = MC squared, and they never think about it again. And then, so this is Brian Green answering. He said, that's right. We're in the business of an ongoing, rather twisted and torturous, profoundly interesting journey to understand the world more deeply. There aren't simple, we close the door, please. There aren't simple answers, and there aren't answers that will stand for all time. What we do is work out provisional understandings that are able to describe what we've observed. And we do that through the hard work of observation and experiments and analysis. We take the provisional idea and we test it and we smash it with sledgehammers and see if it breaks. And inevitably, when it does, we come up with even more powerful ideas to take us the next step forward. So I agree with my brothers this is just my perspective. I feel like we have to be careful when we start talking about laws, because a lot of times, man, especially fundamental, groundbreaking stuff, we can consider laws and it can be unturned, and we don't want to get stuck. You know what I'm saying? If you believe something,
I gotta ask you. So what other law? So what other law you want to go after, bro?
Again, you're misinterpreting the way we're using the word law.
In order to again. So if you just allow me to speak, I don't mind if you guys rebutted me.
No, we have allowed you. You said what you had to say. We got your point. You can't just go on the whole rant,
brother.
We're not gonna. We have to go point for point. You made that point. Now we want to address that. Then you can come back and make another point. You can't do the gish. Don't do the gish gallop with us. Don't do the. We are against the gish gallop over here. We want clarity. So you can't say one thing and then jump over to the next subject. You know what I'm saying? It just don't work like that, right? So, Q Butter, you wanted to address something he just said there.
Just one.
Go ahead, Brendan. Go ahead, Brendan.
Just one more point of decorum, right? I asked everybody on the panel, right, because I'm trying to keep the flow of the conversations going, right? If I mute you, don't come off mute, right? Just to keep I just ask out of courtesy, so that I don't have to put everybody on mute in here and then just going back and forth. If I put you on mute, because I'm doing that for a reason. So all right, go ahead, Q.
No, I just wanted to ask. So, what other laws do you have issues with?
All right, come on.
So the thing is, I don't have a issue with laws per se. All I'm trying to get across, and I wish you guys would just hear me, is that on a quantum level, gravity it's not across the board. So we just have to be careful. And I know you guys understand that, but things are only what they are into a
No, they just have not observed it on a quantum level. It's not about whether gravity is going to not work the way gravity works anymore, bro. So
you know what though? I'll say though, bro, they're gonna find a connection, but the reality is one is for one side of the spectrum, one is for the other. You don't use quantum mechanics when you're dealing with huge celestial objects.
Right.
So you don't use a hammer to fix everything, bro.
Yeah, it's just
here's another conundrum. I'll give you another one.
Question. It's a simple question. So why in the hell are they looking for the unified theory? Why?
Let me give you an example, right? Let me give you an example, right? And
I
just said here's another conundrum, right?
Answer the question.
Physicists, let me answer it. Physicists don't know why objects have mass, right? We don't know what makes why is matter massive, right? But what we do, I guess, a theory, right, is it lends credence to gravity, right? In what we call, when you look at gravity at the quantum level, right? So when you go into what we call the quantum field theory, and you guys were sort of talking about that when you talk about string theory and all this, and when you get into the quantum level, right? What we're beginning to sort of theorize around is that all of the fundamental forces inside of the universe, what we see, the strong force, the weak force, all this, and even gravity, right? These are actually quantum excitations of these fields, right? And then all of these individual fields interact with each other, right? And the interaction between these fields, you say the quantum excitation is what gives rise to everything that we see in our physical universe, right? Like protons, right? Neutrons, right? All of the matter that we see in the universe is basically a configuration between the interactions of all of these fields. And what they're theorizing, right, is that the matter that we see, what gives matter mass, right, is an interaction between what we call the Higgs field and the gravitational field, right? And they're theorizing that quantum excitation between those particular fields is what gives rise to mass within matter. But again, that's highly theoretical. But these are this is how science is actually answering some of these questions that you're asking right now.
Can I add to that? Even with the way he worded it, right? Mm-hmm. The perception of the field, right? In electricity, I was just researching and stuff, and I had to take we think electron. It's electronic field. It's an electron field. It's the field that is dealing with the electricity. All of that is what's pushing it. It's not a little thing going back and forth. That's right. The wrong way to conceptualize electricity. But now, even when you're saying connecting, it's like, then I love this conversation. It's the electron, bro. Like the electron, the understanding of the electron and how it would, I almost wanted to do a little document just on my kids. Like, yo, the electron has grown in its understanding. Our understanding of the electron has completely changed and revolutionized over these last 50 to 100 years, like almost literally over 100 years. And now it's the electron is the forefront of what the conversation is. And that is going
to somebody put in the chat. Said the God particle, right? Exactly.
Hold on, let's stay right there because he said something that's profound. Because the whole way that we look at particles and waves now is different, right? So the way we looking at gravity is different too. Because in the past we thought particles were these little balls, and then how they react to one another, how things work. And now we're looking at it as they can act as waves, and then now we also looking at it as it can react as waves and particle depending on who's looking at it. This is the thing.
That's 100 years old, though. That's the double slit experiment showed that 100 years ago.
Nobody is saying how old. That's not in question, but we talking about reality and how it works because these things prove that reality is not necessarily the way that it seems all the way around the board. If something can change if you're looking at it.
We got to be careful with that double split.
Stop. Let's back up. Observation, that means human interference. That means actively interfering with the observation is what causes that so-called one slot. We know the slot that it's going to go in because we physically interfere with it. It's not because we are looking at it with the eyes and the mind and consciousness. Oh no, we're not going there. We are not going there.
Right, the tool
and not only that though, the tool is so sensitive. Those particles. Listen, buddy. The particles are so light that the photons interfere with the. You have to have a light to see. You know, human beings need a light to see. So a photon is a particle the same size as the particle you're trying to observe. You know what I mean? So that's interference also. But go ahead, y'all. You go ahead, due diligence.
He totally mischaracterized the slit particle experiment because he said we know what slit is going to go through, and that's totally not true. If we look up the experiment, we can look it up right now because the thing is, it's a blind experiment. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what it's going to do, and the what they recorded or what it did shocked the whole goddamn world. That's the whole point, is that we didn't know it was going to act the way that it acted. Sometimes it acts as particles, sometimes it acts as waves. And we need to quit acting as if we know these things. And that's the whole contention that I got with you guys, because people are acting like they know what gravity do.
No, but it didn't. What happened was it added to the knowledge that was already. It didn't overturn anything.
Nobody said overturn nothing. Why you keep saying that I said that? I'm not saying
no, but you're saying
you have to be careful with this double slit, whatever you call it, this experiment, right? The point that Cedric was making, right, and I think the point that Corey was making, right, is that the observation tool, right, was causing interference in the experiment, right? It wasn't that the objects were acting different. Is that the photons, the light that they were using with the tool, was causing interference with the experiment and causing distortion. It was causing distortion.
So it's a bogus test. The test is not valid. Is that what you? Because I didn't know it. If you're saying that the test is bogus, then that's new on me.
No, we're not saying it's a bogus test. It added information to the field of science, bro. What part about that can't you get? We're not saying it's you setting up a false dichotomy, and that's what you're looking for.
No,
these absolutes, and I keep trying to tell you that science don't work in absolutes, bro.
How does it not, Corey? How does it not kill your eye?
Learn that the double function. Learn through that experiment. We learned that it had
because we learning here. We're all learning. We're all learning.
So that experiment taught us that there is a wave and a particle function to light.
Yeah,
that's what that experiment taught us. It showed us the fact that, hey, it's a particle and a wave. It can behave both ways. That is what was the great discovery of that experiment. Not this consciousness and observation forces the thing to operate different. So the awareness of the human has an actual effect on reality. You in the pseudo killers, dude.
So check it out. This is the point that I'm making, right? Because the point we was talking about is things being laws. So I brought that up as a contention, is that we thought
you want to? Can we put?
I think you anti-science.
No, we just need to pull up. We just need to pull up the definition of a scientific law.
Somebody in there, yeah.
He's misinterpreting that. Hold on.
Let me finish then and correct me after I'm done. It's all good. I'll let y'all know when I correct y'all. You feel me? So at one point in time, science was acting as if particles reacted as just particles. There was no wave. Waves you deal with sounds and energy and shit. And the split particle experiment proved that particles can act as waves also, which leads to the point that I was making. Things are not always laws like we think they are, because at one point
that wasn't a law though.
Can I ask a question, please? Please, I've been waiting.
Please allow me to ask a question, bro.
It was
please allow me.
Go ahead, Stu Pease. You want to say something, brother?
Please, let me ask a question, please. You ready? Which laws are being disputed? Are all laws being disputed, or the law of gravity is being disputed? Because I don't understand where he's going. He's saying laws. And you have to be specific. Are you saying not all laws are laws, or just some laws are laws? Which laws are being disputed? I need to know that. Which law are you disputing?
I got you. I'm saying is don't be no coward and challenge.
No, that's which law? Which law? That not answer the question.
Be no coward and challenge every law, and then qualify it yourself. That's all I'm saying.
No. You are disputing a law.
He sound like
me.
boy.
Well, look here. I
subscribe
believe
to the science.
Stand on your square.
Yeah,
stand on your square.
Exactly.
Please stand on your square. Which
you
square
took
you
the
standing
words
on?
out of my mouth, Brandon.
We're not standing. We're not outlining any borders here. Stand on your square. Which law is being disputed?
Okay, so let me tell you specifically, right? Me personally, if I have an issue with a law, I would challenge it regardless of
which law. You're not answering the question. Which law?
We talking about gravity.
No.
All right. So how you gonna challenge gravity? I just want to know how you gonna challenge gravity. I'm just trying to figure this out.
I just did.
We're not saying every law.
Yeah,
which
you
law?
The leading physicist in the realm. You feel me? And I challenge
the
you.
Leading physicist in gravity.
No.
Are you saying that he's better than Einstein and Newton? Are you saying that David Green is better than Newton and Einstein?
Why y'all want to keep back the conversation? Did I challenge
No, you said leading.
Yeah, he's saying leading today as of today, but he's not even that. He's not even
not. But he's challenging, and his theories work out in math. So his theories is valid just as Einstein's. It works out in math. We just have to prove it on both ends. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's one is better.
So I just want to know what is all right. So what is his
realize it? You feel me?
What is his gravitational experience? What is his equation? What is his equation for gravity?
Hey, don't throw your gun. Please don't throw your gun.
What is his equation? What is his that you gotta due diligence? I don't want you to go this way. I'm just asking to say if you're saying if you say you don't fuck with cars, right? You got to be able to say like, the reason why I don't fuck with cars is because the typical car uses combustion engines. My issue with combustion engines lies in the emissions, the overusage of petroleum, the wasting overuses of metals, and the industry that's supplied by it. See what I'm saying? So that's what we're asking. Like, all right, so now if you're saying that your issue with cars is that, what's the dude that makes what's the Tesla dude? Elon. You're like Elon Musk says that cars are no good no more. And you're like, well, what's your issue with cars? He's like, well, Elon Musk says it's no good. Well, what's your issue with the combustion engine? Well, Elon Musk said the electric engine is so good. So what's the difference between the electric and this engine? You're like, well, Elon Musk. And that's like, no offense to Elon Musk. But it's like, bro, like we want to understand your understanding of gravity itself. And that's why I was asking, like, so you can understand where the conversation is going. Like, is there an issue with the gravitational constant? Is there an issue with the idea that objects are attracted to each other via space-time itself? Like, is your issue with the number 6.67 times 10 to the negative 11 newtons per kilogram squared something? I forgot something in there. But is there an issue with that number? Like, what specifically do you have an issue with? Not David Green. What do you have an issue with? Do you saying that the gravity explanations that we use aren't effective with explaining projectile motion? Are you saying that you have which one are you stating? That's what I'm trying to understand from your perspective. Not David Green.
Okay. So petty, you know what I'm saying, elementary debate tactics on switching the subject, man. People gonna see. You feel me? So
no, stand on your square. Stop that. Stand on your square. That's all he's asking.
I thought that was a good analogy, though, bro. I thought that was a really good
stand
analogy.
On your square. That's all he's asking you. What square are you standing on?
You feel me? I'll go anytime you let me go, but every time y'all turn into some y'all want to stone me.
I'm gonna mute everybody else.
Y'all act like y'all can't reprimand me after I speak. Show some decorum, man. This is supposed to be the pseudo killers. Show some decorum.
Go.
So I already answered the question. You feel me? I already answered the question. I don't understand what you don't understand about my answer as far as, we have another competing theory. You feel me? Y'all stuck on, you know what I'm saying, on the previous theory. And I feel like, and I never said it'll be uprooted and overturned. I'm saying there's another way to look at it. That's simple. And it feel like y'all can't accept that. Like, why y'all
I got a question.
acting like I'm out of bounds?
What is the way? What
with
is the way to look at it?
modern science? Like, I feel like we all should be challenging modern science, and this is why I salute Wujawu and Asar, because
we don't challenge modern science over here.
All right, first of all, Brian Greene does not have any theory on gravity. Can you post a link to his theory on gravity?
That's what I was.
He has no theory on gravity. Like, where is the theory?
I can't get it. It's all good. Y'all don't have the balls to challenge the consensus.
You're right. I'm a dead pussy. I just want to know where's the link at for Brian Greene's
Yeah,
theory on
he's
gravity.
subscribed to Science with Sean. He been listening to Science.
Like, where's the link?
You realize it? No. You realize it, Brendan, said that don't stand on the square. That's a Wujawu tactics. The Wujawu tactics, you cannot stand in the square. Give that definite thing that you're disputing. There's no definite thing that he has given us that he's disputing. He's border on the square. We need people to stand on the square.
Yeah, because Brian Greene doesn't say what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm lost with it. I don't see nowhere that he says.
Brian Greene is actually a credible physicist. That's why I'm studying, like, trying to figure out, like, what is he thinking that Brian Greene is saying? Like, what is
gravity for dummies?
Explain to me Brian Greene's thing. That's what we're trying to get out of you. Like, we need an explanation here, brother.
Where is the link?
And you know what? I get it. You don't like the nomenclature law. Okay. Some people don't like the law. Okay, call it something.
Yeah, but law in this sense is descriptive.
I already told him it's a description
of mass attracting mass doesn't
call
change.
It a description, right? The description of the universal theory of gravity, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't like the law.
Mass.
He doesn't like that. He doesn't
mass
like that
gonna attract mass.
Right.
100 million years from now, mass attracts mass. That's the description of what that process is. We call it the law of gravity.
I think we do. I think we get it.
I think you don't, but it's okay.
Yeah. But you know what? This is great. You know what? This is great. What's great about these panels is that we can come in, we can have the conversations without talking over each other, right? We can have these conversations.
Yeah, because
disagree, right, and sort of work it out, right?
I'd rather this shit over
because
some
we
Can I also
quickly
add something to this? Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
we got
Corey,
an audience. Hold on. You can go after me, Google, because I really want to hear what you got to say, bro. you always impress me. But I was gonna say we got an audience in these conversations is good because it may be some people in the audience who are having these same thoughts. So that's why we really want to hear like that's what we trying to get out of you. Due diligence is like, what are you actually saying so that we can get to the bottom of it? You know, we're over here not to challenge. Like I said, we don't challenge the scientific consensus over here. We're over here to gain an understanding of what the scientific consensus is, right? So if we want to challenge the scientific consensus, Brendan said it best. You know, they take applications every day. So you know what I mean. That this is the pseudo killers is not the place, and to come over and YouTube and places like that and arguing with Concrete Corey and you know and Q Butter and Google Scholar. That's not the realm to challenge the consensus. This is the realm to gain an understanding of what's actually being said in the scientific world or the scientific consensus. But go ahead, Q.
We need to cut that out, put some music to it, and use it as an intro call.
Yeah.
Google Scholar time. Go ahead, Google.
Google Scholar.
Yeah, no, what I wanted to say is that,
and put some music to it and make that our entry over here. We don't challenge it. We here.
We gotta clip that.
With that smooth voice. We need to add some music to that. Somebody hook that up.
We gotta put
man, that was good.
That. Yeah, that was nice.
You don't pat yourself on the back, but it's all good. So what I would like to
No,
hold on before you go.
Google Scholar time. Google Scholar. Google Scholar.
Go Google.
What I wanted to say is that it's important that we don't get too caught up, because right away I see that we're kind of overstepping the scientific method. Yeah, it is important because when you say Brian Greene has a theory, that's not true, right? He at best he has an hypothesis.
Absolutely.
And we are not qualified enough to validate whether he has a valid hypothesis, right? It's the experts that are going to look at it and determine if he does. And so if he does, they will look at it and say, you know what, he does have a valid hypothesis. And that's why we have the scientific method, right? Because as much as we read and we have some sort of understanding of the ideas, we really couldn't be able to tell if he has a valid hypothesis, right?
I disagree.
So
we could.
We could.
That's the beauty of physics. The simplest aspect of physics. It cannot be complicated.
But let's let Google Scholar get his.
My bad.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. If you could, I'm gonna put my hands up and say I wouldn't be able to tell. I would still have to rely on the experts to tell me. Yeah.
I can give an example that I think, and you guys tell me.
Don't give an example. I put you on mute. Don't come off mute, man. Golly, man.
You keep talking over me. Whenever I'm talking, you just move.
I'm the host of the show, bro.
I'm just saying, people talk to me, then you respond. Why I can't respond to people?
If you don't, we're gonna have to remove you from the show. I don't want to remove you from the show. I just want to let the brothers get their words out. Okay.
Go ahead, Google.
All right, let's get them out.
No.
Okay.
No, that's all I wanted to say, really.
See, you messed it up. See, this is how you mess up.
No, I couldn't validate Einstein. I couldn't validate Einstein theory. Nobody knew could validate Einstein theory. We're not at that level. After it is validated and explained in a manner that laymen can understand it, that's when we can enter the discussion. But when Einstein first presented his theory, nobody in here could validate it. We are laymen. You undermine it. It's like we talk about this NBA player and this backyard person with a milk crate as a hoop. And because he scored 23 points in the milk crate, he's saying that he can challenge Larry Bird or Steph Curry. You have a fucking milk crate, man. You don't even have a rim. You have a milk crate. Are you talking about use Larry Bird or Steph Curry?
Hey, that's gonna be the intro right there.
If they put the whole equation down from Einstein, mind you, I do biochemistry. If they put the whole equation down from Einstein to reach to E is MC square, we all gonna just hang up the phone and call it good night because we wouldn't know where to start reading.
Right.
We don't even know where to. It's somebody else. It's after somebody know who understand it can break it down in layman terms.
This nigga playing sock basketball. He got a hanger. He got a hanger.
Always not won't say it like that. I wanna. My bad.
But Q, you a step above. Okay, Q. When it comes to physics and doing the actual calculation, you ain't no layman amongst us. You might be in the amateur league, but you ain't got no hoop, no cardboard hoop in the back of your yard. You playing at least.
At least he's on the court. At least he's on the court.
You at least on the court with this stuff.
Q, be honest. Q.
That nigga got a sock.
Einstein.
Hey, y'all remember that
Einstein
had a hanger in the sock back in the day?
The only reason I'll say why.
Let me ask. No. Let me ask you a question before you answer, Q. Q, please. Let me ask you a question before you answer. You met Newton when he was in the process of developing calculus. Could you have finished it when he was in the process of developing it? Could you have finished it?
I ain't gonna lie. Respectfully,
calculus.
I ain't gonna lie. Respectfully, I put Newton in a different caliber, and I'll be on my super black. I put Newton in a different box, even against like Einstein. Newton was on a different level.
Cum laude, the greatest of the greatest.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like he was up there.
When Newton was developing calculus, and you came in like the 5th day, and he was on the chalkboard writing, and he gave you the chalk and said, "Finish it, Q." What would you do? You'd have done
it depends. Again, it depends because the fundamental theorem of calculus, like he brought that together, but there was like, I forgot the other two people. There was like three other dudes that were helping with calculus, and then the analytical view of calculus for the curvature, measuring the curve was like, I don't look at, for me, it's like I'm not going to take away. I'm not taking away from these people. I'm not. Let me make sure that's clear. What I was just saying with the brother was that the physics has to be applicable at the layman level. So yes, somebody can come up with a huge book and theoretical stuff, but it still has to work for the Navy.
Of course it has.
Right.
When he was doing
you see which level you go at still, Q, you still end up at the Navy. We in the backyard playing with cardboard boxes, Q. Like you just got to acknowledge when it comes to the physics, you just a step above. When it comes to breaking down the astro stuff, when Corey goes in, I just mute my mic, lay down, and just listen. Cause everybody got their little step above. You understand? So bear with us, cause you be kicking some stuff right now that I have to be like, okay, yeah. How does that go again? Damn, shit.
No,
it's going too quick.
But think about it this way. When America wanted to go to space, they went and get Oppenheimer, a Jew-killing Nazi, because it's not everybody could do the maths.
You understand?
You relied on a Jew-killing Nazi because not everybody can do the maths. You went for that dude, and he was the head of your program, and you hide his history because you needed to go to the moon.
And
it is
we
not
over
as easy
here
as people sitting down. People out there sitting with, as I said, talking. You went for a Jew-killing Nazi because he understands the maths.
And we over here thinking that Green, or some partner named Green, dismissed the law of gravity. All of us starting to float now.
Again, what we saw here was a textbook example of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Right.
This is the psychological phenomenon where the most uninformed and incompetent people are unaware of their own level of incompetence. Right?
And don't want to realize it when it's made plain
you overestimate the depth of your expertise, right? And not only, right, are those people tend to be the most confident in their abilities, they're often the people that show the poorest performance.
Right. Absolutely.
This is classic Dunning-Kruger
Simple lack of comprehension. You can be wrong on so many levels and think that you have an argument.
It's cognitive bias. You have a lack of awareness of your own limitations, right? We don't know what we don't know. You have to have a fundamental foundational level of competency, right? To even begin to ask the right questions, right? This is what they teach you and train you for when you go to academia, right? You have to have a fundamental understanding before you can even ask the right questions, right? Who was it? The scholar, I think it was John Henry Clark, right? He says, he said, by your questions, I know what you haven't read, right? I think that was one of his famous quotes. I might be butchering it, right? But that's one of his things. But it leads to that, right? This is the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Definitely. I think people have used that quote, but it was misplaced, right? Out of context, they've used that quote.
I think that was in context.
That was the Big Bang Theory. Context.
Now, when I say I don't mess with the Big Bang Theory, I'm not coming from that perspective. No,
why not? Why not?
I respect the need for the model, and that's why I'm not the one to go against it. I just think it's a little early in our assumptions. Some of the assumptions that have to be made for the Big Bang to work, and some of the observations that led to it was still like very early on, you know. And so to just jump to the leaps and then the history, if I'm not mistaken, the Big Bang concept comes from like the church, and then they kind of had this. You know, they had this little like primordial ball, And then it was just like this thing that had everything in it. I'm like, what about thermodynamics? Like, what do you mean everything was in this singularity? Where the fuck was this singularity at? I'm sorry, that automatically brings in more dimensions. It's like, so space.
No, you don't see, that's the thing about it. It's like when you ask that question, where was the singularity at? It's like, that's not that entails there was a somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Like that entails space-time, and we know that space-time came into existence with the expansion of this
but you see that came to existence, that breaks the law of thermodynamics. Like space has to be existent, that you can't, like I've read people where they separate space, they separate mass, and they're like, no, this is the observable part, and then what we cannot, like for me, that was just an uncomfortable space. Like, all right, so like there's nowhere.
Yeah, but
well, because the fabric hadn't been spread out yet. You know what I'm saying?
Not only does the law of thermodynamics break down, the law of gravity and all of the other laws break down when we talk
absolutely.
About
that for me is not comfortable. At the Planck constant is not.
It is very uncomfortable, right? So
that's why I say when I say, not to get ahead, brother.
No, you go ahead.
No, that's what I said when I said before. Like, I don't really I teach the observations that led to the Big Bang. I explained the reality of the model and why the model is good, but I also explained to them, like, look, there's room for further growth in this model or the need for another model. But this is also the reason
there are questions that have not been answered, definitely. So it's not. Yeah, I definitely appreciate that, but I think it's all within the theory. Why these like the thermodynamics, the thermodynamics break down. A lot of these other laws break down on the quantum level also. You know what I'm saying? So this is where
have a theory that breaks, like, to break down, like quantum mechanics is like one of all of the laws in quantum mechanics. If I'm not mistaken, those are the big homies of laws. Quantum mechanics and thermodynamics.
Their
laws you don't break their laws. They're like, no, you just come up with a new idea. That's really what they tell you. Like, come up with a new idea. You cannot break our laws. You can play with gravity if you want, but don't come over here with thermodynamics. They've been proven thousands of times over. You're not. So that's why for me, it's like, how do we just skip? What do you mean they came into existence? Where was this existence at? I am so space.
Like all of those, even those laws have developed within. You know what I'm saying? Within that expansion. You know what I'm saying? That's just, I don't know. That's the deep understanding of physics.
Even
those are the questions that physics are attempting to answer.
Yeah, how did the expansion of the universe, that moment when the expansion of the universe happened, right? That's still one of those questions, right?
Yeah, you're talking about beyond the moment of the 10 to the negative 43. But go ahead.
But what we can see is remnants from that expansion, right? In the cosmic microwave background. That's one of those things from a mathematical perspective, right? That's one of those theories that actually explains it, right? And one of the reasons why, right, it explains it is because the consistency, right, of the cosmic microwave background throughout the entire cosmos, right? How could you have this one point of radiation, no matter what direction that you look at it from, right? Any of the observations, it's the same wavelength, right? Meaning it's the same temperature, right? Wavelength and temperature is similar, right? It correlates, right? How do we actually explain this, right? One of the explanations is the expansion of the universe, right? The expansion, right? That radiation that existed, right? In that very moment, right? When the expansion happened, actually spread that cosmic microwave background through the cosmos. Right,
and it's actually measurable, Brendan. They measure that through Kelvin. They make that measurement through Kelvin,
right?
And this is everywhere at the same time.
Right.
But go ahead.
And that's why they call it the microwave background, right? Because heat, right? It correlates to wavelength, right? So if we know the heat of something, we can actually calculate the wavelength as well. That's why when you say I can measure the temperature of the cosmic microwave background, because it's in the microwave spectrum. You see?
Yeah, that was their greatest. That was their greatest thing. That's their top prediction. You know what I mean? But there was who
that
was
and
it?
the expansion of the universe.
And then Max Planck.
The expansion they had.
Max
didn't they have
Planck
to add the expansion?
even went on ahead and counter.
Yep.
Go ahead, John. I was just gonna say Max Planck confirmed it with his observations too.
What he said?
He's breaking up. Let's give. Go ahead.
I can't hear him.
You breaking up just a bit. Hey, Stoopies, jump off and jump back on because I think you're breaking up. But go ahead, Corey.
No, I was just gonna say that what you had explained was all confirmed by Max Planck. So you know what I'm saying. We can look at the Planck Institute and what they did with the cosmic microwave background also.
Right.
They also got a little issue and that doesn't take away from the Big Bang. The cosmic microwave background radiation. Again, the assumption, the jump, like the direct evidence for the expansion is in stone. The expansion and its acceleration, we're going to talk about that one. But the fact that we need to be able to see and say that it was all together at one point, which is the logical assumption, with the span was this size, it was smaller at some size. I don't disagree with that. It just brings up that issue of the space being inside of a space. You can't say it's not anywhere. You can't. That's just it's geometry.
Well, if space-time doesn't exist, then actually you can. But like I said, though, Q,
again, you cannot.
These are the questions on the forefront.
Yeah, I love these. I love you. Thank you so much.
We definitely. I'm not mad at you for asking these questions because these are the questions that are on the forefront of astrophysics. So and particle physics and theoretical physics and the likes of all of those. So definitely, I ain't mad at your questions. But go ahead, Stupid. You want
hold on. Q, before you jump off, I like things simple. You mentioned that you basically said I cannot reconcile the law of conservation and the Big Bang. Could you explain why to the audience? And what is the law of conservation?
Conservation, energy can't be destroyed or created.
Right. And why would that go against the Big Bang?
Because the statement is that that universe came to existence. That just doesn't when we observe the cyclistic nature of the universe.
We don't know if that singularity.
We don't know if
if that singularity was everything
beyond.
No, they make the
to
jump
the negative 43.
That's the like I said, the assumption. What you're acknowledging is the assumption is the logical jump. They said we can't go past this blank space, so we're just gonna leave it right there. I respect it, but you also got to
we leave it right there until further. It's open. It's not. The door ain't closed though. Nobody closed the door though. Q. That's all. That's all.
I'm with you. I'm just know that the door being open or closed brings in the logical question of, like you said, conservation of matter, and then space-time itself. There's no such thing as nowhere. The universe is either the universe.
And that's why.
That's why I say that it goes back.
So you know my homie Lawrence Krauss, then, right?
Now I was going to ask the question. It goes back and they change it. What is the universe? Are we saying everything, including space time, or are we saying the
So
matter
let
that
me
exists within
let
space?
me
Yeah,
recommend the book to you,
doesn't that
Q,
give
real quick.
the idea of the multiverse in terms
I
of
don't even want to go down the
Everybody get out of
multiverse.
the ring. Let Corey and Q build.
No, I just want to recommend a book, and it's by my favorite astrophysicist and author, Lawrence Krauss. It's called A Universe from Nothing. This is like I said, these are Q Butter is asking some of the best questions and some of the questions that are on the forefront of science. But as we launch the James Webb and as we progress in the future, some of these questions are going to be answered. But I like the way that Lawrence Krauss articulates a universe from nothing, right? When we're talking about and you'll get an understanding of what he's talking about, and in turn what I'm talking about when I say when I talk about this nothingness, it's a scientific nothing, not the philosophical nothing. So just grab that book, Q Butter.
Oh no, I'm with you on it. That from vacuum pressure even down to Einstein's ideas of the cosmological constants and all those different things he postulated. I get that, but again,
even nothingness has an atomic weight. You know what I'm saying? So
I won't agree on that.
Yes. So that's why I recommend
baryonic matter. Like if it's baryonic matter. But space-time itself isn't matter. Space-time
itself weighs something.
It's just space-time itself.
It weighs something. Yeah.
To have mass, if you say you have mass, that means that you occupy space. So I can't see how you can say space occupies space. One of the definitions of mass.
That's why I said this is an argument on the forefront of science. I'd rather you read Lawrence Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing, because I'm not, I've grasped, an understanding of his explanation, but he explains it very, very well, and you'll be I'm not saying you're going to agree with him.
No, I got it pulled up on the screen. I'm gonna look at that.
Add some clarity to what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, I get that.
Right. In all of Q's questions, brother, I think all of your questions lends back to the earlier thing that we were talking about in terms of we haven't reconciled the differences between, or we haven't reconciled this super force, this grand unified super force, where we can say, where we understand the correlation between quantum mechanics and general relativity, right? Because these forces act differently on grand scales and the very, very at the quantum level. Until we really understand that questions that you're talking about, right? We talk about
that's one of the things that everybody is wishing and hoping for, a grand unified theory. But and we're years off from that, Q. I think that's what Q is looking for, right?
No, I'm not even. No, I'm not saying that. I just
go ahead.
I just like there's certain, like, I don't want to say fallacies. There's certain areas of physics that have to be respected, and I just think I understand the need for a model. That's why I said the model, because I think some people harbor on the theory word. It's like, no, this is a model that we use that we can make predictions with and explain where we are now. It may not be fucking right. If you got a better model, put it to the fucking test. I respect that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and I appreciate. I definitely, mind you, I appreciate your arguments and your question that you brought up too. You know what I'm saying? Because it lends to a deeper conversation that kind of hasn't been had on these panels, and I it's kind of where I would like the conversation to lead to most of the time. But so I appreciate all of that, everything you said, and you ain't off the wall. I'm not. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like you jumping out the window with
he's right on.
You definitely right on. And you asking the top questions. Like your questions is the top questions. Right. So I don't even think, what I'm saying is I think we are not way off, but a ways off from actually being able to answer your question. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? One of the interesting things, right? And we talk about the Planck time. We call it 10 to the minus. What is it, Corey?
43.
Right,
Yeah.
10 to the minus 43. What we've done, we've scrunched our questions way back to the 10 to the minus 43 seconds in terms of the beginning of the universe. Now, everything beyond that, we have mathematics, we have science, all the things would you talk about, the law of thermodynamics, really even in terms of like the temperature of the sun, right? Interactions within the temperature of the sun, we understand that very, very well, right? In us understanding that, right, that's the actual, I guess you would say, condition of the universe at a very, very early time of the universe. So us understanding the I guess you would say, the conditions inside of stars and suns, right, sends us all the way back into the very, very early times of the cosmos, because we can measure, observe, and understand those conditions. Right.
And definitely, and I'm in the car with you, Q. Let's get these questions answered. God damn it! Like, for you know what I mean?
Right.
Yo, it'd be funny when I tell people I'm atheist. They be asking me the base. They be like, so where did life start? I'm like, yo, bro, that is a whack ass question, bro. There's some way bigger questions than where the fuck did humans come from?
Right.
Like, who gives a fuck? Like, you got some deep shit out here to figure out.
Yeah, the idea, like we were talking about mathematics and sometimes how we prove things, and yeah, we can prove. Brian Greene can actually prove this through mathematics. Okay, well, mathematics use the concept of the singularity and infinity all the time, right? But in reality, do we observe those? Not at all, right? Do we observe infinity? Not at all. It's a mathematical concept that we use, right? And it's a lot of things inside of mathematics that sort of contradicts or doesn't align with the observable universe, right? So we have to be careful. There's limitations to everything that we're doing on the theoretical sides and even on the mathematical side.
Yeah, my pseudo radar automatically goes off when I hear the word infinity. You know what I mean?
It's sort of like that cosmological constant that Einstein threw in there, right? People use
wonder why everybody mad at gravity though. I be really like, people really be mad at gravity.
They try to go to that flat Earth.
A lot of the established laws that we have today are over time because they are emergent properties of process that took place from earlier on. So we are looking at at reality today in its more or less constant form, and assuming that the physics were the exact same, let's say 10 billion years ago. It's an emergent property that took place over the totality of the establishment or the expansion of the universe. So just like certain laws break down before, a lot of other laws were based on emergent properties. So from the first early stars forming and falling apart, and then heavier stars falling into place, it is law upon law that is an emergent property of the process called the expansion of the universe, aka Big Bang.
Right. And like, for example, right, there's a limitation to how far back astronomers can actually look inside of the universe, right? Because, the light that we observe, right, this is the light that was created when stars were existent within the universe, right? There was a time.
Oh, go ahead. I was just sharing this book by Lawrence Krauss, A Universe from Nothing, man.
Right. There was a time inside of the universe where stars didn't exist, right? And there was a time inside the universe where light didn't freely travel through the universe, right? It was so hot and dense that photons would basically, they were colliding with each other in such a high rate, right? It was a hot plasma, right? If you could transport yourself back to that time, right? As a human, just theoretically, if you put your hand right in front of your face and looked at it, even though you had light all around you, you wouldn't even be able to see your hand because photons weren't moving freely through the universe. These are these odd, I guess you would say, these puzzling conditions inside of the early universe. And you know what? We're gonna delve into that, into some of these subsequent shows that we're gonna do.
Yeah. But this is Lawrence Krauss. Why there's something rather than nothing, man. Great question to ask. But he goes into detail into this conversation, and he adds a lot of clarity. So I just recommend that for the audience and for Q Butter, man, just to go into that, man. Yeah.
So I'm gonna definitely try to get that.
But I got a nice little library.
You booked up.
Yeah. I'll be reading a little bit of everything, man.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, these questions, I definitely love these questions. And being able to have these conversations, for me, Black nerd life, I'd be like, man, listen, be honest. Can we not talk about the Bible? Please?
Right.
Or talk about the Chaldeans,
or Egypt. And I love Egypt, but fuck it, I don't want to talk about Egypt either, man. I don't want to talk about history at all.
Q Butter,
like you said earlier, it's so
you
many
want to end the
questions.
conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like Q said earlier, it's so many deep questions that need to be answered, and we weren't about whether the Egyptians was black or not. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy shit. You know what I mean? But
I ain't gonna lie, y'all had me when y'all was up here talking about linguistics. I'm like, oh man, are they talking about linguistics?
We're gonna get to the bottom of this Afro-Asiatic. We're gonna get to the bottom.
We're gonna get to the bottom.
We're gonna get to the bottom of that.
The reason why, Q, is because those are some of the footholds that keeps this community pseudo. So if we can release those shackles, it'll bring them into this realm right here where we at, Q. So you gotta kind of chip away at it, little by little. And I'm gonna start down at the foothold, down in the foothills of where the mountain. What is it?
The mountain of the moon.
I'm gonna start down at the foothills of the mountain of the moon.
Foothills of the
Kilimanjaro. I got a video I did explaining the kinematic equations, and I know this might be shown in my car. My car got it could drive it, not to say drive itself, but it can follow the car in front of it. And I was kind of flat earthers like, look, bro, I have no problem with giving up on the physics we got, but y'all need to produce a car that can do this, and I need to see the math.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got to be practical. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's got to produce and I say it all the time, Q. Real science produces byproducts. So all of the work that's been done and all of this science and technology, the technology that we enjoy today is a byproduct of the physics and the science that's been done before. You know what I'm saying? The medical advances and all of that. Those are byproducts of biology and chemistry and the rest and the likes of it. It's all done within multi disciplines. You know what I'm saying? So when biology makes an advance, it automatically advances the medical field. So everything is substantiated through multiple disciplines.
This is the era for that.
Apply the physics and the electronics, and then the mathematicians need to come in to program the computers. So it's all interlinked, all interconnected.
Right.
All interconnected.
I was talking to Dr. Maya, and I say, for our kids to compete, they got to know chemistry, physics, coding, metallurgy, soldering, electronics. Like, that's walking in the door. If you ain't walking in the door with all of that underneath your belt, don't even come in right now, bro. Like, don't even talk. Don't even have nothing to say. Like, get up out of here. So if we not competing on that level, so I'll be mad when I see all these comments like, please, can we talk about some science? Please.
You want to end the God conversation quick before it starts? You ask people. The ideas of a God comes out of the same space in the mind that mermaids, leprechauns, and fairies come from.
All what evidence?
what evidence is there that allows me to distinguish the God from the fairies? If you can't show me that, then there's nothing for us to have. It ain't real. It just comes out of the realm of imagination. What we do in the Black community is we give the idea of God rooting and foundation by having these conversations. Are we going to have a debate about fairies, about mermaids? Are we going to sit and debate mermaids? No, we're not, because we understand what a mermaid represents, and we understand that's imagination, because there's no evidence to substantiate nothing we're talking about. It's the same with God. I don't give the conversation no weight. I don't assume a God to be real. It's in the realm of a leprechaun. So if they're not going to debate the leprechaun, I'm not going to debate Hayawasha or Zeus or Odin or whatever one of the gods, Kulukuluku, the spookism is spookism. Nope. I'm not going to do the false dichotomy of giving the idea of God any footing in reality, because there is simply none.
I love the cherry picking. They be cherry picking like crazy. I'll be like, man, listen, so you just go abuse the word energy.
Oh yeah, that's the Kundalini. That's
And so I just wanted to y'all crazy, man. But I just wanted to interact with the chat a little bit.
Spirit is energy.
Because I ain't even been looking at the chat, but I just wanted to highlight my man Malcolm Robinson is in the chat, man. I just wanted to say peace and shout out to Malcolm Robinson, Anthony Bowman. Both of them are official pseudo killers, man. I'll see y'all in there, man. I want to shout out who else we got in here, man? My man's T, what's going on? Nusha, what's going on, sister? How you doing? Peace. Love 22, I ain't seen you. 22 on love. Sister Jackie, I ain't seen you. What's up with you, girl? How you doing? Juju, I see Juju in there. How you doing? Posterius. What up? How you doing? I just wanted to shout out to the chat, man. I ain't even been paying attention to the chat. I didn't know if somebody may have had a question in here while we was going on, because we laid down some pretty good information over the course of this show. So I just wanted to kind of scroll over the chat and see what was going on in there. But y'all go ahead, y'all can keep going, man. I just wanted to shout out to the chat, man. Peace to y'all. Appreciate everybody for coming through and hearing, our bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, these are
we appreciate it that everybody stops by and listens to us.
No, I was gonna say these
going
are some
crazy.
of the best shows because we go from a vast array of topics, right? I think the diversity of topics is what really is interesting on this particular channel with the pseudo killers, right, and the real black atheists, right? We can kind of touch on a bit of all these different things, right, and sort of bring it home what's relevant and really rooted, I guess you would say, in scientific understanding, right? Root that in scientific literacy, as Unc would say, right?
And it keeps coming right back to that main topic: scientific literacy, a fundamental understanding of the process, and also I think it when you're scientifically literate, you're humble. You understand what you don't know. You know not to make assumptions. You know when you fundamentally need to lean on the experts. Like, I know what I don't know, so I'm leaning on the experts. What does it say? How does it say it? How is this explained? And then you get into the realm of how we think. Confirmation biases, logical fallacies, straw manning. And these are the subject areas that continuously keep popping their head up. I used to always criticize people for not being able to read, but my girlfriend is a speech therapist, and she says, no, if I put some French in front of you, Cedric, you can probably read it, but you don't understand anything you're saying. And
Won't comprehend it either.
You comprehend nothing. What did I say? I don't know. And it is becoming overly apparent that people are reading a piece of text, and when they break it down, you see, oh, but you did not understand that, or you did not get the context in which that was being said. Oh boy, comprehension issue. Ooh, and it is rooted in a confirmation bias coming out of our predominantly religious environment where the Bible says, so we look for something to read that is going to agree with us, and global warming ain't real now. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And it actually puts up your senses against things that you would normally not really catch, right? And I'll give you an example. I was on a panel with a guy, and he mentioned that he was like, yeah, we have this scientist that was somewhere in the world that developed a self-powered engine. Right? So
perpetual motion.
Think about
Perpetual motion.
So when you say
motion.
self-powered, right? Think about it. Right. So that means that this engine can basically run in perpetuity forever, right? Even a star can't do that. Right? So this engine that you developed is more powerful than a star. You know, those type of things, something that would normally seem very benign and that you wouldn't catch it, it would actually put your senses up, because you have a basic understanding of thermodynamics, like Q Butter mentioned, and basic physics, right? He's saying, how can something be perfectly self-powered, right? Because the conversion process itself, right, you're gonna lose some energy, right?
Yep.
Like for instance, right? Yep, exactly. Friction, heat. Exactly. Yeah, right. So how are you doing this? Even a star loses. So
through friction, kind of the mechanism is going to grind down, forcing it to have to work harder, causing more. Like it's gonna burn out. Like
it runs out of the nuclear fusion.
Even a star loses its energy. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I ain't gonna lie. I think the smart folks and folks that may not be like all the way in the field, like a Carl Sagan, but we need to have the black versions and just come up with media. Like, I ain't gonna lie, this next year I'm really thinking about like just pushing media, like cool shit that promotes science. Like we just gotta promote it. Like the scientific literacy, general comprehension in the community, white, black, Spanish across the board is at like a 5th grade level. So in the black community, being at a 2nd and 3rd grade level is crazy. The average person don't even know what the fuck algebra is used for. What the fuck is you talking about? It's 2022. Like, we supposed to know this shit. We're supposed to know the 4 forces. We're supposed to know that there's physical class. It's crazy. So I think it's up to us to really like say, no, we have to make this cool, or we have to force feed it to the community. The same way they're force feeding Love and Hip Hop. They on the 20th different version of Love and Hip Hop. They got, I don't know how many versions of Love and Hip Hop. So we can't be, personally, I can't be mad at the community's ignorance when I know we don't have 20 different scientific shows that's promoting it. We got dudes we got drug dealing scientists. We got gangster scientists. We got Rasta scientists. We got all types of people we got scientists in war. We got all types of love stories over science. Like, oh my, like we're drilling, like everything is with science.
Oh man, now that you mentioned like drug dealing scientists and all of that, I gotta recommend another book. But go ahead, y'all keep on.
Yeah, Pete, we got new brothers on the panel. We got Haskell joining in, Peter Bag Juice, right? Anthony, he's jumping in. I apologize, you guys were waiting at the door for a minute. We had you guys in the cell. We had you locked down for a minute, but yep. Coming on in.
No, but Uncle mentioned something earlier that we need to take into consideration. When he mentioned that, one thing about a pseudo, he called a name, but I got it, is that you put them in situations that you think you got them, and they're always slippery and sliding and get themselves out to fight another day. They're very slippery. You cannot hold them with your bare hands. And even when you have the cage of science to put them in, they can pick any locks. They're slippery and they slide. So when you think you got them, you don't got them. They're coming back tomorrow.
But you gotta think about the amount of impressions they have, bro. Every TV show, like I try to tell my sons, don't say God. That's a Christian word. And they're like that. It's in every single cartoon, every show. There's somebody worshiping God, talking about God or the devil. I had to tell them the devil and all that Christian shit. It's pushed so much. We have to look at it and say, yo, we got to push scientific literacy like that. We got to make science super freaking cool. Like I'm talking about on the 1000th level.
Yeah, but I wanted to recommend.
Celebrating the black nerd.
I wanted to recommend this book right here. It's called A Quantum Life by Hakeem Alusai. I don't know how to really pronounce his name. But yeah, this is a great book. It's about
knowledge.
It's a great read. Actually, this is the Audible, right? He actually narrates it himself, so that's another reason why I really like it. But this is a really great read. It's a real down to earth. The title is more than what it really is. You know, a quantum life. It makes you think it's kind of going deep into quantum physics or something, but it's not that at all. This is a journey. This is telling his life story on how this guy from the hood, you know what I'm saying, come from nothing, man, and is one of the top mathematicians in the world, man. One of the top physicists in the world. So definitely if you want to treat yourself to a great read, a great listen, treat yourself to this one, man. A Quantum Life, man, by Hakeem Alusai.
It's on Audible. It's on Audible. It's on Audible.
Yes, that's on Audible. Yep.
Are you telling me he's more advanced than the dude from Nigeria with the Gargonaut theory?
No, I said one of the top, not the top.
I'm joking. I talking about the Gargonaut dude, the Gargonaut theory dude.
Yeah, join our Audible book club, everybody. Right, we gotta put some. If you can, Corey, put a link in there. In the
yeah. I'll do that. I'm gonna link that.
Well, I'll tell you, if any of y'all are in the South, I'm looking to build a little observatory and shit, little outhouse observatory, and try to get a little network of telescopes connected going on.
Yo, I'm with you on that. What's happening, gentlemen? Y'all all right?
Oh, what's up?
Yeah,
what's
peace.
Up,
What's going on with you, Anthony?
Hey, this is a pretty good show here, man. Y'all hitting on my points there on my topic. So just want to say y'all having a pretty good show here today. And brother Q Butter. Yeah, you wanna get down on that observatory thing. Yeah, I'm all with that. I'm in that now. You know, matter of fact, I got a 12-inch Dobsonian. I donate to the start of the observatory.
Yeah, I got a bunch of telescopes here I can't use. I wanted to level up, but I can't. New York it's mad. Yeah, it's trash in New York, so I don't even. Yeah, so I'm
with it. Y'all didn't get my link. Did you say my link was too long? My comment was too long for that. Did y'all? Can y'all see that in the chat, in the YouTube chat? My link. Yay, nay.
Hey, Q Butter, can I ask you, Corey, you mind if I ask Q Butter a question?
First, you got to answer my question. Can you see that in the YouTube chat?
No, I don't see it in the chat.
Once I got on Zoom.
I don't see anything.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question, the American Dream.
Because it's interesting, because it sounded as if Q Butter doesn't really agree with the Big Bang theory, but he has an observatory and he seems to be kind of, encouraging children to get into science, although he's not in.
Hold on.
You cut out. You cut out.
Yeah, I had a phone call come in. I was just.
Somebody's calling. You're blowing up your phone, American Dream.
Oh, American Dream gonna start some shit now.
Answer that phone call.
But dead air, folks, dead air. Somebody says something. American Dream, you got the flow.
I was gonna say Haskell. Haskell just jumped on because I was wondering. Okay, he's back.
Yeah, my bad, y'all.
Let's go.
Let's
let American Dream go. Then we're gonna go over to Haskell.
Thanks, appreciate it. Because Q Butter, he seems to be really into science, although he doesn't really seem to believe in the Big Bang. And he asked a question about, he said the reason he doesn't believe in the Big Bang is because of the idea that energy is neither created nor destroyed, and he doesn't know how to kind of reconcile those two ideas. If I'm hearing him right.
That's the midst of one of them, yeah.
Yeah, because I think the full statement is not just that energy is neither created or destroyed. I think the full statement is that in a closed system, and I think that that's the piece that may help to explain it to you. I'm not a science person at all, but I think that the energy coming out of the singularity. I think that the idea of energy neither being created or destroyed is talking about inside of a closed system. And when we're talking about the Big Bang and the singularity and energy coming out of that and starting there or being created out of that, it's not necessarily talking about a closed system. So I think that that's kind of how you can try to incorporate the two or try to understand why both can be true at the same time. I myself may need to look into what exactly a closed system is, but I'm pretty sure that when it comes to the singularity, it's not talking about a system and how systems, because a system is talking about parts, and the singularity, there are no parts to it. So I think that may help to clear up your
No, I understand the rationalizations that are made. However, the rationalizations are based off of several assumptions that have to also be made. Those assumptions for me are not a comfortable space to be making assumptions. I respect the fact that that's just what we have right now. Until we can observe different, it is what it is. But I'm not gonna not acknowledge the fact that there's a leap that has to be made. So once you say singularity, I'm gonna ask you, what is your definition? Which definition of the universe are you using?
What do you mean? What definition of the universe? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like the thing, like this.
What's the definition of the universe?
Everything.
Everything that exists. Everything that exists.
So now, when you say everything exists, then you're going to say that at one point everything existed inside of a.
Inside of the singularity.
Now that singularity, does that singularity include space and time itself?
Everything.
Space and time.
So then the singularity itself.
No, space and time began. Space and time began at the when the expansion started. The singularity.
Again, when you say begin, then you're going to jump into the thermodynamics bag. Well, you see, that's what it is.
But what I'm telling you is thermodynamics is talking about in a closed system. That's something different. Like you can't bring in.
No, it's not. It's literally. That's why I'm asking you that's why I literally would ask you. The question would be, what is your definition of the universe? Because if you're saying it's a closed system, I'm going to ask you, what is the definition of the universe? That's the reason why I asked you that question.
What did I say was a closed system?
That's why I'm asking you, which system would you be? If you're talking about the system of the singularity,
I'm talking about the idea of energy not being able to be created or destroyed. That means in a closed system, you can transform energy You can transform energy from one form to another in a closed system, but that's talking about inside of a closed system. You can't have, like, if there's a certain amount of
what
energy
is the
in
universe?
The universe is everything
Universe
that
is a
exists.
closed system. It's a
That's
closed
what you
system.
It's closed.
That's why I'm asking you the question. What is the
Nothing
universe?
exists
But the
outside
singularity
of the universe.
is not. The universe is a closed system, but the singular. We're talking about the
Of
singularity and
course,
where
the
energy came
singularity
from.
is a closed system.
The
It's a
singularity is
closed
a
system.
closed
It's not a
system.
system. The
Because
singularity is not a
everything
system.
existed within the singularity.
But it's not a
Everything
system. A system
existed.
has parts. A system has parts, right, Stoopies?
And
the singularity does not have parts.
Let's not speculate. Let's do this. Let's go back.
Right? The universe is a closed system, yo.
I agree the universe is closed. We're talking about the singularity. The singularity is not the universe. The singularity is the beginning of the singularity is the beginning of the universe.
No, the
singularity is the universe.
Yeah, you messing that up. Yeah, you messing it up, yo.
The singularity is the universe.
Is the
universe. It is universe. Yeah, according to when they saying that.
Out of the singularity.
The
what?
Singularity,
there's no time, no space. The universe has time and space. The singularity does not.
Again,
how long the singularity lasted for? How long it lasted for? Because that's also the debate. How long did the singularity last? Yes.
If I say you cannot, no one knows. Time started.
Right.
Time started. Listen.
That is an argument also.
Hold on, Stoopies. You can't cut me off when I'm answering. Time started when the singularity ended. When the singularity started to expand and the singularity was no more, time started after that. So you can't say how long. So then you got to
ask yourself again.
You can't say, let me just finish. You cannot say how long did the singularity last because there was no time when the singularity was existing.
Let's be clear. I've got something on the screen. I've got something on the screen. So let's be clear about what we're talking about, right? So can you guys actually see this model, right? This is the Big Bang model, right? And this is a part of the evolution of the universe. This is rooted in what we're talking about, right? So we talk about the Planck era, right? You see where they've got this question mark here, right? So in terms of time, space, temperature, all these things, those are things that are questionable. We don't know, right? It says we lack a theory to describe conditions within the Planck era. That is before 10 to the minus 43 seconds, right? After 10 to the minus 43, let's get into what we call the grand unified theory era, right? This is when the two forces that existed, right, actually broke out, right? Again, this is way back in the day, well, in the early parts of the universe when these forces were combined, right? Scientists say there were two forces, right? And gravity broke out from one. For sure, right? Dang. So this is before the expansion of the universe. No. This is when the universe cooled, right? To the 10 to the 29th Kelvin, right? And this is when it cooled enough for gravity to become distinct from the other particular forces, right? At 10 to the minus 38, this is when we are actually taking a look at the expansion of the universe, right? It says the grand unified force actually split from the strong and the weak forces, right? And then this is when the expansion particularly happened. This is the theorized sort of explanation of what we're seeing here, right? This is when many of the different forces that we're talking about the forces in terms of thermodynamics, the strong and the weak force, all of this stuff is freezing out and breaking out at this point. Before then, everything that we're talking about in terms of thermodynamics and the law of this and the law of gravity at 10 to the minus 43, we don't even know if any of that stuff even applied, right? We don't know if time existed. We don't know if space existed. So using those particular terms and saying what existed before the Planck era, we don't even know if time existed before the Planck era because we don't know if time existed. We don't know if a singularity existed. We don't know if space existed, right?
Which is why you can't say it's a system.
We're asking the wrong question. Our understanding of the system, we don't even know because we can't use our theory, what we understand about mathematics
how can you call it a system
and
then?
Physics. We don't even call it that. We don't even call it that. You see this question mark? You got two question marks. Time and temperature. We don't know, right?
But that's after the expansion. That's still after the expansion began, right?
No, we're talking about in the Planck era. After the
But
expansion,
that's still after the Planck era is still during and after the expansion began. It's like the first. It's like exactly. It's hold on.
Hey, yo, what are you arguing about,
can you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is he arguing about though.
Can you actually see the Planck era? The Planck era, 10 to the minus 43, right?
10 to the minus 43 what?
This is minus 43 seconds, right?
Right. So it's time. It's counting time.
We're talking about billions of
my God, man.
Right? As you go down, this is time progressing as you go down.
That's time after the expansion, right?
No.
It's how many seconds elapsed after the expansion began.
No. The expansion didn't happen until here. Look down here. Down at 10 to the minus 38. This is when the expansion happened. This is what the model is describing. Right?
That's when it says that's when elementary particles appeared. Particles appeared.
Brother, let me kind of explain. The expansion of the universe didn't happen until gravity froze out from the other forces. Right? Within the Planck era, right? This is what scientists describe as the grand unified era where all of the forces were one. There was right? Gravity wasn't distinct from the strong force or the weak force or the electromagnetic force. There was one force that ruled everything. This is what we're trying to actually solve for, right? But when you look at the grand unified era, this is when we postulate that gravity froze out, right? From the other forces, right? So this freezing out of gravity, it's speculated what actually caused the expansion of the universe. This freezing out from the other forces, right?
No, that's not my understanding, Brandon. My understanding.
Can you read?
Right? Hold on. Let me just. Yes, I can. But what I'm saying is, 10 to the negative 43 seconds is a really, really, really small number, close to zero.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's a number close to time zero. And that's so it's 10 to and time zero, you see at time zero is when the expansion began. And then 10 to the negative 42. Oh my word.
No. Because you're messing it up.
You can't have zero.
Because
I don't think you understand. You can't have zero.
You have an entire era.
I get that, but
between the expansion. You have the grand universe.
You see how 10 to the negative 43, it can go back infinitely. It can go back to 10 to the negative 50, 10 to the negative 100, it can go back infinitely.
No, because those are measurable units.
It's going to get closer and closer. It's going to get closer and closer and closer to time zero. It's going to get closer and closer and closer to time zero.
Facts are stubborn things. You can't talk them away. Math is stubborn. Right, the numbers are here.
Can I ask him a question, please?
No.
Before we do that,
no. We need source to explain what you're talking about.
Before we do that, we have to understand that there is a complete error between the Planck era, right, and the electroweak era when we postulate that the expansion happened. It's called the grand unified era, the gut era. Again,
all of
on
that
the
is
other
during
side,
the expansion.
No. We say the gut era happened before the expansion.
Man.
Because the reason why we say it happened before the expansion, right? Because gravity, the conditions of the universe had to cool for gravity to freeze out from the other forces, right? As soon as gravity froze or separated itself and operated as a unique individual force within the universe, that was the catalyst for the expansion. And we moved into the electroweak era. As you see here, the 10 to the minus 38, right? You see these numbers.
It's right there though, bro.
And you see Kelvin, you see 10 to 32 Kelvin. That's an enormously hot temperature. The universe cooled to 10 to the 29th Kelvin, right? And then that's what actually was the catalyst for the expansion.
Real quick, Brandon.
Freezing, the cooling.
Real quick.
Right.
Real fast. So, for the listening audience, when he talks about Kelvin, right, he's just talking about measuring the temperature in all directions. Go ahead, Brandon. I just wanted, because that's a key point to know.
No, this is the question, right? Because he was like, well, during the Planck era is when the expansion happened. No, there is a there's a complete era of the universe, even though it's like fractions of a second.
Brandon,
These
just
are
for my clarity,
fractions. These are
Brandon,
fractions of a second.
Brandon, are you saying the Planck era occurred within the singularity?
No, this was the time before, right? When you talk about
Before
the singularity,
what? The time before what?
when you talk about
what?
Brother, let me answer you. The Planck era, this is when the era, we don't know if space or time even existed during the Planck era.
But
so when you're talking about,
but is that inside of the thing? Because the
you can call it a singularity. You can call it.
It was anything about the singular. How can they have a Planck?
It was a time when we don't know if space or time existed. I don't know what you're talking about, a singularity or any of this stuff.
Because it's so close, because Brandon, the time is so close to when the expansion actually began. Within the singularity.
No, when you say time, we don't even know if time existed. We don't even know if time existed in the Planck era.
Brendan, there's no space inside the singularity, right?
We don't know if space or time existed.
But that's the definition of yes, we do. Like that's where this volume is zero.
So the
volume being zero means there's no space. Like the singularity means.
So why do they have that question mark?
Brendan.
Why do they have that question mark?
Brendan.
No,
singularity
you're messing that
means
all up.
Infinite density, right? Brendan. The singularity is a point of infinite density, correct?
There you go with the infinite piece. We don't know.
That's what it is, Brendan.
That singularity is a theoretical, mathematical unit, right? It's not something that we observe. It's not something that we observe in the physical world.
What's the mathematical formula?
But Brandon, you can say if you say
beyond the mathematical formula. What's the mathematical formula for it?
If you look at it from the black holes, they say, but with black holes, they say there's people that say that infinite density. But regardless, but that has nothing to do with
infinite density. It is infinite density. Can I just say something? It's infinite density.
It's theoretical.
It is not. It is not.
Maybe
listen to what I'm saying to you. Within the theory, it's telling you that the denominator of the fraction is zero. That's what makes it infinite. Any fraction that has a denominator of zero is infinite because you can't divide by zero. That's why it's called an infinite density, because in the equation for density, the denominator at the singularity, the denominator is zero. That means there's no space, there's no expansion, there's no space within the matter. All the matter is so densely put together. There's no space in there.
It's actually a plasma.
It's a mathematical, and again,
there's no space and there's no time.
We talked about this earlier.
Listen.
Infinity is a mathematical placeholder, right? It's a mathematical placeholder.
I get that.
How we do
but
it.
What place? But it's holding the place of zero.
But you're asking me what happened before time existed. How can you say what happened before time existed?
Brendan, the singularity is a space holder. What space is it holding?
Hey, American Dream, do me a favor.
How
yo.
can
you
you
just
ask
change his
me?
name or something, yo? Because you're running us a step, yo.
It's holding the space of time zero. The singularity is time zero.
All right, do me a favor, Brendan.
You keep asking me what happened before time existed.
Just do me a quick favor. Do me a quick favor, American Dream. Just one quick favor, yo. Where do you read that at, bro?
Where do you read what at?
What you saying? Because you ain't just come up with the shit. Where you read it at? If you just came up with it, we definitely not listening
because
to you.
You're talking me to
okay. Do we
you
understand? Okay.
No.
Okay. Do you understand that the
American
universe
American Dream. I don't understand anything.
We just explained that.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
He got it in front of your face, right? You explaining some shit. He's showing you a pretty good source. So I'm just asking you, where did you get it from? Did you hear a lecture on it? What? I'm just seriously, yo. All jokes aside, yo, this ain't
same
good.
stuff that the same author Lawrence Krauss. I've read some of his work. You know, I've read stuff here and there.
I think you've been misinterpreting Lawrence Krauss.
No,
Lawrence Krauss. Dang,
come on, man. I wish, like,
because I clearly understand his position.
If what y'all are saying, is correct,
this is how scientists.
You saying the singularity? Wait, he's saying the singularity is in space. What the hell is he talking about? Like that ain't even make that's not what
I didn't say. I never said that. I said there's no space inside the singularity is the state of no space at all. There's
what
no
about
space,
time? Is there
no
any
time, no space, no time. It's where space and time began.
Okay, keep going.
So that's why I'm telling you, see 10, where it says 10 to the 43 seconds, 10 to the negative 43.
Right.
That means
that's what we have the understanding up to. So now you want to go beyond that. You want to go. You want to ask the question beyond that.
You see, this is the top, right?
Hold on. Can I just say something?
That's why they got two question marks. There's two question marks. We don't know and we don't know.
Hold on.
Can I just try to explain what I'm saying?
No. 1 second. We're gonna put you right there with the greatest salt Chapel Yo, you want it.
Right.
Can we get like a spot,
bro?
Can we get a spot? See, up here, this is where the waters of noon exist before the blank era. To see if I can get like something I can just draw.
We gotta put my favorite picture up. We gotta put my favorite picture up of the expansion of the universe. Y'all know my favorite picture, right? And he want us to explain the page before that.
You see what just happened? You see what just happened? Hey, Corey, you see what happened? We just went off the page, right?
Right, yeah.
All right.
So, man, let that man. We're gonna no. Listen, we just setting it up for the audience. What American Dream is about to do is explain them question marks there.
Okay, so let's. I want y'all to imagine, right? Because the universe is expanding, and what that means is the space within the matter. The space, there's more space between the planets or the physical stuff, right? So in order to get back to the singularity,
they're going back. I'm making sure you at the question mark, so right?
Space physical too. So the space expand.
No, don't dive in there, yo. I'm just making sure you at the question mark, yo. Go ahead and do what ain't. Then none of them niggas been able to do. Go ahead, man. I'm with you, bro. Go ahead.
The cutting edge of science.
So they realize that the space within the matter is expanding, right? So, and it's expanding at a particular rate, and so they're saying if they go back in time, they can kind of see how big the universe was yesterday. They can kind of go back and see if it's expanding at a particular rate. You can go back and see how small it was 100 years ago, how small it was 1,000 years ago. And so they go back to its very smallest when there's no space at all there, where it can't be any space. And that's where they theoretically say that's where the expansion had to have began, right? And so they start... And so let me just finish. From the point where they can't go back anymore, that's where the volume is zero. And that's the point of infinite density, right? So, and that's what they call the singularity, where the volume is zero, where it's as if you're taking all of the planets and all the physical stuff in the universe and crunching them all together until you get no more space in between. Like you can't cram them together anymore to get any more space in there. They're as crammed together as you can. That cramming together of all the physical stuff in the universe is what's called the singularity, right? Where there's no space between the material stuff in the universe. Right. So now they say
that's no physical stuff at the beginning of the universe.
I think you're
I'm saying, like, when you crunch it all together, it's like it becomes like a dot.
When you can't crunch it back because there wasn't no planet, there wasn't
and take out all the space, it becomes like a dot.
All of that is theoretical. You don't know nothing past that 10 to the 43. You don't know nothing. That's why them two question marks there.
Nothing that I'm saying goes against that. I agree with you. We don't know anything beyond 10 to the negative 43. I agree with
everything
you.
Listen
to what I'm saying. But listen to what I'm saying. No, y'all didn't hear me. No, you didn't hear me. I didn't even get out what I wanted to say.
Yo, well, you was talking too long. You should have been able to get it out.
That can turn me off. Jesus Christ.
It says that we lack a theory to describe the conditions, right?
Right on your point.
We lack a theory.
Here's the funny thing, right? The funny thing is,
hold on, just relax. Yo, relax, bro. Yo, relax.
How is it? How is body language a science, but y'all won't listen to this?
No, you stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here.
Let Anthony talk.
This coming from people who think body language is a science.
No, just relax, though, bro. Why are you throwing shots right now?
Because this is frustrating.
Okay, all right. It's all frustrating. We all frustrated each other.
Why you gotta throw a shot at
body language is a science. If you think
numbers are stubborn.
You can't understand this.
Numbers are stubborn.
Okay, quit taking shots.
Body language is a science. It's no wonder you can't understand this.
All right, man. Now you just being about to get thrown off. We ain't few shots at each other for the last 5 hours. You gotta start it.
I'm trying to explain something, and y'all just keep cutting me off until I finish it. Like I'm trying to explain something.
We actually, nigga, you taking too fucking long. How about that?
Let
We heard
Anthony
him.
get it in, man.
Shit.
Stop engaging, man. Anthony, what's up, bro?
Damn,
what's
man, let Anthony talk. Damn, you still here?
What's on your mind, Anthony? What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, I'm okay. You speaking of the singularity, and all of that is theoretical. We don't know nothing past that 10 to the 43. So everything you saying, I mean, it's theoretical.
Big Bang Theory is a theoretical. Big Bang Theory.
Nigga, if you don't shut the hell up, yo,
everything is theoretical.
Man, let that man talk, yo. We trying to have a cordial conversation, yo. You gonna be able to finish, but you took too long.
Everything. There's a place where those, you see these two question marks? There's a place where those question marks go away.
Let Anthony get his comment out, man. God damn it.
I get it.
What the
Don't
hell?
dive back in.
I
Let
can't
Anthony
even
get it out.
explain my own slide.
I know.
Let Anthony get it out, man. You got all night. Get it out.
That slide don't mean nothing, Brendan. That slide means nothing.
It's Monday
Yeah,
Night
Brendan,
Madness all again.
Jesse erased them down.
Let him go. Let him get it out, Brendan. No, let him describe your slide.
Roll Anthony, get some words in for a second. Goddamn.
Erase them question marks off of there, Brandon, and write what he said and send it out to the world and see what happens. They don't know. That's what that means. Them 2 question marks. And they're honest about that. They don't know.
I agree with you.
And I'm just
what is your point?
Disagreed with that.
What is your point? You talking about a singularity.
You must not understand my point if you're saying that.
The singularity is theoretical because of them 2 question marks right there. They don't know.
But that point is not the singularity. The point they don't know, that's not even the singularity.
You saying what the singularity is. They don't know. You said the singularity.
It's time zero. It's when time doesn't exist.
Saying.
Of course they don't know. It's time Z. There's no time. There's no space. They can't explain what that shit is. They don't even try to.
There's no singularity then. There's no singularity then.
But of course.
There is no singularity.
Is there a number 0?
Explain they don't know what's happening past 10 to the 43. Period.
That doesn't mean there's no singularity.
Everything past that, everything past that is theoretical. And yes, the Big Bang is a theory. It says that in the name. It's the Big Bang theory, not the Big Bang fact or law. It's the theory because we don't know what's happening past the 1043.
So you don't know what a theory means either. I mean, I can't with y'all.
Let's go back to the expansion.
Nah,
let's talk about
evidence points to all the evidence point. All the evidence that they have points towards it being a Big Bang. Now, what's wrong with that? Since I don't know what a theory is.
I think
the Big Bang just means an expansion. The Big Bang.
We got. That's what they call it.
There's no bang.
That's what they call it. But it's a theory. It's not a fact. Don't know. Nobody knows for sure because nobody was there.
We know for a fact that the universe is expanding. Yes, we do know for a fact that
yes, we know that
expanding.
Yes, we do. Which points
that
towards
is what the Big Bang
says.
The Big Bang says the universe is expanding. We know that for a fact.
The Big Bang is the expansion of space and time. So whenever that expansion started,
and that's the universe. When it's the expansion of space, and when space is expanding, that's when the universe was created.
At least we all agree on that, right? That's
right. So I don't understand why he's coming here with this argument that I don't disagree with. He's nothing saying I don't disagree with.
I think me and you were talking about something specific, though. American Dream.
Okay, right. And I'm trying to.
We were talking about the
what
expansion,
I'm saying.
right? We were talking about the point in which the expansion began. Right?
Exactly.
This is what we're talking about.
Saying is what you're saying, Brendan, is that the expansion started at 10 to the negative 43 seconds.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, no, it didn't.
So you're gonna move this. You see what this is? It says the grand unified force split into the strong and weak, electroweak forces, right? Perhaps accompanied by a dramatic instant of expansion called inflation.
But
They
if there's a force there,
they put this at the 10 to the minus 38, right?
but if there's a force there, if it's a force, the grand unifying force split in two. If there's a force there, that means it's not the singularity, bro.
Hold on. That's why right there in the middle, I told you, I said there's a complete error in the middle, which you're actually ignoring. This is the grand unified era.
You know what error means? What does error mean?
This is an error. This is basically, we're talking about the conditions of the universe that
what does
existed.
error mean? What does the word error, E-R-A, mean?
Keep it in context. When
What
we're
does the
talking
word
about
error mean, Brendan?
this is a point in time. It's a point
in time. Is the Planck
Stop.
A point in time.
Right. Stop it. We're not. I'm talking about the grand unified era.
I'm talking about it's all points in time, Brandon. The fact that the Planck era is a point in time means it happened after the expansion began.
Look at this, the grand unified era, right? You see this grand unified era. What does it say? From 10 to the minus 30 or 43 to 10 to the minus 38. Those are numbers, right?
Yes.
We can believe those are numbers. This is a complete era in between the Planck era and the expansion down here, right?
How much time is that? How much time is that, Brandon? It's an error. How much time is
fractional. It's very, very, very fractional. We're talking about billionths of a second. Very minute time
frame.
frames.
The blink of an eye.
Exactly. But it is time. But it can be measured. But it can be measured because we have it in the model.
So
10 to the minus 43 to 10 to the minus 38. This.
Oh my God, bro!
I'm just saying,
this is frustrating, bro.
But you have to account for this. You can't throw this out. You can't ignore it. You're going to throw this out of the model?
Brandon, can I speak for a minute? Can I just speak for a second?
Certainly, for sure.
Like 10 to the negative 43, right? That comes after time 0, right? That's bigger than 0. Right, Brandon?
For sure.
So 10 to the negative 3, if let's say we're starting at, let's say we're doing a race, right? And I'm going to start from point A, and then I'm going to go set off the clock, right? I want you to imagine that the expansion, when the expansion began, that's like when the clock starts, right? The very minute the expansion. So there's the singularity.
But it doesn't. It doesn't start at the beginning there. It doesn't start at 10 to the minus 43. It starts at 10 to the minus 38. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
No. That's what you're trying to tell me, but that's not what I'm trying to tell you.
Look at the model.
You're misunderstanding the model, bro.
No,
the model is explaining errors or points in time, which means it has to be every error within that has to be within the expansion. They're all a part of the expansion.
No, it doesn't. You're incorrect. You're incorrect. You're explaining that wrong, dude.
Okay, so Brandon,
They
don't know what the zero is.
You're ignoring the model.
Brandon,
I'm going to stop
question,
sharing
Brandon.
and let you explain.
Brandon, are you saying time existed before the expansion started?
Yes. on the model, it said that.
That's ridiculous.
Right.
Yes.
Because did you see the model? Did you see when
what?
How do we measure time? How do we measure time? When the
condition is this? So which time
American Dream. When the conditions in the universe changed, where it was no longer consistent or just homogeneous like it was in the Planck era, once gravity froze out, right? Once gravity froze out, that was the beginning of time as we understand it. That's what science is telling you with this model.
So time started at 10 to the negative 43 seconds?
After that, right? 10 to the minus 43 after that.
Hold on.
And then at 10 to the minus, and then listen to what you're saying. And then
you just said
you just looked at the model
after 10 to the negative 43 seconds.
You just mad.
Started after time.
I can't hear shit.
As we know,
bro, like you can't hear shit, bro.
Can't hear shit.
You either got a point, let it in, and then go back. Like y'all crack. Like when he speak, you speak. I can't hear shit. That shit confused as a motherfucker now. So shit, you know what I'm saying? Like go one at a time. Like get it in. Even if he's wrong, let it out.
then you come back to like you come. That's just confusing, bro. Go ahead.
I don't think I can't explain anymore. If he can't, understand the model, I think he has to, I think research the model.
So I'm gonna
He just said the reason I disagree with him is that he said
hold on. Just 1 second, 2 seconds. Brendan reached his edge. Hold on. Let me get the back. Hold on.
Yeah, call the book out, man. This shit drive me crazy. Somebody get the book out. A universe from nothing. Put that shit out, man.
Yo, how many books we got on the universe?
I don't fuck with the universe like that. That's why I don't buy them books, bro. I swear to God.
Because what? Oh, niggas fuck the video. They ain't fuck the universe.
You can disagree with science. That's fine.
10 to the negative 43, all that crazy ass shit.
You can disagree with it, but you can't disagree with it and then have a conversations in the framework of the model at the same time.
I'm saying, wake me up when time began. I ain't got time for all that, guys.
Yo, time cannot, listen what I'm telling y'all. Time cannot start after 10 to the negative 43 seconds. That's ridiculous. The fact that it's 10 to the negative 43 seconds means time is already going. What is the matter? What?
I'm seeing his logic on that shit, and he got me convinced now.
No. You guys are confusing it. Right?
No, you're confused. What it is Brendan,
you're
confused.
Man, we just got two people talking at one time. You doing that shit on purpose now?
No.
Yeah, you doing it on purpose now, though.
What science says, we don't have the mathematics that goes back far enough beyond 10 to the minus 43 for us to, because all of the everything that we understand about the universe in terms of time, space, matter, all of those things break down. Even the fundamental forces break down. We don't even know if time existed in the way we understand time now beyond 10 to the minus 43. That's why we say we don't know if time existed. That's why we say we don't know. Right, because we don't know if time existed in the way that we understand.
Like
time.
I said earlier. Hold on.
Can I say something?
Hold on. I just put the baby down, and so now I can talk. Right. So Brendan has reached his level of being able to explain this to you clearly. So I'm gonna recommend the book for you. It's by Carl Sagan. And everybody already know that Carl Sagan is one of the best orators, one of the best authors that you can actually listen to or hear. I got this is audio. I got the audio here. This audio, and I got the Kindle too or whatever. But this is called Billions and Billions. And it puts these numbers, this is all about these figures, these numbers that we talking about here, like 10 to the negative 43. But it puts all of what we're saying into a very, very eloquent understanding and perspective. So I just really recommend that. Let me see. I got
Corey. Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
Thanks. Let me do a stew piece. I'm gonna do a stew piece and say please. But check it out. And I'm gonna go back to just trying to because for some reason, Brendan seems to think that the 10 to the negative 43 isn't happening during the expansion, right? And that's not true. Like, so if you could just bear with me for like 2 minutes and just picture what I'm picturing. Like if you picture like a bomb exploding, right? Like if you picture the first within the first second that it explodes, right? If you break that first second down into nanoseconds, right? Like let's call the first nanosecond within, let's say, from time 0 to 10 to the negative 43 seconds, right? That amount of time within which the bomb exploded, that time
It's
is
even
so
smaller
short.
than a negative. It's a plank. It's a plank time.
Hold on,
But go
let me
ahead.
just
Go
finish.
ahead.
That amount of
Yeah,
time
let him get it out. Let him get it out.
that amount of time is so
I see where you're getting at.
before
It's a
10 to
plank
the
unit.
that
But
amount
go
of time.
ahead.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish, please. Gee, that amount of time is so short that they can't figure out what the hell is going on between the time it went off and 10 to the negative 43. It's so freaking chaotic. They don't know what is going on. The only space where they can start figuring shit out is after 10 to the negative 43 when it explodes, but it starts to kind of like cool down and they start to like, oh, that's that and that's that. But the 10 to the negative 43 is happening during the explosion. It's a time within the explosion, right? Anything, the Planck era is with the explosion as well. It's just so quick. That time it's shorter than the blink of an eye. It's so short that they don't know what the hell happened in there, but it's still within the expansion. It's not in the singularity. It's still within time, but it's a period of time so short that they can't figure nothing out within that tiny little speck of time. They have to wait until a little bit before they can start figuring shit out. And they say, we don't know what's happening before 10 to the negative because it's a time really close to time zero, really close to when the
Okay,
bomb
we can get to the bottom of this though.
I get, but hold on, because
go ahead.
I get what he's saying though. But before we go back to the point, we got to at least do you understand what he's saying though about the bomb?
What he's saying is wrong though.
Hold on, but in a scenario, break it down by showing that it's wrong using a bomb example. Because what he's saying, what he's saying is like as a bomb explodes, right?
Let me give you an example why he's wrong, right? Can I tell you why?
Wrong. Use the same scenario with the bomb and a 10 to negative 43 so we can start to get more clarity. Do it that way.
Okay, well here's what happens, right? And here's what the model is trying to explain, right? So we say at 10 to the minus 43, anything beyond that, right? We can't measure the conditions. We really don't know, right? So at 10 to the minus 43, right? And beyond, right? Up until 10 to the minus 38, there's a condition that happened. There was a change in the condition of the universe, right? Before then, right? Gravity, all of these different forces, the strong force, the weak force, the unified force, they say, we postulate that all of these forces were combined in a single unified super force, right?
Yeah, got it.
Okay. So from 10 to the minus 43 to 10 to the minus 38, right? This is before the expansion happened. That's a unit of time, correct?
Before the bomb went off?
10 to the minus 40.
But what he's saying,
you keep calling it a bomb, though.
Yeah, yes. Stop it.
It's a big bang.
I can't even explain.
Just for a fact. But listen.
The Big Bang is a misleading term, though. We're talking about
it's
inflation.
The same thing. When a bomb goes off, there's an expansion.
Inflation.
You guys are messing up. We're talking about billionths of a second. We're talking about conditions of the universe. Right? Let me explain it. Can I explain it?
All right, I'm gonna explain it for the 30th time, and then after that, I want to get it out. Go ahead.
So between the 10 to the minus 43, right, and 10 to the minus 38, right, those are units of time. There was a condition that happened, right? There was the freezing out of gravity, right? During this entire time between the 10 to the minus 43 to the 10 to the minus 38, we don't talk about any expansion of the universe or anything. We're talking about the freezing out of gravity from the other forces.
So the expansion had not happened yet. That's
not happened.
That's basically what that's what he keep asking Sosa, and he answered the question. I don't get what he asked.
It not happened. It's the freezing out.
I'm asking about something. That's what I'm asking about his scenario. What he's saying, this is what he's arguing.
He's saying right after the Planck era, everything expanded.
I don't know.
Right. Yeah. He's saying.
I'm telling you that there is an era in between that's called the Grand Unified Theory era.
Yeah, bro. Let's say what the fuck I'm gonna say, man. God damn, bro.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Sosa, because you kind of not muffled a little bit though. Like it's but go ahead, Sosa.
What he's arguing is that since it's after zero, you see what I'm saying? He's saying that whatever you're talking about began has begun. It's just that it's in that milliliter of a second that they can't explain it, but it has begun because it's after zero. It's in between the 1 second. You see what I'm saying? That's why he's arguing that. Not to take away from all the other.
It could be. It's possible. It's possible, but we don't know.
It hadn't begun.
That's what we saying.
What we say.
That's what I'm saying.
What science says.
Playing 40 times. So I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
But
I thought we said that.
But what science says. Here's what science says.
No, Brenda, I already don't explain it to me again.
No. This is a different piece though, because I never got a chance to explain the entire phenomenon. What science says, it was the freezing out of the gravitational force that was the catalyst. That was the catalyst for the expansion. So that happened subsequently after the Planck era, right? Those were units of time that had actually passed before the expansion.
I hear you.
Right?
I
even though those were fractional, those are very billions.
This is a level. This is a level, Brendan. I think it's you're gonna have to read. You got because Brendan explained that it can't be no more clear than that. It really
I think I can help.
Clear than that.
I think I can help.
Hey, Brendan, go ahead. Google Scholar always impresses me again. If anybody can do it, Google Scholar can do it.
Please, Google Scholar, help us out.
No, I think I get what's happening. What's happening is I understand how Brendan is explaining it. I understand what American Dream is explaining. American Dream is trying to use common sense, but common sense don't always work when it comes to theoretical science, right? So you have to, you have to go with what the scientists are saying. Now, I don't know which is right or which is wrong, but I understand the explanation from Brandon, and I get what American Dream is saying. But I think American Dream is saying logically, if this, then this. But what they're saying is because we don't understand the forces that were happening at that time, it may not be logical to think about it like that. It may have happened differently. This is how I'm seeing it.
And that's why I recommended the book, A Universe from Nothing by Lawrence Krauss. I've recommended that book, and I'm also recommending this book, Billions and When y'all get into these kind of conversations, you don't want to bash Brendan over the head about it, right? Because all Brendan can do is explain what's been explained by the experts, right? So he did a great job, and I have to applaud Brendan for that. That was a great explanation. He gave great demonstration and everything. But when you get into these conversations, you have to read these books first. You have to read the Lawrence Kraus's and the Carl Sagans and these people who are on the forefront of this argument. Even Michio Kaku. I mean, even though I don't agree with him on his string theory thing, but he is one of the leading guys and on the forefront of this discussion. So definitely read and understand what they have to say about this, because these questions are way above my caliber, right? And all I can do is explain it to the best of my ability in the way the message has been conveyed to me by the experts. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Carl Sagan, this book Billions and Billions is one of the great reads that I recommend. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I get what you're saying. But for clarity for myself, because like I said, it ain't something I deal with, right? So what out of the shit that's going on. So I understand the point that American Dream is making, right? And I understand what Brandon was seriously reading him. The point that I was trying to get out for clarity purposes that even though it's after the zero, what you label the singularity, that what you label singularity don't start to 10 to 38. That's what you're saying. So even if this is what it is, but whatever the singularity is named at 10 to the negative 38, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time following you because you like in and out, like. But did you ask a question? Did you follow that, Brendan, or because I'm having a hard time here.
Yeah, and
your audio
I think,
ain't the best there.
I think a part of the problem is that these things are happening so rapidly, right? And we're sort of thinking that, okay, well, since these things are happening so fast, right, behind each other, right, we're having a hard time to grasp it. I'll give you an example, right? The universe went through, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different eras before it was even 5 minutes old. You see what I'm saying? This is the amount
That's
of
a
time,
great point,
right? This is the amount of the scale at which we're dealing with when we're talking about the very, very early conditions of the universe. So this was a very rapid early evolution.
Definitely. We're talking about Planck units. I mean, the smallest unit of time that we can measure. So.
Real quick. Ain't trying to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just real quick. Ain't trying to break the build. I was trying to listen in, but if there's anybody that has access to the pseudo killers to unblock people, can y'all unblock Q? I think one of the members of the Gynocracy blocked me from a stream in past times to where they were upset about certain things that I said. So can y'all go in there and do me a solid and unblock me in the chat?
Unblock you in the chat. All right. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if one of y'all know how to do that, but yeah, unblock you, please. Yeah.
Brandon, when I hear somebody starts the explanation of the Big Bang with an explosion, then is when my automatic antennas goes up, and where we see there's a fundamental misunderstanding. You need to see this thing like a balloon getting blown up. So you're not expecting a reaction prior. So there could be a solid state, and then boom, the air starts. But when you think of an explosion, you think of a reaction. So you think of time. And when you think of an inflation, there's not necessarily a reaction that takes place. It just inflates. That's time zero right there. And what we're saying is, calculative wise, we can go back to a certain amount of time before we get into talking about we can just go back to a certain point where our physics that we have holds up. Beyond that, we have question marks. We don't know. We can't say anything beyond that point. But if you look at it,
but Cedric, we got a great question. We got a great question in the audience here. We got MF Dreadson in the chat here. He says, how does this information, how does this info improve the quality of life for you and your community?
That's a bullshit question.
How does that? That's a great question. And I was wondering if any of the panelists would like to take a stab at it, or if we can go around and all of the panelists can take a stab at that. Why is this topic, why is this information important to you and your community?
Scientific literacy is the foundation of the ability to make.
All right, one by one. We're gonna go one by one. I think Q Butter, you wanna take a stab at that?
Cedric started.
Yeah, my bad. My computer had cut off. One, I would definitely not like to answer that question only because y'all was going in. And that was just like, come on, bro. Like, you got a group of black men and people in the chat, 80 black people listening to a conversation like this. How is this not helping the black community? Are you shitting me? Like, I built the institute for the community. I would love for my students to just chat, listen to this. This is fucking amazing. To increase the intellectual capacity of our community increases the profitability of our community. It leads in you like that memory foam mattress? You like those shock absorbers in your car? You like those diatronic systems in those Mercedes? You like those microwaves? Shout out to astronomy. You like the understanding of the weather? Shout out to astronomy. You got a weather app on your phone? Shout out to astronomy. Do we want to depend on white people to give us this shit, or you want to inspire black people to do this shit? Conversations like this inspire that.
Go ahead. That's a great. I second that.
Go
ahead, Google.
Ditto the Q Butter.
Stupees.
No,
Stupees. Go ahead.
I must commend Q Butter on that answer. That's a beautiful answer. People don't understand that less than 100 years ago, we were still traveling around in horse and buggy. Less than 100 years ago, the majority of the population. And it's through science where we are now. So when somebody tells you what the discussion of science has to do with the benefit of our people, don't understand where we are or where we plan to go. So we are space age Negroes, but that Negro is still on the ground. Thank you.
Can I answer that?
Go ahead. Who said that?
Yeah, I think that if we were having a religious conversation about how the world began, I don't think that MF Tread's son would have a problem with that, and we would see how people or the Black community would value from that if it was coming from creation from a godly perspective. But being that we're talking about the creation of the universe from a scientific perspective, he may not be able to see the value in it, but I can't not see a value in that, given that if we were talking about anything having to do with STEM, I'm sure he would see a value in that. And, Big Bang Theory is the source of maybe all other sciences. So I don't see why any community wouldn't value from speaking science.
And you know what I will add on top of what Q Butter was mentioning, and this is something that you always mention as well, Corey, is that science has byproducts, right? There are byproducts from scientific advancement. So us finally cracking the nut, right? Trying to figure out, okay, well, can we really understand or have that, do that reconciliation between the quantum, right, and general relativity. Once we do that, who knows what type of additional scientific discoveries that will lead to, right? So the idea, we never know until we're basically across that fence, right? So these type of scientific advancements, right, these things create byproducts that are beyond our wildest dreams.
Damn, boy.
And to dovetail off that,
you got to mute out. But yeah, go ahead, Google Scholar. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, to dovetail off that, I don't know if you guys all seen something in the news about this this Black woman. She's I don't remember what her profession was, but she developed a treatment for cancer, and they've actually successfully tested it in mice so far. So if we have more diverse people in science, it actually gives us a chance to get to certain advancement that we wouldn't get to without diversity. So it's always a benefit, and conversations like for the discipline. You get my point? So I can't see that this would be a bad thing to have a conversation like this.
Yeah, if I can, real quick, I got to run. It's getting late for me. But Chef Ren did start off the show speaking about pseudo killers and how the channel has evolved. And I think that's what he had in mind for this show, talking about just the evolution of the show, what we liked about it, and stuff like that. And one of the things that I've always appreciated about the pseudo killers is that I've always enjoyed the conversations or the topics that you guys discuss. I may not agree with y'all on on 90% of your views. However, I think that y'all really do tackle some really good topics, and that's why I've been here and been, I've been disappointed at certain positions that y'all have taken, but for the most part, I'm a fan of the Pseudo Killers channel. I'll save what my issues are for another time. But man, blessings to y'all, and thank y'all for tackling and being willing to talk about some really good, what I think are really interesting topics. More than anyone else that I listen to. I think you guys have a good range of topics, and y'all are really willing to be bold and brave. And when y'all did that stuff with Queen and Zinga, and y'all went there during that time, that was really brave. And y'all are willing to tackle things regardless of how people look at y'all. And that's what I enjoy. Again, I don't agree with y'all on a lot, but I appreciate the fact that y'all bring this stuff forward. So yeah, man, peace to the Pseudo Killers.
Keep bringing those.
Appreciate that. That.
You know what? Keep bringing those opposing arguments. That really adds spice to the conversation, for real.
And that's what this platform.
That's for sure.
That's what this platform is all about. To bring those opposing views. To shut us up. We always say, we not the ones with all the answers. We just refer to experts, but we could be wrong too. So, like I said, we get beat up, and we always appreciate your adversarial views and others. It's others. You know what I'm saying? I can name a lot of others. We got Haskell. We got Cube outside the cube. It's a few of them that comes in and they give, they views and they oppose us on a lot of the things we say. But we appreciate that because it definitely adds to the discussion. It gives us a fruitful dialogue, and we're able to tease out some of the thoughts that maybe one of the audience members may have had questions on or whatever. So we definitely appreciate you, American Dream. No matter if we're gonna throw our shots, you're gonna throw your shots, but it's all in good fun though. So we appreciate that, man.
Indeed, respect. Good night, y'all.
Yo, real American, I posted a link too.
Here.
I just posted a link too that was in the chat. Can I share the screen real quick?
Go ahead. You can share screen.
This right. This is from Forbes. This is a Forbes link. That's a random article from Forbes. But they was in here talking about the early universe and what in here talking about what it possibly could be filled with and like where it was. And here they describe how it's everywhere. These descriptions change over time, but they're arguing, is it everywhere? Was it matter that was everywhere? Was it energy that was everywhere? Or was it dark energy that's everywhere? So this article highlights the not the speed.
Or something more fundamental, right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot.
I'd say it was a plasma. It was a plasma. That's where I'm gonna put my money at. But go ahead.
Well, it gets messy. You know what I mean?
It does get messy though. I ain't gonna
it being everywhere. It being everywhere, that's a new switch. Like that's a new version of it though. That wasn't there.
No, I don't think so. I think that's
10 years ago. 10 years ago,
the expansion happened everywhere at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So that's a fundamental part of the whole theory or whatever. As far as I understand it, maybe you might know something. I ain't never saying
there was a point in time when if most models they describe it where the matter and everything was compacted at some point, at some huge point, but everything was together at one point, and that has a lot of flaws in that type of concept. So that's why people
like I said, that'll be getting, like I said, now we're getting beyond, the Planck unit, you know what I'm saying? So I just, I'm just a layman. So I'm not mad at you, Q Butter. You
I love your thought process, bro. I can't argue with it, but I'm gonna say I can't. That's all I can say at this moment. You know what I mean?
And I think
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
You better started that shit and then dipped out on a nigga.
No, my computer cracked. No, yo, I thought it was my cat. My shit turned off. I'm like, damn, they gonna be like, you ran.
Sosa, Q Butter dipped out, let me in here the battle with a wild animal, American Dream.
I didn't know what was going on. He came, I was like, what? I was like, damn. Yeah. I was like, all right.
But again, when we're talking about that whole expansion it goes back to what explaining that grand unified superforce, right? How was the universe before gravitation? That's why gravity is important, right? That's why I'm glad that Due Diligence had that conversation about gravity, because gravity is that one fundamental force that we have to really begin to understand at a more fundamental, at the quantum level, right? Before we start answering some of these questions that Q Butter has,
I think, brother, you been saying something crazy.
Yeah, I was telling American Dream, get his ass up out of here before we get mad. Trying to trick us somewhere, and he's trying to trick us somewhere. I don't know where.
He was building us up to chop us down.
Yeah, he was building us up to chop us down, yo. I knew it was coming.
I get frustrated when you can't follow numbers. If you can't follow the basic unit of numbers on the model, it's like I can't. I don't. All right.
He's looking at it. He's looking at it like 10 to the negative 43 is a exact and finite, number. They don't know. I mean, that's what they're labeling it. But didn't nobody have a stopwatch and say, okay, at 10 to the negative 43, this happened.
Right.
And that's the way he treated it. I mean, 10 to the negative 42 could be 0, as far as we know. That's why you got the question marks.
That's why the time. Yeah, that's
what I'm saying.
That's the breakdown of our mathematics. Sort of, we can't use it. We can't use our tools. We can't measure it. We can't measure a distance smaller than that.
No, and that's why it's all theoretical.
Right. Absolutely.
The singularity is theoretical because we don't know. We don't know for sure. 10 to the negative 42 could be 0. And now you got to start from there. So all the numbers don't mean nothing now. So you caught up on that 10 to the negative 43 like somebody was standing there with a stopwatch.
And again, this is the God of the gaps, right? We push the level of human understanding way, way back to what we don't know at 10 to the in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second, right? So now we're in that small, minute fraction. We play there. We want to play there, and then everything after that we want to completely ignore. We didn't even get to the parts of the universe what we really do understand because we got bogged down in that small little piece that we don't. And that's what we have to stop doing. That's that God of the gaps where we like to play. Where we like
that's that Afro-Asiatic. That's what the son of them doing. They doing that right there.
Right. And again,
the pieces they don't know. They dive into it.
MIT, they're taking applications. If you want to solve it, the University of Boulder, right? One of my coworkers, his wife teaches astrophysics at the University of Boulder, right? His wife teaches astrophysics, and his son and daughter are physicists there. Talk to them, right? Put in your application. Have some of these conversations then,
Or at least have it from a space where you're not like the know-it-all. I went to school for astrophysics. I dropped the fuck out. I'm going back this September to school, but I was in the planetarium with like 60 motherfucking people in there, and I was humbly the dumbest person in the room, B. I ain't even gonna lie to you, son. There was like this. I remember this 70-year-old white lady, son, heavy set white lady, was able to do all these computations in her head, all these. I'm like, and they was paying full price to be in this class, and I'm saying,
but not to interrupt you, Q. I'm sorry, but you know
cut them off right in the middle That was journey to the college.
Yo, that shit, I ain't gonna, that humbled the shit out of me, bro. Humbled.
Yeah, it does. It does
out
because and listen though, because and you touched on it earlier though, Q, and I think this was the biggest problem with and Sosa did too. Sosa kind of came in and touched on it too. This was the biggest issue with American Dream is science is counterintuitive. So when you hear negative 10 to the negative 43, you're like, well, you're trying to get to zero. Zero is the end result that you're looking for, right? But that's not necessarily the case because as my man's just said, 10 to the negative 43, like Anthony just said, 10 to the negative 42 could have been zero. We just don't know. So that's the whole point of, this is counterintuitive. You like Sosa said, he's trying to use common sense, or somebody said that. He's trying to use common sense to understand this, and that's sciences just don't work that way. It's not the way you would normally think about things. That's usually not the answer. But go ahead.
That was even for me, the beginning part is cool. The accelerating aspect of the universe is directly in our hands, right? Like for me, that's the conversation that's like, what do you mean it's getting faster? You know what I mean? That's the conversation. Is like, there's so many, what, how? That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the science I want to get to. I know it's hard.
You know that, right? It's like being on some cookie dough, right? And no matter where you stand at, right, it appears to be getting up, going away from you, falling away from you. And as it goes away from you, it speeds up. You get that perception?
Oh no, I
it ain't no friction. It's not.
No, I completely understand it. It's just when we reverse it, the same way you said, we have to be mindful of how we apply our logic, common sense logic. There's a lot of that when you take this and just say, well, let's just reverse the picture. And that's what was done with the expansion of the universe. Was like, well, if everything's expanding this way, obviously it had to be together at some point.
No, so, one thing we didn't explain earlier. People throwing out this number 10 to the negative 43. They need to understand that 10 to the negative 1 is 0.1. 10 to the negative 2 is 0.01. 10 to the negative 43 is 0.430 then 1 second. People need to understand what kind of time that is. Well, it's like 43 trillion, quintillion of a second. People need to understand what 10 to the negative 43 means.
And I explained it earlier, right? The universe underwent 5 stages, right? This is even before the first atom came into existence. Before a single atom, the universe had already went through 5 conditional stages. So, and we got stuck on the second one.
Yeah, but I think what American Dream's point is, no matter how small the time, it's still chronological.
Well, he came in saying, but he came in telling me that I shouldn't have been teaching. I don't know what he was saying or something like that. I was like, I don't.
Right. His point is it's still chronological, no matter how small the time is, right? So if you say 10 to the negative 43 could be 10 to the negative 43, or it could be 0. I mean, at that point, I don't even want to say that.
At that point, we knew you would understand, but we just knew that. Like,
I'm just saying, at that point,
we don't really know. Don't nobody know.
But that's what I'm saying. It just seems kind of meaningless. It just seems kind of meaningless to me.
He originally stated that he was like, "Yo,
what about everything that
thermodynamics?" He's saying thermodynamics only applies in a closed system, and that's how I was like, "What system are you talking about?"
The universe is not a closed system.
You say what?
What? The universe is not a closed system. It's neither open or a closed system.
Nah, I said it's a closed system, yo. Let's get
I want to hear. So, what are you defining as the universe?
Yeah, man, it's a closed system. Man.
That's why I asked them the same. What are you defining as the universe?
Here's the argument.
The universe is a closed system. Y'all got to show me that.
No, I'm just asking you, what are you defining as the universe?
The space-time.
So then you're saying space-time itself is an open space, so it's not closed.
And within there.
He's saying it's neither open or closed. Like, so
it's a closed system, yo, because nothing can get
I'm
in.
saying
Nothing
what
can
Corey
get out.
just said.
I'm trying to tell you, everything that we see is already contained. It's already contained in the universe. Meaning nothing came to it. Nothing came in. Nothing came out. You know what I'm saying? Nothing needed to be added. It's a closed system. Where else you gonna get it from?
Let me ask you this, Unc. What is the observable universe expanding into?
I don't know. It ain't expanding nothing. It's actually using up the available fuel. You know, because everything is baked like suns, right? That everything comes out of suns, and suns burn. Right? We know about white dwarfs and all that. We just had a whole stupid ass conversation with the Dogon. But all this is available fuel, and when all available fuel burn out, right? Then they say what after that?
And this is why I always say.
So we can look that up.
Well, you don't need.
Yeah, we can look that up. We can look it up.
That's an easy question. We can look it up whether the universe is an open system or a closed system. We can easily look that up.
Yeah, sure can.
No, that's why I literally have this. That's why I literally pulled this article up. That's why I was like, because when we're saying open or closed,
I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's why I pulled it up to see what. That's what I was asking, because then it goes into what are we expanding? If it's the matter, the energy that we're discussing, if that's what we're discussing, and that system itself is expanding in an open system of space, and that is completely separate from everything else, and then the space that we occupy is occupied inside of that space, and it's expanding inside of that situation.
I get what you're saying, no Q. I get what you're saying.
What's the name of the physicist that was the handicap guy? What was his name?
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking explained it best, right? When he talks about
so it's an isolated. The universe is an isolated system.
No. In terms of when you say what the universe is expanding into, right? Stephen Hawking he explained it sort of this way. He said that the universe is expanding into itself, right? And if you could put yourself at the edge of the universe, right, when the universe is expanding into itself, right, it would look the same as if any other place in the universe, right? That's how Stephen Hawking's, right, explains it, right? In terms, he says the universe is expanding into itself.
Yeah, but how does he know that?
It's counterintuitive. He has this. He's a brilliant mathematical mind, and how he does it, you know.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. You know, like that's
all right. I stand corrected. Yeah, the universe is a closed system. I was wrong on that. Go ahead, y'all. I appreciate that, brother.
I was understanding your right. That's what I want to understand. If you were saying the space time itself, there's a secondary underlining space where the universe is expanding into, and our fabric of space is inside of that fabric of space. That's that bubble thing, and then the outer region of space, the outer region.
It was just I had a misinterpretation. Like it's an isolated system, therefore it makes it. That's what makes it a closed system. So I was fucked up on that. But go ahead, Joe.
But that's why when Son was saying that the thermodynamics wouldn't apply, because I'm like, no, thermodynamics, you can't. That's.
Let's flip it on its head, right? I was always taught in school and college. It says when something doesn't make sense, reverse it, right? So if something is shrinking, what is it? It's shrinking into.
Right?
It's shrinking into itself, right? Like for instance, if you were shrinking, right? If I shrunk you down, right? What are you shrinking into? See, this is one of the thought exercises that I had to go through to kind of understand what they were talking about.
Yeah, but Brendan, I'm still shrinking in space. The amount of volume that I took
what are you shrinking into though?
a smaller version of yourself.
Right, a smaller version of myself, but it's still
space
happening.
is expanding, and
It's
space
still
is
happening
expanding.
within space.
Right.
So the
and
amount
space
of
is expanding.
the amount of space that
space
listen,
itself, space time itself is
the way how they describe it. There's no way a human mind can conceptualize that. Impossible.
I don't.
That's
I
why
don't-
we need good physicists and theoretical physicists to
Maybe not
explain.
us.
No, I don't.
Maybe
I
not
don't
us
but,
on those YouTube.
but there's also that's why they respectfully say at that point we don't know. But in the article you saw I put up, that's what when I was asking a question just to see what y'all would say about it, where is it located? Their new idea is that it was everywhere, and everywhere is expanding everywhere. However, these still, because you can't, you're not going to get past that beginning of where did the mass come from? And if the universe right now is so dependent on the amount of mass we have, ordinary matter, then we need to know where it came from. And if it came out of radiation first, is a different whole way in which the universe would evolve. And so there's
Let's even get deeper. I won't even get deeper into that.
Somebody got
experiment.
mute up. Somebody got a cup of ice.
Yeah,
and
I
a
won't
straw.
even get deeper into that thought experiment. But let Stu Peas go a bit.
Q, can I ask you a question?
Did y'all let Thunder in? Yes.
Yeah. Q. I didn't see.
the
universe is everything. Brendan is the host. Okay.
Hey, Brendan, check Thunder waiting.
Yep, he's in.
Yeah. Q, if the universe is everything, if it's a closed system, what you're saying is that what you're asking is something exists outside of the universe. That's what you're asking, right?
Say that again.
If something exists outside of the universe.
No, I'm not asking.
No.
Let me ask you. Does anything exist outside of the universe?
No.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Right, that doesn't make sense.
So how is it expanding?
That's the question this is the reality that's created by the question. That's why the fabric of space, and there's people now that are saying that that's why I understand when brought up Brian, I'm like, bro, you also got to think about the fact that if we're expanding, our space itself is expanding in space, we just by default added 3 more dimensions. That means we live in a 7-dimensional universe just by default. And then you got to add another time. So now we're at 8 now.
So as we know it, it's being created as it's expanding.
Or it is there before.
It's not anything to expand into. Whatever whatever y'all perceiving it to expand into is being created as it expands.
So space is being created.
You're saying space is being created.
It's being created.
And the energy to move the material that's in the space itself is being created. That's why I go back, there's a lot of assumptions. I said there's a lot of uncomfortable
but that's
assumptions.
That's why it's called theoretical physics.
Right, and keep in mind, right? Science does not concern itself with anything outside of the observable universe, right?
Yep.
So anything that would be outside of the universe, right, is not really within the realm of science. If there's something, that's why I kind of mentioned that, the idea of if you were sitting on the edge of the universe and the universe was expanding, your perception of the universe would be the same as it would be anywhere else. It's not something that we can perceive outside of the universe. And science doesn't concern itself with anything because it's something that we can't measure, we can't observe. Anything that's outside of that's something that we don't deal with, right? As science. Like for instance, there's this concept of the observable universe, right?
Well, the observable universe is always increasing. Like the cosmic web is, so it's always long as Right. I get what you're saying at it. It's still the
philosophers deal in that realm. They deal in the realm.
Well, we can't measure.
Well, it's not. I'm just stating if we're stating that space time itself, which we all agree, is a thing, and that thing, matter is inside of that thing on a ride, and it's on a ride inside of another thing.
Can I say something for 1 second, please? The piggyback, this Thunder, man. The piggyback on whatever the young man just said, right? I think me,
There he go.
me, Concrete, and Unc had a conversation about the Big Bang Theory. You remember that, Concrete, when we talked about that?
I remember it vaguely. Go ahead, though. I'm sure we have had.
So, oh yeah, we've had 2 conversations about it, real long, drawn out, right? So, and to me,
he's still in church. After all that, he's still in church with it. But go ahead.
So I'm willing to, and I think we had the God conversation in that conversation. So I told you all I was willing to accept the fact that I will accept the Big Bang Theory as legit if we could put God in there at the beginning somewhere, right? So when we look at
I showed you where he would go. He would go just beyond 10 to the negative 43. You can put him right in there.
That's right. Just put him. To me, I think that's a great compromise between the 2 dynamics, right? You got the anti-theist and you got the theist. So I would say that's a good middle ground. So what the brother just said about matter, right?
Hell no, it's not.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, hold on. Is that Chef?
No, it's cute. It's cute, buddy.
Oh, cute. Okay. So what I would say about what the brother just said about matter, that's what, if nothing else bothers me and really stifles me as far as trying to see where creation
Haskell, what you doing? You wrestling in the background or what?
Yeah, man, stop it.
You unpacking boxes or something?
Hell no.
Go ahead, Thunder.
So the thing that baffles me is what he just said, right? And we had a long drawn out conversation. You brought up how what's that? You remember that map that we showed that illustrated the Big Bang Theory that you had the
my favorite picture, yeah.
And, right, that picture, right? So this is where I throw the God. That's where I put God at.
On the page before that, right?
Right. No, well, yeah.
Not on that page. He can't go on that page. He has to go on the page before that.
Right, that's right. Let's accept. Let's go with that, right? But for the sake of the argument, this is where I put God. When you're talking about that matter, how was that matter created to form the planet, water, the entire periodic table? That is where.
Oh, that ain't hard. Oh, that's not.
You asking a lot of questions we have figured out, but you asking 2 questions. I know what you're asking, but a lot of that we already figured it out. But go ahead.
You can do that, but at the beginning of it, you're still going to explain to me. Like let's look at the weight of Earth. Right? We ain't even gonna get into the sun and all of it. Earth is a very small planet. I don't know if everybody knows it, but it's a very small planet in the big scheme of things. So let's look at the weight of Earth.
Earth doesn't have a weight, brother.
How many tons it is or whatever.
Yes.
But look at that tonnage and then go into how was that tonnage?
So you're gonna convert the mass into ton units? Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay. However you want to do that, Corey. That's fine. However you want to do that.
I'm here.
You on a scientific panel, Thunder, so you're going to get shot. You're going to get shot.
Thunder come in the building with God. How did God do it? Where's your evidence for God? Where's your evidence for God? How does God look? What's his address? What's his qualification number? Does he have a Facebook? Before you mention God, you have to quantify God.
Stop it. So now, this is what I'm saying. The tonnage that it takes
Let's just say the math.
Let him go. Let him go.
Let's say the math. Go ahead.
Before you deposit God, you need to provide me with evidence for this God. Otherwise, you're talking about mermaids and leprechauns.
Let Thunder get it off. Go ahead.
Hey, Corey. Hey, Corey, you cold, yo. You say put God on the other page. Thunder say, okay.
Let's do this right.
Hey, I tried to show you where the page was. I tried to show you where the page.
You say put him on the other page.
See the page? He just falls off the page.
Right. He on that back there.
We don't have no room, right? It just falls off.
Let Thunder get it off, though. Go ahead, Thunder.
Thunder don't care. As long as he's somewhere around there, he good. It ain't gotta be that. It can be on the other page. I'm good. Because I don't want to get struck down.
Thunder, rich God. Thunder. We're not dealing with presuppositions. Before you deposit a God, you need to provide me evidence for said God. Because there are too many gods. So as long as you can't provide evidence for God, you might as well say leprechaun or mermaid.
Okay, let's do
it's
this.
all in your imagination.
No, because they always want to put God where science stops. Now
right.
I mean, no, damn it. No, Either you gonna believe in the Big Bang or you not. You not gonna.
I don't know what discussion does.
Now you done got Anthony warmed up. I'm gonna get out.
Go in.
I'm not listening to no ignorant God nonsense.
What you trying to do?
Can I say something, Corey?
Go in.
What he trying to do is make God the creator of everything we see.
Yeah,
that's what he's trying to do.
Presupposition. You're assuming creation when you have no evidence. You're talking about a God that we don't even know where his email address is. No, you don't have an argument.
Well, you don't have an argument. You're just saying God created it.
Hey, in all fairness, guys,
y'all gotta stop.
Corey,
if Thunder came on and said the leprechaun, we would have shut him down. He mentioning God is the same thing as saying a leprechaun.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna allow y'all to beat him up unmercifully. Just let him get his point out, and then y'all can. I'm gonna let y'all beat him to death. Go ahead.
Right, beat me to death. I'm good with that. Y'all know I'm good with that.
Everybody on mute.
So we got the math. We got the math, and thank you for the correction, Corey. The math needed to create Earth, the sun, Pluto, all the stars, all that, the mass that was needed to create it, the gravity, all that stuff, right? Well, you can throw it all in there. I think that is where I'm lost, right? And if y'all can help me with that, I'm fine with that. Now, we'll go with Big Bang Theory, but that Big Bang Theory starts with nothingness and ends with
we get something from nothing.
And so an event happened, and then matter. So when that is why I'm saying that's why to me, I don't mind filling in God there. But I'm still allowing for science to do its thing too. So this is my thing.
So your door is open. Your door is open. Then is what you're saying.
Yeah, we'll submit. I'll submit with God. Put
doors of the church is open.
This is what I'm saying. This is what
you lean towards God, but you willing to hear the science of it, right?
No, I wasn't to say that God put it. Was the genesis of it. And of course, science did its thing. So when you're looking at, I think the brother just said something about the universe is still expanding even as we speak. So I was looking at the lectures of Neil deGrasse Tyson and he was talking about this thing that they're calling dark matter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if everybody's familiar with it, but it's a force at the
that's the
center
black
of the universe.
Jesus. That's the black Jesus.
The black who?
The black Jesus.
Black Jesus.
The black Jesus. Why you? All right, fine.
Black Jesus.
So now, the black Jew.
So yeah, the dark matter is all about, you know, there's not enough mass to account for why the galaxies is held together and things are held together like that, right? So dark matter is what we use to answer those questions, right? Now, dark matter, there's still a lot of questions and still a lot of things that need to be substantiated about dark matter. But again, this is one of the questions that's on the forefront of science. So like Anthony was alluding to earlier, Thunder,
Hey, before you do that, Corey.
can't dance in the realm of where science ends, then that's where you start to pick up that's the God of the gaps there. Which
no, this is what I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. So when you got the dark matter, right? So let's just say science is kind of trying to see what's going on. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where I'm at is we know that science can't answer the question now, but hopefully at some point science will. But we also know that this thing is occurring. Regardless of science know what's going on or not, we know this is happening.
But usually it's natural. Usually the answer is natural.
Okay,
right?
fine. You can say it's natural. That's no problem. I ain't even gonna trip. So we'll go with it's a natural phenomenon that's occurring at the middle of the galaxy that's causing it to expand. Is that correct? I mean, I don't think I say anything unfair.
Well, in the middle of the galaxy, no, it's a black hole in the middle of the galaxy.
Okay,
go ahead, Q. You wanted to say something? You wanted to answer that?
Whatever it is, it's causing the universe.
I wanted to say something, Corey.
So hold on one second. So we got matter is being formed right now. It's being formed. Something is occupying space. Now I don't mean outer space. I mean space is occupying a space that is available.
Oh, space is occupying a space. No, that's. It seems like that, but like
matter
I said,
isn't being formed right now either, right? I think, in terms of the matter that's in the universe today, it's consistent, right? We're not forming matter at this point, right? Very early on in the evolution of the universe, we were forming matter and antimatter, but that's no longer happening on a large scale.
Okay, what's happening right now?
And matter barely won that. I mean, matter won that match by the skin of his teeth, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right. 1 billion, right.
I think it was only one more matter particle than it was an anti-matter particle. That's why we hit
on billions
but go ahead.
Of a scale for sure.
Yeah.
So we got something is causing an expansion, and that something is filling a space. That's what I'm saying. Whatever, I don't care how y'all.
No, it's not. It doesn't
just
go
let
like
him,
that.
Just let him say
but
what
go
he
ahead. He said what he said. He's saying
go ahead.
Matter. Something is filling the space. So
there's
space time is expanding.
There's something intangible that's incomprehensible that's filling these spaces and making these things. I mean, listen. Listen,
you can't look at it like you can't look at it like you filling a swimming pool with water.
Hold
on, brother.
You can't look at it. It's counterintuitive. It's counterintuitive.
I wanted to speak.
Haskell, go ahead.
So I don't think there's any issue, because from what I'm hearing from Thunder, he just wants you guys to grant him his God, and I don't see what the big deal is.
I told him we could.
Yeah,
I told him where he go. I told him right where he can put the guy at.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, I don't know what there's really nothing to talk about after that.
No, it's not.
Right.
But no, I was
right. Hold on, Thunder. Yeah. So I wanted to hear the brothers really get back into the, the minutia of the whole, You know, because this is a field that I'm not versed in. So I'm not trying to rain on your parade thunder, but I think your issue has been resolved. You want to be granted that God is the one who's the catalyst for the process. I think everybody pretty much is like, all right, yeah, okay, God did it. I don't know what there is after that.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not doing the God thing, bro. What I'm doing is when we're looking at dark matter, I think maybe y'all need. I've read 2 papers on dark matter, and I'm not sure if everybody is really understanding what is for real happening. You know what I'm saying?
Can I real quick? Can I just say, you said you read 2 pages?
No, 2 papers.
2 papers. So what I would suggest, dark matter. What's your understanding of galaxies?
Understanding what?
Of galaxies.
What is a galaxy?
What's your understanding of galaxies?
You want to know what it is, or
What's your understanding of galaxies in relation to dark matter?
In relation to dark matter, I don't know. Tell me.
All right, so from right then and there, no offense, that's like me asking you, what is the relationship to car insurance to driving? Or like, you know, the left pedal to stopping. So that's how fundamental dark matter is to galaxies. The spin, when astronomers observe galaxies, they're spinning at extreme rates. The analogy that's usually used, you see when somebody spins a pizza and they make a pizza?
Yeah.
All right. The typical rotational speed for a pizza to spin to a typical diameter of like 18 inches or whatever, let's say that's 30 revolutions, not even that, let's say 10 revolutions a minute, 20 revolutions a minute. They're spinning it, right? And that brings it to its normal size. Now, if you spun that to 50,000 revolutions a minute, what would you expect to happen to the pizza?
If it spins 50,000, what? Say it one time.
Revolutions per minute. What would you expect to happen to the pizza dough?
It wouldn't survive that. I would suppose.
So the analogy is the pizza is spinning that fast and it's maintaining its disc-like shape, which is inferring to scientists that there has to be some other mass holding the galaxy in its shape. That's dark matter. That has nothing to do when you say expansion of the universe, that's a whole different conversation.
No, you think it's a different conversation? Okay. Let's do this then. Is the universe expanding?
Yes.
Okay, what is causing that expansion?
Dark energy.
Dark energy.
Girls is laid.
Okay, cool.
Dark energy.
So, you use dark energy. Okay, fine. The dark energy that's causing the universe to expand. Of course, science has caught up to what's going on, and let's go with it's a natural phenomenon. Fine, right? We'll go with that. What I'm saying is, I think my big picture is, we know science is going to catch up at some point. But when you hear, if you were to hear a person come in and say God, right? God, that's God right there doing it. I think that's where that's probably where the theist probably falls short. You know what I'm saying? I can understand what y'all saying, how the God of the galaxy issue. It's a real issue, and I gotta admit that part. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully y'all understand what I'm saying. But my point is, I'm starting to see what you all are saying about the God of the gap thing, and is not really. I understand y'all viewpoint now. For years I did not, but now I. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully I make sense.
Yeah. See, you can't. See, okay, if you're gonna put God right there at the 10 to the, Well, then when the James Webb go online and when they get that Nancy Grace Roman up and going, get that going, we're gonna go beyond that 10 to the negative 43. But your God got to stay right there. You can't move him this time. Y'all done moved him too many times. So if Corey gonna let you have him on the page before 10 to the negative 43, okay, you can have him right there. But when we go past that, it's time to leave. We're gonna leave him where he is right now. Can we do that?
And that's been my whole, and I think me, Corey, and Unc came to a conclusion that that's fair. All I want is, well, not want, but I think it's just right to be at least fair. You know what I'm saying?
Can I add? I personally think it's mad disrespectful. I think I know. Can I real quick? Can I say this? I personally think that the reach that, and I remember being religious, that religious people do with science is mad disingenuous, bro. Like nobody in science is like, well, we need God to do this. And then religious people come in like, well, you need God to figure. No, we just need a little bit more time, some better telescopes and microscopes, and we'll figure some shit out. And we can acknowledge when we're wrong. And there's no room for God or the discussions of theology or any of that type of philosophical conversations in a science lab. And I think people that, if you want to enter the space, respect that. Like, you know what I mean? Your religion has no place when making an iPhone. It has no place in coding the HTML for YouTube. There's no place, and that's just respect.
Oh, that's right. No problem. No doubt.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Q, brother. 100%. I mean, hey, you can have your. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with what you believe and all that there, but you can't bring that into the science conversation because it don't fit. It just don't fit. They don't match. They don't go together. And in my opinion, there can't be no compromise because science is not looking for God. Science is not trying to figure out who created the universe. Science is trying to figure out how the universe was created. And that's two different paradigms. It just don't match. It don't mix.
Brother, I agree. But yeah, just kind of, even with your Big Bang Theory, man, that matter had to come from somewhere. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Well, that's why I posted.
How it formed.
Did you read the article I posted? That's what it talks about. Like the different, like.
Where you posted?
In the chat for the Zoom. Oh, I didn't post it on there.
No, I don't think so. Well, I could look on it. My bad, but I wasn't ignoring. I just didn't see it. Chat. I don't see it.
In the Zoom.
Is in the Zoom? Is it a YouTube or the Zoom?
In the Zoom.
Hey, 220 Love said the two papers you read was the first two pages.
Is the foundation for allowing you to have a presupposition that anything was created?
Cedric, okay, let's do this. I think you in your scientific field, right? I think you definitely have done a lot of good work. You've learned, studied, you went to school, you did your thing. Do you have in your field? Do you have a let's just say a area of your field where maybe science hasn't answered those questions? Like it's a void, like with dark energy, dark matter, right? It's from a scientific standpoint, it's a void. And what I'm saying is, when you acknowledge the God of the gap issue, to me, I feel it's easy to do that because, humans got to have an answer for everything, and a lot of times we're just not patient enough to see where the science takes us, right? So, even with that.
Well, no, that's not how the dark energy. You know the equation for force, right? The basic equation.
Well,
F equal ma. Force equal mass times acceleration. Force equal mass times acceleration.
So if you know that there's a mass, obviously, right, and it's accelerating, right, there got to be a force. The force has to be propelling it, so that's going to be an energy, you know. So that's, you know, conversion with momentum, a little movement of equations, and boom, you just focus on the energy part. That's where it comes. It's not like it's just a random reach for God. It's like, no, the observation is that the car is moving. There has, and it's accelerating. There has to be something that's providing the force for it to accelerate. And whatever's providing that force has to have energy. So it's not
cool.
just
So
like
let's go with gas and an engine, right? Engine that burns fuel produces acceleration, right? We'll go with that. Now, what the issue in space that's occurring right now, of course, there's a void of information that science is trying to catch up to. We'll agree with that. But I'm saying in the midst of that void, let's just say that the information, let's just say that dark energy, that theory, the whole thing got out into the public, right? And it was a mass, everybody was inquisitive about, damn, what is this dark energy? And then at that point, you will hear, of course, the religious side of things come up with, they'll plug in God right there. What I'm saying is, even when plugging that void, that void is what's allowing that to occur.
But that's what it comes down to: comprehension and intellect. And no offense, the word void should not be used to describe what's missing or may not be understood in science. Like, that's not the proper usage of the word. Void means like absent of, or, you know what I mean? Like, that's not the space. What I just described is not what is missing is the ability to observe or rationalize what we're measuring. That's not the same thing. That would be saying like, all right, no, you would have to be giving us direct observations where we can see God's hand happening. That's why he said, give us some quantifiable shit. It's like, all right, we don't understand how God is doing this, but when they pray 3 times and look left and drop this water on their left foot, this shit happens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Q, when he say void, he's just talking about the unknown, the not knowing.
Yeah,
there's always
smart, brother. I don't know why you would take offense to that.
Yeah. And he didn't take offense, but
no, it's not offense. It's just the rhetoric.
He's just saying when he says void, it just simply means the things that science hasn't answered yet. And no matter how advanced science gets, there's always they're never going to know everything about everything. That will never happen, right?
But you don't go into science saying that you're gonna know everything. That's one of the
right, absolutely. But that's what I'm saying. If there's always going to be gaps to exploit, and those gaps is where a pious person can put their deity, and that will always be there. And that's why I said, I mean, I like where the conversation was going. No offense to Thunder, because I was learning a lot listening to you gentlemen. And the God thing, like I said, grant him as God, and then let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. Like, there's
no doubt.
I'm with you.
Yeah, because in reality, you can place your God in the unknown, and you can put him in the physical world, right? Many Christians do, right? They say that they can see the hand of God in everything that they see in the physical world around them, right? Not only in the unknown, but in the known. So,
yeah, you can't.
It's philosophical. This is a philosophical
You can't compete
thing
with God, bro. Like,
exactly. This is a
because
philosophical
thing. Y'all do your thing, man. Y'all do your thing.
Yeah.
No need to, right? Because I think this sort of brings balance, because it adds credence to a lot of the conversations we have, right? This is some of the reasons we do have these conversations, right? To make that clear distinction between what's rooted in the physical world and what's rooted in theology, right?
I'm just saying, I think big picture, I'm just saying human nature needs to know, and I'm saying that Well, he got offended with void. So that the lack of knowledge, the lack of understanding on. And I understand now. I understand what okay. When I said it like that, now I understand what you mean by not saying void. Okay, so I'll take that correction. So the lack of understanding.
Thunder.
Yeah, we know what you meant, Thunder. It just means that they don't have an answer. They don't know a particular thing. That's what you meant when you said void. So, I mean, I understood it.
Let me ask Thunder a question. Thunder, can you hear me? Long time. Big up, long time. Respect.
I love you, brother.
Respect. Love you too. So, where in the universe does heaven exist?
Come on, man.
Yeah, we ain't doing that. I'm
Bro,
done.
don't
So
do that,
I agree with what. Let's y'all go ahead and do your thing. And
No. Because is it inside or is it outside the universe? Is heaven a closed system or an open system?
Listen what I'm saying. Stupid. This is all I'm saying. If we did a worldwide thing or whatever, right? Just saying there's a dark energy in the universe that's causing it to expand. That's not knowledge that most people understand or know. Right? They're just hell. We just worried about this high ass gas prices right now. So we ain't talking about no dark energy or nothing. But what I'm saying is if the word really got out and it was worldwide that there's a dark energy causing this stuff, what I'm saying is you will have a mass amount of people that will like you say, that fill in the God that they'll fill in God right now. The same way I was doing with the Big Bang Theory. I'm putting God there, but correlate. No.
That's what I was saying. The way you articulate in the rhetoric, that's what brings it about. It's like religious connotated, and a lot of religious people use the overtones which they create, like the word energy. You know what I mean? Connections. Nothing is destroyed or created. They take these things and create these religious, philosophical overtones and try to interpolate it into like spiritual belief systems.
Q. I don't know if you're familiar with Thunder, but Thunder is a Christian. I don't know if you know that or not.
No, I know, and that's why I'm explaining to him that what I hear in his speech and why I recognize where a lot of times people who have certain type of spiritual systems, faith systems, or philosophies, they use certain words. They use certain words that create these overtones that, you know what I mean? Like, so when they say void is like this unknown space that God creates.
You know what? We do the same thing. Hold on, the Q. Let them know that almost 90% of the universe, the known universe, they say is comprised of either dark matter or dark energy. The physical universe as we know it.
85%.
Yeah, the physical universe as we know it is a small fraction of the universe compared to dark matter. So when you're saying that dark matter now, when he's saying dark matter or the unknown, open and close quotation, and and referring it to some other entity, or that could be the entity, the force behind the driving force behind the universe. That's a big statement. But look how we jump off topic and I was enjoying. I was learning about Thunder. I blame you, Thunder.
Hey, when you came on, bro, I already knew what time it was, bro.
You know what? We have to just put guardrails around some of this stuff so we don't completely go into a rabbit hole, right? And you know what? Just in terms of what Q-Better was talking about, some of the overtones, right? Right. It's not only the religious community, the conscious community use some of these overtones as well. How many times, for example, have you heard people in the conscious community refer to dark matter and dark energy as opposed to dark meaning black, right? So no, when we talk about dark, that means something that isn't observable at this time. We don't have the measurements or the tools to observe it. It's not that it's black. Right, it has nothing to do with melanin. I've heard people say something about dark energy. This is the melanin of the universe. It's not that it's black. No, it's that it's dark. It's just a term, right? We say that we can't observe it, right? Any of the tools, the measurements, it doesn't interact. It doesn't interact with light. It doesn't interact with any of our measurements, for sure.
Well, that dark matter, it doesn't interact with light, but it will bend light. that's another way that they know that it's something there that they can't observe because of the gravitational lensing caused by it. And they know that something, the dark energy, they know it's something because it's responsible for the expansion. But like you said, Brandon, we just can't observe it because it doesn't interact with anything, any of the physical matter. We can just see the effect.
Motion.
Yeah, we can only observe the effects that it has on physical matter.
Beautiful,
because it's responsible for the expansion.
Who was that?
That was me. Sorry about that.
Somebody echoing. Yeah, but when you think about that, that's Newton's second law of motion. When they say that, it has to be something. What Newton's second law says, a body at rest will continue to be at rest, and a body in motion will continue to be in motion unless affected by some external force. And that's the light, and it is affected. It is not moving in a straight line, so it must be affected by some external force. So they contributed to dark matter. Boom. But so we're going back to new topic.
We got really deep tonight. Actually today. You know, we've been on. What time did we start this? This was supposed to be lunchtime with pseudo killers. This is our second stream, right? I think we started about 1 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Oh man, 2 o'clock. Yeah, because I actually ordered. No, I was gonna order me a sandwich from Subway, but I discovered that I had some deli meat, right, in the fridge. So I was like, okay, I can jump on a quick live, right, with everybody, right. But yeah, I think this has been one of the most interesting conversations we've had so far, because what we wanted to do is come back to some of these scientific conversations, right. And I was having the conversations with Corey and the other guys. He was like, well, we really wanted to do a series about the evolution of the universe. And I think we kind of touched on it tonight, and we kind of teed it up, right, with this idea of the Big Bang and what some of the observable evidence is. We talked about the Newton's law, right? We talked about Hubble's law right there. But I really think that we really want to actually delve into this in more detail, talk about all the different phases of the universe, the conditions, what those were like, and just have those conversations, tease those out. And Q Butter, you're more than welcome to jump in and actually help out with some of these conversations, right? And put in your insight, because it sounds like you're really up on a lot of this information, and you can add a lot to it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, bro.
Right, and as well as I know, our brothers Google Scholar, Stu Pease, they're up on it. They're doing their studies. All of us, right? We're sort of brushing up on a lot of these things since way back in college, right? We're pulling books off the shelf that had dust on them, and reading our physics books and our astronomy books. So this is really good, interesting stuff, right? Not only we're hitting the surface level, but we're actually jumping in a bit deeper. And anybody inside of the chat, you guys want to do it, like I said, we'll have these, our presentations up, right? We'll have some suggested readings. Anybody that wants to jump in, if you guys like Stu Pease, Google Scholar, you guys have some suggested readings as well, let us know. Like I say, share some slides if you want to come in with a few slides to kind of explain something, anything that you think is interesting. Like, for instance, I think we should delve into gravity. I think we kind of brushed on that, but we never really hashed that out. I don't like that. Let's get into the real math, right? We talked about the acceleration due to gravity. Let's talk about the very, very basic pieces. We talk about what is the 9 to the 8 meters per second.
9 second.
What was it?
Per second
squared, right?
Yeah.
So let's again, like I say,
don't forget them kilograms.
Right, we're brushing off of our old knowledge and understanding from back in the day. So let's do that. Let's brush up on it and get.
I would invite y'all. Y'all wouldn't know how much fun I have teaching. I have the institute, but it's like a free go back to school card. Mm-hmm. And so I have so much fun teaching this shit. and relearning it. And like, yo, I've been trying to open up these books since, and I ain't had no this like. So anybody, I definitely fucks with y'all intellect. It's hard to find some black people that's really on it, that love astronomy. Specifically, I don't know whatever anything else they talk about. I love astronomy, astrophysics, and so definitely looking for that.
Right.
Okay, who is that talking right there? Is that Q Butter right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Look, let me ask you this. So earlier today, and I was gonna beat Onga. Matter of fact, I called him and I told him I was gonna beat him up, but you know, he jumped off. But so, Q Butter, you got are you into astronomy, or you got a degree in astronomy, or how does it work?
When I dropped out 97 or 6 credits, I was studying astrophysics, and I started working.
Okay, cool. So you, let's give you credit then. I give you credit for at least going to school. Do you believe that you need to get that degree to be considered an expert on astrophysics?
When you say considered an expert, yes.
All right.
Yeah, but I think even if you were to, but Thunder,
the terminology you just used,
yeah.
Like if you want to be considered a driver in America, you have to get a license. So you have to pass whatever test that takes that.
But even if you were to get a degree, Thunder, he still wouldn't be considered an expert. And I would say, like, on the floor level, an expert would be a PhD. That's on the floor. And then beyond, well, part of being a PhD, you have to write research paper, but I would say that's the floor. And then to truly qualify as an expert, you'd have to do some sort of original research, you know, and be active.
But astronomy is such a broad field. It depends on what you're talking about. Like, to say expert, because you can get a PhD. Nobody even does PhDs in astronomy anymore because it's not really worth anything. You can get that in 6 years of school. Like, so it's a matter of like what you want to do. So let's say if you did your BA, like I might go, like I'm thinking about doing environmental sciences and mixed with civil engineering or engineering. But it depends on what you apply it to. And then in your master's level, you could be really good at what you study on. You see what I mean? Like if you do, like I was focused on AGI at the time, active galactic nuclei, and trying to research the data with that. There's mad different stuff that you can not just, I don't want to take away from the ability to delve into the studies and become that level of understanding. Because a lot of those people you see on TV be bachelor level, you know, people. Like they don't really be that high level. And
I mean, Q, what I'm saying is you could be extremely proficient, but to my mind, when I hear the word expertise, it represents like the absolute apex, like the cream of, you know.
Like for example, and this might sound, and I told one of my students, like they want to do engineering. I said, look, if you really want to do the top engineering, that's the military. You see what I mean? Like there's certain places you're just gonna get exposed to high level shit. But when you're saying just becoming an expert, like expert at what? You could be doing lunar observations in school. You know what I mean? Like you could be doing studying the tides. Like there's so many things that fall underneath astronomy. Like you could be just observing the, you know, the orbital patterns of asteroids. You could be working for 10 years monitoring freaking flybys of you know, potential objects or massive potential objects, whatever they call them and shit. Like
yeah, I think that will work, Q. But at that point, you'd be adding to the knowledge base, right? So you'd be creating your own you know, research at that point. Like you're active in that field, as opposed to just being extremely proficient or extremely knowledgeable. You get what I'm saying? Okay, like you're driving some aspect of the field forward. Those are the people who I would reserve the designation of expert for.
All right, so
the experts pretty much have to. I mean, to be an expert, you have to be contributing to the
right.
science,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So earlier, I think Peter Bag, what is your name, man? You don't go by that.
Real quick, you can't get a master's degree. You can't even finish your bachelor's degree without contributing to the field in astronomy. So I'm like, and even on the once you go for the master's level, you have to be doing some type of research that contributes to the field. That doesn't mean that you're an expert.
Meaning, but are you breaking new ground, any kind of new ground though?
That's part of your research studies, and depending on what school to you on the bachelor level. I was even at Mega Evans, they was doing, and this was in 2006. Before it was still like not sure if all the black holes at center, like if active galactic nuclei were black holes and how it worked. In 2006, yeah, that was Mega Evans got a grant to be part of that study. Like that didn't make me an expert or any of the students that was an expert. The top student at their school is teaching at a school up the block. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't mean you're a fucking expert.
Right.
Not to take away from that person.
And so
not to I'm not taking away from that person. I'm not taking away from that person.
Right. And let me kind of give you an example in terms of when you're talking about just moving through your bachelor's, your master's, and your PhD, right? So inside of your bachelor's, right? This is basically this is the foundational understanding. This is the foundational knowledge. Really, you have somewhat of a, I guess you would say, a specialization. They make you do a specialization these days, right? But this is more of a fundamental, like, okay, well, I have an education at the collegiate level, right? It basically points you into a direction that you may want to specialize in. Your master's degree, right? This is when you're, okay, I'm going to really, really focus on some advanced research or some advanced level of study, right? To complete your master's, what you will end up doing, right? It's not that you will advance the field, right? That's not the focus of it, right? Inside of your master's degree, what you're going to do, you're going to contribute to models, right? That can be introduced for people to observe for additional study, right? Like for instance, I'll give you an example. Like when I completed my master's degree, right? Inside of my capstone, it was like, and this was like a PhD. It was like prepping you for your PhD level of study. It said you have to propose a model that can be used for additional, I guess you would say, research inside of the field with a comprehensive, that included a comprehensive literature review, right? And a comprehensive field of study over 6 months, right? It's not that I'm doing groundbreaking research. I'm actually asking new questions, right? But inside of your PhD level, right, that's where you're actually contributing to the body of knowledge, right? All right, you're actually contributing new information, right? So those are the different levels of it that you'll end up seeing.
This is my ultimate point. So, well, y'all give it like 3 minutes. So when we're looking at middle school, right? You got middle school, let's just say the number one middle school basketball player, right? Dynamite. Then you go to high school, he's the number one high school basketball player. You go to college, right? But when this person go to an NBA, he gets drafted, whatever, right? So we would say that the NBA is the highest of the high. That's your PhD degree. But you also have these people with these PhD degrees, and let's just say the PhD that never play, they trash, they garbage. So, to me, I can't call those people experts when I know that they don't even play. They suck. They in the NBA, they got their PhD, but they ain't built like that compared to this guy who over here in the CBA or Europe, like Luka Doncic, he may have his master's degree, but
hey, y'all with these sport analogies.
Listen, is that a good analogy?
No, it's a good analogy. But see, in science, it's a slightly different, because the reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson is the starting point guard, right, is not because he's smarter than all of the other astrophysicists, right? It's probably a lot of them that's a lot smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson and probably contribute more to the field, right? The only reason why you know Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know his name, is because of the way he articulates himself and his ability to relate the message to the layman, right? And his writing ability. That's why you know Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Earl Earl the
No, I would disagree. I say
Earl the Goat Manigault was probably better than Michael Jordan, right? But he played ball. He didn't get to the level. He played in the park, right? But he probably could have had the potential to be better than Michael Jordan. So you know what I'm saying? You have to put everything in perspective, and not everything.
Are we gonna say Michael Jordan is the expert? Michael Jordan, Shaq. We're gonna say Michael Jordan, Shaq, Kobe, Larry Bird. Those are the experts, right? Those are the basketball experts. But when you look at the big picture, all the people that ever made the NBA, they walked across the stage.
All of those people that walked across the stage, though, bro, all of them are qualified to talk about basketball. All of them are qualified. Even Kwame Brown, as much as they talk about him, he's still qualified more than me to talk about basketball.
Yeah, that's fact.
He's an expert.
He's an NBA player.
Right.
Yeah, no, he's an expert. He would qualify as an expert.
Stay right there. Let's go with what the brother just said. He's an NBA basketball. That's why I look at. To me, and I don't know if you was with the on earlier, Q Butter, but I wanted to get on, but I was a little busy. But this is why I wanted to beat up everybody about Asar, including Peter. What is your name, man? It ain't Peter. But I don't know what your name is.
It's Haskell, man. It's Haskell.
Right.
You know who this is.
I know exactly. So when you looking at, that's why I wanted to beat y'all up a little bit because, matter of fact, let me play this video because I'm looking at.
Don't give us a strike.
No, I don't think it's a strike. Well, that's fine. So let's go with this. It's a teenage girl, right? She's 17 years old, and she came up. She's in high school. She came up with. I think we can read it. Can we? Well, that's fine. Y'all just take my word for it.
Don't play it. Yeah, don't play it.
Yeah. Take my word for it. Teenage Asian chick, in America, coming up with a way to cure cancer. Right? She ain't got no PhD. She ain't got a bachelor's. She ain't got a high school diploma. But she could walk over here to Stanford. They let her in the door and do some research. You know what I'm saying? This is in Stanford now, but she ain't got no credentials. This is where I'm looking at with Asar and
Wujia.
That's what you see. That's so to me, it's got to be a balance. I understand people using the expert label, but when I'm looking at Kwame Brown, I don't look at it from
What's her name?
What?
What's her name? The lady who cured cancer.
Hold on. Let me.
I don't think it was an Asian. I think it was a black lady, and she.
No, she Asian. No, it's several of them. But so see, there you go. I think that's my whole point. So hold on, let me put it up right now. I'm putting it up right now, and I'm going to share it. Oh, let me share it. Let's share.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
I happen to kind of agree with the general premise of what Thunder is putting forth.
Hold on one second.
Particularly when it comes to something like.
We knew that much. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't agree, but
we
let him
love the autodidact. We love the
Hold on.
person.
Hold on, can y'all see this?
No.
No?
Yeah, I can see it. I
Yeah,
can
what's
see
her
it,
name?
Thunder.
I can't see. What's her name?
Hold on, let's look over this. Meet the team who invented a nanoparticle system that might cure cancer. Angela Zhang. That's her name. Angela Zhang or Zhang.
Zhang?
Z-H-A-N-G.
Bro, she's in high school though. I don't like. She's in high school.
Yeah.
So what is that? What does that mean?
Okay, let's do it. All right. Angela Zhang is just a teenager who recently already on her way to curing cancer. Zhang won a $100,000 scholarship in 2011 for research on a nanoparticle system that she likens to a Swiss Army knife because it's blah blah blah.
No. Go back up.
All right. It is capable of targeting tumors, eradicating cancer cells, and monitoring treatment responses all at the same time.
But you see what she won? Hold on, she won an award for her research on what?
Let's do it again. In 2011, Siemens competition in math, science, and technology for her research on a nanoparticle system that she likens to a Swiss Army knife.
So that's why. So she's in high school. Obviously, she's motivated to study biochemistry or chemistry or whatever it is, and she went in to study it. She used the school facilities. She went ahead with it. That's not
what.
That
she's just a layman.
Yeah, that's nothing.
She's an exceptional talent. Yeah, she's a
LeBron James.
Yeah.
For science.
She's a prodigy.
No, I think I would put her as King James.
But the point is, she's not outside of the box though. She didn't come up with and say, "Yo, fuck the way everybody else is doing this shit." I came up with my whole way. I never even went to school. I created my whole bio lab, and I have a whole new theory on cells, and I created this thing here.
Meet the team who invented a nanoparticle system.
Yeah, she used the physics and the biochemistry and the engineering that was there for her to use. She didn't overturn a field to get to where she
guys,
let's be fair. She didn't do it in her basement.
Hold on real quick. Let's be fair, guys. In the case of Wu Zhao and Asar, they're not turning linguistics on its head, right? When they talk about the historical comparison method being the preferable method and it being the gold standard, that isn't a novelty of theirs. That's not a novel thing that they created.
No, that's fine. Still, everybody agrees.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's still within the confines. So I object to this idea that they're turning the entire discipline on its head.
What they're doing is they're being misleading, Haskell, because they're saying the historical comparative method has not been done yet.
I don't want to go there, bro. What I'm saying is, just because this young lady is standing on the shoulder of people before her, what I'm saying is, if we got a woman that is had even the will to want to create something along this line. We ain't even talking about nothing else. She invented this. This is an invention, right? This ain't something that she just got for somebody and just took it to the next level. No, she invented this. So to me, if this works, if what she invents has any success rate, and at the heart of my nano system is a drug delivery capability. My nanoparticle was designed to be preloaded with a cancer drug that will be released directly and selectively at the tumor site to eradicate cancer cells. The great advantage that the drug delivery system has over many current cancer treatments, such as chemotherapy, which tends to attack cancer and healthy cells, is minimization of toxicity to non-malignant healthy cells.
So she a young genius. I don't. What was the point?
Okay, let's go with young genius. Would you view this young genius as an expert in that field right now?
In which field though? Because she created some technology that's used in multiple fields.
Okay,
right?
Let's just say in cancer treatment.
So she's an expert in cancer research. That's what you're saying?
So the answer
is that's what he's asking. Would she qualify?
You trying to equate this to, I don't know what's all, brother, but I'm just saying she got $100,000 for this research. That's $100,000. I don't know what's all, but did he get $100,000 for his research?
No, even furthermore, you had made this point earlier. What she did was real science. And guess what she got out of that? A byproduct. She got a byproduct out of the real science that she did. That's what proves that's what proves her point. You see what I'm saying?
But we got to be careful here, guys, because when you're comparing something like cancer treatment, you're comparing a hard science to soft science.
Right.
You know, like
right.
linguistics is a soft science. It's not necessarily something that lends itself to be tangibly appreciated, where, you know, either, like, for instance, if you're an engineer, it's either your bridge is structurally has, you know, can maintain, is either the bridge works or it doesn't, right? And that's readily appreciable. You can readily appreciate that in a tangible, observable way in real time. Linguistics.
No, but Haskell, see, what she did was her predictions came to fruition. So the same thing in linguistics. If you have this hypothesis, and you can't even call it a hypothesis unless you meet the criteria, right? Part of the criteria is your hypothesis has to have predictions, right? And so this is why we saying,
but
like,
Corey, I don't think, what could you predict in a field like linguistics?
So you can say if this is the case here, then we will find that this will be the case, right? This is how you come to scientific understanding, right? And this is even the linguists in the field of linguistics, they do make these certain predictions. I'm not very well versed in this field or whatever, but what I'm saying is these fields are backed by multiple disciplines. It's not just the field of linguistics that they're coming to these conclusions with. And I'll be saying that over and over again. It's like they don't do these things in a vacuum. Like linguistics has to do with cognitive abilities. It has to do with all kinds of different things, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the substantiation goes a lot farther than just the comparative historical method. And I'm like done hearing that phrase, the historical comparative method. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta realize that when you're being duped, you have to realize when you're being duped.
Hey, well, listen, Corey, you know, hold on, Thunder. I'm really looking forward to the show that you know, Sheffrin say y'all about to do, because, you know, the way y'all advertising it, you know, make it sound like y'all got the silver bullet. And I did hear some allusions earlier about a brother Shaka, and I know Ang told him, hey, you know, keep that down. So that kind of gave me some insight as to the angle, perhaps, that you know, you guys are going to be coming from. So I'm eager to hear it, man. I really am.
All right. Usually the pseudo killers ain't. We don't have a record of jumping too far.
This is what I'm gonna tell you though, man. You know, you ever watch The Wire, Corey?
I watched the whole series. It was a great series.
All right. You remember what Omar said? His most famous saying, man, if you come for the king,
go ahead.
You best not miss. That's
go.
all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why you know, the pseudo killers, we always pretty precise about the way we do things.
Concrete. Your granddad, right? Your granddad was in concrete, in the concrete business, right?
Yeah.
Would you you know, with all due respect, you know, would you consider him a expert at?
No, I'm an expert. He was not an expert. I'm an expert.
Okay, fine. Now,
yeah.
What made you an expert and he not an expert?
Because of the learning that I did. He didn't understand. My grandfather was good. He had a skill. He had an artistic skill, right? My skill is more than just artistic, right? I have knowledge about structure. You know, you have to have structural understanding. So he wouldn't be. Go ahead.
Would you agree? Like, when you let's go with, and you know, I always say to hell with Egypt. But when you look at those paintings on the walls and the sculptures, that's what really stick out to me. The paintings is cool, but the structures, how did they create? So when I'm looking
those
at
was experts, the people who made the structures.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Those are experts. So to me, when I'm looking at the NBA, that's the PhD of basketball. Just because you got that PhD, to me, I don't know if I can't call all them experts. I'm sorry, bro. And to me, when I'm looking at this Zhang chick, Angela Zhang, a 17-year-old child prodigy.
Thunder, you are disingenuous. You are disingenuous. You are disingenuous. You are disingenuous. Angela Zhang, father is a scientist. Angela Zhang was learning science from she's in the crib. She might not have a degree, but she have a science father. Who teach her science from she in the crib.
What's wrong with, why is that being disingenuous? All right. Okay, this is my point. My point wasn't Angela Zhang. My point was, do you need a PhD to be considered an expert? That was the point of the whole thing.
In other words, you would need outside of that, right? All right. So outside of being degreed or doing something that is that could be readily appreciated, that people could observe and say, yeah, that qualifies as an expert, right? You would need to do something equally as anomalous as what this young lady did.
Right. That's all I'm saying, bro.
And that's what they're saying on the panel, Thunder, is that when we're talking about Asar, from what they're saying, there's nothing you can point to that is extraordinary, right? That they have done within this field that they are kind of feigning, I guess, to have, some proficient.
Hold
on.
What if they have the
Look,
understanding? What if they have the
and
understanding?
I happen to kind of more agree with you, Thunder. So don't think I'm necessarily going against you, but I'm giving you, I'm showing you how the detractors, you know what I'm saying, and their concerns are legit, or what they're bringing up is legit. So if you don't have, right, if you're not degreed, and you're not recognized by peers in that field, then you would need something anomalous, something extraordinary to overcome that, to where we would say, you know what, even though they're not necessarily lauded by other professionals or other experts as being in that fraternity, and they're not degreed, by the sheer force and by the sheer incredibleness of this anomalous thing that they did or achievement that they had, you have to give it to them. And to be fair, they don't have that.
Now, when you go into Angela Zhang does not have a degree, but amongst her peers and amongst even people who are not even close to being her peers, the work that she did is
it's undeniable. It's undeniable.
Right.
But Thunder, hold on, real quick.
Hold on. So when you look at Stanford, so you got Stanford people, or let's just go with Emory. I'm in Atlanta, so Emory, the CDC. You got the CDC right here in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm sure they're doing a lot of cancer research. So when you're doing that, you have a lot of people who have masters and PhDs in this work that couldn't imagine
that didn't accomplish what she for what I got. We get it. But again, listen, Thunder. To Stu Pease's point, right? He pointed out her pedigree, right? So that's one thing that's it's a key component, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Yes, it is. What do you mean? Thunder. If my mama, hold on, Thunder. Hold on. Thunder.
Look at that son.
Thunder.
No, look at that son and tell me what they do.
Thunder, hold on. I'm not talking about from a biological standpoint when I say pedigree, right? What I'm saying is, if this young lady were the daughter of a guy that worked, hold on, if she were the daughter of a guy that worked at Dollar Tree, right? The likelihood of her innovating having the innovation that she did is not going to happen. The fact that her father was a degreed and recognized scientist, right? The way how they groomed they groomed their children, right? And they're very very exact and how they groom their children. That has a lot to do with it. Right?
I don't think you even believe that. Because
what are you talking about?
Her parents didn't have nothing to do with her helping
this
her.
Nigga, yo, Corey, you
no,
crazy.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when you look at Michael Jordan, you look at LeBron James, they kids can't do 2% of what
Because they ain't got
he's
time.
talking about biology.
Michael Jordan, listen. Michael Jordan is on the road winning championships, so he ain't got time to be shooting free throws with Michael Jordan Jr.
No, but you're talking biology. You can't say that just because he's Michael Jordan kids. That just means they have the biology that Michael Jordan had to do to do what he does.
Who is Neil deGrasse Tyson kid? Tell me the name.
But see, hold on, Thunder. I'm saying, like, why you're making the anomaly? Like, that's an anomaly, bro. Like, why would you?
Tell me Stephen Hawking. What's his name? What his kid's name is?
Who?
This argument is kind of skewed because for one, you cannot compare basketball to.
This argument. This is a stupid argument.
No. Hold on. I got to take objection here, right? Because when I say that her pedigree has something to do with it, I'm not saying that just because her father is a scientist, that as a necessary corollary, that means that you'll be able to innovate these kind of revolutionary things that she has. That's not the argument, Thunder. The point is the fact that her father was a scientist, right? Right. That is a major component. And also, I guarantee you that from the crib, right? The way how that father groomed his child, he was teaching her these concepts from a very early. I guarantee it, bro.
That's fine. No, that ain't the point. I don't know. I don't even know how that even. Tiger Woods. What's Tiger Woods' kid's name?
Why are you using sports, bro? God. Why are you using sports and biology?
I use Neil deGrasse Tyson. I use Hawkins.
Just because.
Who else you want me to use?
So you're saying. So let me get this clear, Thunder. So you're saying that in order for Haskell's statement to be right, then that means that every scientist we look at should rise to the
exactly.
That's what you're saying.
Kid's name right now. Tell me.
Hold on. Can I say something?
Hey, you so country, bro.
Hold on.
Hey, you was a country ass nigga, man. I promise you.
Who you want to call? Who else you want to call? All these are in that field, and their kids are not doing what they're doing.
So that means so based on that theory, then you're saying that that's correct. So based on the fact that their kids ain't scientists, then that means that her father couldn't have any influence on her, being her father.
I'm saying let's go with the fact that the father is a scientist and he has a scientific background, right? That does not mean that his daughter is going to create a damn nano thing or whatever.
No, it doesn't. And Thunder
nobody's saying that, bro. Nobody's saying
admitted that, brother.
You discredit what that young lady did.
Thunder, nobody's saying that, bro. Nobody said what you just making a whole straw man shit. Nobody said that, bro.
Nobody's saying that.
I don't understand. I don't understand the overall argument he's trying to make. That's what I'm trying to get.
Let me finish.
He's trying to discredit. What he's trying to say is that. What he's trying to say. Hold on. What he's trying to say is that
you guys are basically saying that are discrediting Asar and Wu Jiao, right? For the main 2 points that they're not degreed and they're not recognized by other experts in the field. And the point that he's making is
it's not an absolute that you must have either of those two components
but
to
that's
be
not why we
legit in that
discredited
field.
him.
And he's using this example. He's using this example of this girl to drive home that point.
There you
But
go.
his whole premise is a straw man. Because that's not why.
But that is skewed
But
because
hold on.
this girl wasn't a layman.
So hold on, but the point that you made too is like, you know, like how you said you would have to do something exceptional, right?
Yes.
And if you did something exceptional, they would bring you in as an honorary degree. Like you would have to, so a SAR would have to do something extraordinary, bro.
He would. Thunder, in order for your analogy to work,
He'd have to
he
do
would
something
have to do something
groundbreaking.
exceptional.
Something groundbreaking. Let's use
Something
that word.
comparable to what this young lady did.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Can Wu Jiawu and Asar, can they have a knowledge base?
So all mad scientists, not that Dr. Frankenstein will take this
I'm saying they do, bro. I got a knowledge base. I got a real good knowledge base in psychology.
Yeah, farther than what I imagined. Like first, I kind of handed me.
Who is that talking?
Somebody background. Yeah, I got a knowledge base in psychology, nigga. But shit, I ain't no. I got a firm understanding, but that I can't. I'm not a damn expert. Damn.
This is what I'm saying, right? So we'll go with expert, right? This is my point with expert. I don't care about her daddy. I'm talking about
that's a young lady speaking. She had been reading Scientific American since she was 12 years old. That young girl that you talk about. She has been reading Scientific America since she was 12 years old. You are bringing up a girl, not because we don't have a degree.
And Asar, hold on. Asar was a Hebrew Israelite, I think probably at like 25. And Wuja was once named Anpu, like
I don't want to
in
do
his adulthood.
Hey guys.
You are comparing.
We talked about this earlier. We talked about this earlier in the show, right? This is when brother, I think it was named Ma'at or something, was on there. He was mentioning about the he didn't have a degree, or Saul didn't have a degree.
Yeah, Shaka, yeah. Brother Shaka.
And what did I tell him? I said you have to be careful because that is an ad hominem. We're not going to deal with an ad hominem as opposed to you're attacking the lack of credentials or the credentials as opposed to attacking or addressing the argument itself.
Right.
And we talked about that earlier. This is what we said we're not going to do. Right? We've already we
but
talked
in terms
about that
of the young
earlier.
lady, right? In terms of the young lady, what does she have to do to get her research even viewed, to even get it to where
her father gave her access to a multi-million-dollar lab at 14. At 14, she had access to a multi-million-dollar lab at 14.
Yeah. You gotta be plugged in, bro, to even get in them spaces.
At 14,
bro.
she had access to a multi-million
Facts.
million-dollar lab.
Now you're saying that her dad is the reason why, right?
I am saying that she had access to equipment without knowledge. I'm saying her daddy taught her science from she was.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Corey, you about to shut it down, or you gonna give? Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Real quick, Thunder.
Corey the host.
He gonna make you the host, so you gonna shut it down because he said
Brendan is the host.
I'm the host.
Okay.
As long as you guys want to keep having productive conversations, we'll keep it open, right?
Hell yeah, man! This shit getting good.
Brendan,
you know what I'm doing? Hey, brother, you know what I'm doing? Hey, I'm getting everybody's wind up for this upcoming 24-hour stream that's coming. It's about that time to do another one.
Hold on.
Real quick. I'm coming in on
quick.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm coming in on my other phone, Brendan. Let me in. Let me see if I can get in without an echo.
So Brendan, I got a quick question, right?
Yes,
but this is tantalizing, right? Mm-hmm. So is the 24-hour stream is gonna be where Sheffrin and company are gonna undress right? Are they gonna undress Asar's whole Shiana N2 Negro Egyptian or whatever he's calling it, right? Is that gonna be the purpose of that 24-hour stream?
I don't think so. I wouldn't go that far because when we do that one, I think that one's going to be a more of a targeted one. Because there's going to be I think that's going to be a lot more controlled because we want to have Q&A. We want to address specific questions and things that are sort of floating out there, right? There's specific things that we want to talk about, but the 24-hour stream may result from some of the fallout from that. But you know what? That's was one of my suggestions. I don't know if the other brothers are really up for that, but we'll see. I say, hey, it's about time for another 24-hour stream, depending on how much dust up happens, right? Because there's a lot going on, right?
Is it an echo, bro?
No, you good?
Sound good.
Hey, and for the record, it was a 25-hour stream. You know
there we go. Right.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
All right. But we got to get our stamina up. Like for instance, your Haskell, you got to be able to come in and hang out with us.
We have rotated.
I ain't 25 no more, Brandon.
We have rotated. Like we had switched. I took controllers for a while. Wuja might have had control from about 3 in the morning to about 5 to 6. Yeah. Then somebody else got up to
right. And you know what? And every time I jumped on Sosa, you guys were talking about something else that was extremely interesting, and everybody was going in. You know, we had to have some interesting topics. You know, build it up and say, okay, well, who's interested, and just go in and just hash it out. I think that was a big, that was interesting, right?
That shit was ill. That shit was ill.
That shit was cold.
That 24-hour streams, like, okay, let's go in.
Angela Zhang won the grand prize, $100,000 scholarship.
Right.
In the 2011 Siemens competition in math, science, and technology for her research on a nanoparticle system that she likens to a Swiss Army knife because of its many functions. It is capable. Hell, let's go with this. Hold on, stop. Y'all, give me 2 more minutes.
Thunder. Thunder. I'm rocking with you on your.
I'm at Stupies right now. So
no, I'm rocking with you on your premise, Thunder, because I'm kind of in a little bit the Assad Defense Force, a little bit, right? So trust me, I'm rocking with the premise, right?
I'm talking about Stupies bringing her daddy into this. What I'm saying is, who is her daddy?
That is an important component. Thunder.
Who is her daddy? Who know her daddy?
Oh my God.
Exactly.
This shit ain't got nothing to do with science. I ain't gonna lie to you.
If her daddy was just that big of a person, why her daddy ain't create this damn thing?
Oh my God.
I ain't gonna lie though, bro. Can I ask something? Can I real quick though?
Can I say something, please?
Real quick. This is some pseudo. I ain't gonna lie. This opens up the door of pseudoism. I ain't gonna lie. Like we went from science. Now we talking about linguistic battles of like the ancient Kemetan, ritual passages and shit.
That's
and it's
how
like,
it goes. That's how it goes.
Nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's get back to the, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Stupid. Let him finish his statement, bro. Let him finish his statement, then you can go. You cut him off in the middle of his speech. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like if we don't realize these opportunities to really talk intellectual and keep it steadfast on science, it goes left. Like I just had to look up because my third, fourth time on the panel, I'm like, damn, you look up who this is. I'm like, no, if that's something cool to me, it talks about some Kemetan shit that ain't got nothing to do with science and shit. Like he ain't really, no offense, worth the time and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like PhD brother up here, you got somebody else doing other with shit with science. The other brother, I don't even know what we talk about linguistics. Honestly, I'm beyond lost. Even
no, but Q, this was the genesis of this live. That it was my turn.
Well, keep in mind, Haskell, we had some I guess you would say some back conversations we wanted to have about science and the astrophysics as well that we wanted to tee up. So I actually what we were talking about today in terms of the cosmos, we've been putting on the back burner because we've been talking about the linguistics. We wanted to do that. Actually, this conversation we had today, we wanted to do that a week earlier. So,
Brendan, can I say something now, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please?
For sure.
Please.
For sure. You got the floor,
bro.
Please,
please.
Let's go back. Anybody here know about the Mayan language? We're not talking about the guy who deciphered the Mayan language was 14 years old when he did it. He was on an expedition with his mother. A 14-year-old deciphered the Mayan language. Right? You can look it up. If you want me to look it up, I'll look it up. It was 14.
I'm familiar a little bit.
No. His mother was an archaeologist. Okay. What I'm saying to you is this: there's always outliers. Account for mathematics, right? So when you bring up Angela Yang, and I bring up that young man who did the Mayan language, and Angela Yang who did that, and I can bring up who did very beautiful work in the teens. Those are outliers. It's not everybody doing that. We cannot outlier and use it as who?
Dude, listen, bro. Listen, can we at least look at this girl's background? Like we acting like this motherfucker was on YouTube, working at the goddamn Home Depot, and she just woke up one day and did some shit. Like her background is fucking solid.
She was science. What's wrong with that? She was science from she was in the crib. Okay, so we cannot say she's a layman.
Yeah, but she's at that point. Look, she graduated from Harvard, then went back to Stanford and got her undergraduate there. You know what I'm saying? Like she was a damn she was exceptional. She was a genius. So it's not like she has so what I'm saying is overlooking the part that she went to Harvard, she graduated.
No, nigga, what you're doing is trying to bring nepotism into a conversation.
I'm not bringing up nepotism. You brought up Angela Zhang at 17, and I was saying that at 17 she had more experience than many scientists who's 28.
Why? Because her dad is scientist?
Because she was exposed to it from a very early age.
Okay, fine. Now, by your rationale, let's use science then. So by your rationale, then everybody who has a daughter and
she had the talent. She had the talent and she got the exposure. There's a lot of LeBron James out there, you know, but they never went on the basketball field.
We only use science. You understand how science works, right? You use it, and the only way you can consider it legit if you repeatedly do it, and it repeatedly goes the way it's supposed to go. Now, if you're gonna do that, then tell me how many child prodigies were born from fathers or mothers that were scientists, and they can come up to the exact same thing.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. You really just imagine somebody playing soccer and you just took the goalpost, son, and you ran with that shit to the stage, bro.
Listen, okay. He's saying that.
I don't know what the fuck we talking about.
Listen, he's saying that just because your father or mother has a certain background.
No, he never said that.
I'm not saying that. This is what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying.
Please don't.
This is what I'm saying. She had the aptitude for science, and she exists in a condition where her aptitude was allowed to strive.
Yes,
she was born with a gift, and she lived in an environment that allowed her gift to strive.
Yes,
many people are born with gifts, and they never got the environment. She had both the gifts and the environment.
You told me that I was being disingenuous. That to me, that
of course you're being disingenuous. Because this was as gifted as she was given an environment to strive. You're talking about you're not talking about somebody.
So now he's gonna take that stupid and say, well, show me another scientist. He's gonna say, well, why?
You want to find more?
That's science. That's science.
That's not science, bro.
Let's look for gifted children. And look who the parents are.
What you're saying has to be repeatable. Now you show it.
Hold on, experiment has to be repeatable. I mean, but you talking about the person?
Why?
No.
You talking about the actual event, another Angela Zhang has to be repeatable? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If you're telling me that just because her daddy was a scientist, she has that she has, show me more.
So you're saying that you don't think okay, so you're saying like you don't think that you don't think that can happen again. That's what you're saying. You're saying that's the only scenario?
I'm saying it can happen, but I'm not gonna put her daddy in that.
This ain't got nothing to do with the original point of just saying that somebody that may not be qualified can get into the field. If they get into the field, bro, if they get into the field, their work gotta be scrutinized. That's it.
That's what I was talking about. Stupid. Don't you be a disingenuous.
Let me start from very early. Let me start from very early.
You were trying to establish the fact that her
Let's talk about Madame Toussaint. Anybody know who know Madame Toussaint is?
Because her dad.
No. You said you could off my head. Madame Toussaint children. Madame Toussaint was the one who found the radiative thing. Her children were also gifted. They went on to the brilliant work.
Who?
Madame Toussaint. Anybody in here know who Madame Toussaint is?
Madame Toussaint.
I ain't never heard that.
Are you talking about Madame Curie? Madame Curie?
I can't remember.
Madame Curie. The one, the French one. Her children went on to the brilliant work.
The lady that discovered
that's Curie. That's Curie.
You don't have
Curie, Madame Curie.
Her children.
Her children, didn't her children go on to the brilliant work?
Yes, Zupi is like, you don't have to prove that. Like science already proved that will happen.
I can't prove it. We can't prove it.
It's not guaranteed. It's not going to be a one of one.
It's not really guaranteed, but it's happened already. He said this never happened before.
Yeah, we don't got to.
That's not his point. He's trying to make the point that you don't have to be qualified to a degree to postulate some ideas.
That's it, man. That was my whole point.
Anybody
but when you look at her background, she had she through the whole process.
If that's what I'm telling you, if you want to get somebody, if that person's qualified enough for you, if you want to get a linguistics person to help you understand relationship intricacies in your life, cool. I'm gonna go get her to help me with some biological COVID shit.
For sure.
Yeah.
The bottom line is you don't have to be degreed to have your
you have to be degreed to be an expert.
No.
That was my whole point.
In a room full of idiots, no.
Yeah,
and again, there's always.
Hold on, from the start of the conversation, though, right?
Who said that?
I had to. That's how I felt in school.
Hold on. From the start of the conversation, Haskell already agreed to that, but he said, "But if you want to be seen amongst those experts, you have to do something exceptional." That was his whole point. Before the shit, some other shit.
I agree.
So what's the whole point of bringing this up? Because none of those brothers have done anything exceptional.
And it depends on what you're talking about, bro. I got an exterminator. Yo, bro, I have an exterminator who never went to school for fucking extermination. But he knows all the rats. He knows all the rat traps. You know what I'm saying? He knows all the different shit to put down. He know their language. I'm going with him, B.
You're expert.
Yeah.
You just graduated from pet school and shit, vermology, whatever the fuck it's called.
You're being sarcastic, though. He's an expert in rats, but does that matter?
It depends on your basement.
Listen, he's an ex. You can consider him an expert by qualification, but not by how should I say that?
Experience, but not qualification.
That's what. If you're in a room full of idiots, he's an expert to me.
Yeah, like you don't got the badge. Like you got to get that badge. Like there has to be a criteria. Like because I don't like if a nigga. Let's say a nigga he fired. Right, it's a surgeon. Right, he got some really great ideas in terms of surgery. But I can't have that motherfucker doing some shit on me if he don't go through the goddamn process and get that motherfucking shit up that their certificate. Like there has to be a standard. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he can do some exceptional shit when he's young, and they will pull him up, bro. They will put him through all the necessary shit to get him where he needed to be so he can do that fucking work. That's what they do with all exceptional motherfuckers, bro. They spotted her at 16.
And again, this is my with linguistics. You can't compare it to something like structural engineering or cancer research, because you have definite binary outcomes, right? That your aptitude or your competence is based on outcomes, right?
Just say,
and linguistics.
bro.
So for this girl, right, whatever innovation that she's coming with, it's gonna be applied to someone who's sick, and if that person is made better, then there is no argument. It's empirical at that point that, hey, she know what she fucking doing, right? In a field like linguistics, a soft science, you don't have that type of, it doesn't lend itself to that type of testing. There isn't a binary A or B, either it works or it doesn't work type of scenario in a field like linguistics.
And nobody's calling you at the end. Nobody's looking for a linguistics expert at the end of the world, bro. I'm just being honest with you.
Right.
And the cost of
it's really a hobby.
Yeah, the cost of failure is less though. It's like the cost of failure is less. So like if he got that wrong, he got that wrong. You got some shit wrong when you doing some shit on the patient. Okay, the fallout is major. You know what I'm saying? Somebody done died.
So basically what you're saying is linguistics is one of them fields where you really have to lean on the consensus. I mean, am I wrong? Is that wrong?
Yeah, in a way, because there's no way to definitively empirically prove some shit.
How do you, if that's the case, then how do you come on and say that the consensus is
you make the arguments and then you present your work to the people who have been in the field before you, and when you present it to them, you convince them that this is the way to go. If you can convince those people who have more experience of it, been in it longer than you, then you can say that you are an expert.
Sarnetta is an expert at consciousness. That man been doing it for those people, years, that's the consensus, right? When you say those people, that's the
pretty
consensus,
much,
right?
Yeah.
But to what's my brother?
Well, how can you argue? I'm sorry, Albert.
But the
how can you argue against the consensus when in that conversation you have to lean on the consensus?
No,
you
but
can
it's science.
You can argue against them, but you have to defeat them, though. That's the whole point.
Yeah, that's the point. It's science.
But here's the thing, though, guys.
You have to present better arguments.
Here's the thing, though, guys. I think y'all are missing. In the case of Asar and Wu Jiao, they actually aren't contending against the consensus.
Really, just a
right?
star. Really, just a star. It's not really. Yeah, really
right. Right now.
So what are they doing?
No, they are. They are.
No, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. The last time that I heard a conversation between Wu Jiao and you guys, right? I believe it was Anki was talking to, right? This was his position. The methodology that was used to establish the language phylum called Afro-Asiatic is not a method that is a genetic or familial
that establishes genetic relations.
Right. So, the experts in the field who accept Afro-Asiatic as a language phylum, as a consensus, right? They don't accept it as being a genetic or familial grouping.
Are you
right?
Are you certain about that?
But they're supposed to.
Wait, even before you go,
look, we got that coming, Haskell. We got that coming.
Are you certain?
They got that coming. Like, I'm not in on it,
Brendan.
I'm waiting to see what the.
Hold on, let me answer this question. Yes, I am certain, because if they did, then they need to change it from being a phylum, because by definition, a phylum is a typological or typological grouping, not a familiar or genetic one. So yes, I'm 100% sure.
You got to show me that.
What do you mean?
Wait.
Hold on. Brendan, you presented the source from Cambridge yesterday that gave the definition of a phylum.
It didn't say that. It didn't say what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm a source up on your ass. I'm a source up on your ass.
Askel.
Yeah.
Askel.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's not their position that Afro-Asiatic was something that was incorrectly
Invalid. Right.
yes. So they're basically
now,
going against the consensus.
No, they're not. Google Scholar.
No, the
Listen.
consensus says Afro-Asiatic is valid, right?
Right.
And they're saying it's not.
No, that's not what they're saying. Now, listen. I don't know if this is a recent revision on the part of Wuja. I'm just going by the last conversation that I heard Wuja had with Ankh. So this may very well have been a revision. Maybe prior they were more strident in saying, "Oh no, that shit is completely invalid. Throw it in the dumpster." Maybe they did have that position. What I'm saying is their latest position, which may very well indeed be a revision, is that okay? Fine. The consensus is it's legit. It's a grouping. It's accepted. However, it is not a familial or a genetic grouping, and the consensus of experts are in accord with that sentiment. So there's no contention there.
So what's the issue then? When you look at it, they classify it as a language family.
No, it's classified as a phylum, Sosa.
Afro-Asiatic, also known as Hamitic, Semitic, and sometimes also Afrasian or Eritrean, are a language family of about 300 languages that are spoken predominantly in Western Asia, North Africa, Horn of Africa.
Where are you reading from?
That's on Wiki. I'll go to when we go to Encyclopedia Britannica.
Because I'm going by what Brendan presented last night.
Right.
What he presented says officially it's listed as a phylum.
Right.
That's from Cambridge.
A phylum is a collection of families. Yeah, exactly. Now, what would you say if I said we have evidence, right, of genetic relationships between the language families within the Afro-Asiatic, right, that shows that they have that those languages are directly genetically related, right, using the historical comparative method? What would you say?
What the hell is an Afro-Asiatic?
It's a language phylum.
It's a language phylum.
Hold on, just a second. Let's pull it up. Right.
Yeah, I was going to explain it. You can pull it up. Let me just put it the same thing. When you're going to go to Britannica, it's the same thing.
Go ahead.
Afro-Asiatic languages, it says family of about 250 languages spoken in North Africa, parts of subs. You know what I mean? It goes to the whole deal.
Right.
Oh, so that is saying family, but Askel is saying it's a phylum.
Right.
A phylum would be the overarching,
right,
the overarching thing that encompasses different families, right, Brendan?
Right. So if you guys actually, I don't know if you can see this, right? Let me know. Let me know if this pulls up for you.
And I don't know nothing about this shit.
You need the family in there for clarity.
Right.
You got phylum, but you don't have family.
Yeah. So let me know when you guys see this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
You can see it.
So yeah, this is the slide we shared earlier. This was yesterday, right? And
this last night.
Yep. So this came directly from is Afro-Asiatic languages. This is from the Cambridge Press, right? This is the description of the Afro-Asiatic language phylum, right? AKA, when you hear this name, right, this nomenclature, it can also mean the Hamito-Semitic, the Semito-Hamitic, Afrasian, or the Eritrean, right? So all of these essentially mean the same thing, right? These are some of those are earlier nomenclatures, right? Some of them are substitutions, right? Like for instance, if you hear Afrasian, this is what the Russians would call it, right? The Soviets would usually call it Afrasian, right? So again, considered a phylum. A phylum is a group of languages related or believed to be related less closely than those of a family or stock, right?
Boom. There it is.
Again, right? A phylum is a collection of language families, right? It says that this is the fourth largest in the world, right? Including when we talk about this 375 living languages spoken roughly by 300 million speakers. You mentioned a number earlier, Sosa, that was a little bit, I guess, less than this, right? And that goes to the
Well, it is a encyclopedia drop it down to 250 million.
Yeah. And that's the contention between what's considered a language, I guess you would say a language or a dialect, right? Is something the true language. So this number can actually vary depending on the source that you're talking about, right? So it consists of 6 language families, right? Which is Berber, Egyptian, Semitic, Chadic, Cushitic, and Omatic, right? This is the standard definition. Any way you would look at this is the definition of the Afro-Asiatic language phylum, right?
So I follow so far.
Mm-hmm.
So according to what I'm understanding, Askell is saying that they're holding the exact same position as this. So then what's the issue?
Right. So the issue is, right, the question is the language families within this phylum, right?
Mhm.
Are these actually, do they have a genetic relationship? Does the Berber, the Egyptian, Semitic, Chadic, Cushitic, and Omatic, is there
I was just about to ask that, Brendan.
Is there?
And it's saying that no historical and it
No,
said
I
there was
get it.
no
No, I get it.
and there was no historical comparative method applied.
Wait.
To create Berber and all
hold
of
on,
that.
Askell. Hold on. Let me get this straight. So you're saying Asar is saying that there is no connection, but the consensus is saying there is a connection.
That this, hold on. That this particular language phylum, the creation or the inception of this language phylum, right, was not done based on the historical comparative method, right? And that all of these languages have no genetic relationship based on the historical comparative method. That is the argument.
Okay, so to falsify their argument, you just have to show a connection between the 6 languages.
A genetic relationship using the historical comparative method.
He's saying that nobody is. That's his main shit.
But keep in mind also,
is that true? Again, exactly. So
keep in mind also, Brendan, like you mentioned earlier, is that which I didn't know is that when it comes to establishing genetic or familial relation, the historical comparative method isn't the end all be all. There are other means, according to what you said, Brendan.
But that would be scientific, though. If there are different ways to arrive at the same conclusion, then it wouldn't be scientific, right?
All of it's involved in link. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna hold our powder dry in terms of all of the different methods, the techniques. How do you establish a genetic relationship between language families according to modern linguistics? What do they say?
And the methods
what
they
do they say? What
accept.
do they use? Right?
Bear in mind that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I ain't gonna lie, that look like some
for sure. And the core,
I ain't gonna lie, that look like some super smart Israelite shit.
And the core, dude. Hey, Q Butter, I've studied this all of 3 weeks, so you can see in an evening.
Not you. I just saw a Hamite. I'm like. Asiatic. I'm like, what just happened? I thought it was the pseudo. This is Asiatic black man.
This is the reason why this is important, right? Of course, we think we're the Egyptians. We think we're the Hebrews. This is why we're trying to deal with this.
Hey, but Q, those terms, those nomenclatures are what were the precedent nomenclatures to Afro-Asiatic, and it was accepted by academia in that discipline. So it's not something that Asar them or some nigga in a Mortal Kombat suit on a corner of 125th came up with. That's what the preeminent experts, those were the nomenclatures they created.
Yeah, back in the 1800s. This is like back in the 1800s when it was first originated. They say it came from the children of Noah, right?
Let me ask you
I think I just understood now what the issue is. And if this is the case.
Hold on. Ask him. Does Asar make the claim that he and or Mboli has done the gold standard?
I believe he does. He does make that claim.
So that's groundbreaking, right? That's
right. It would be
ongoing work, right?
It would be groundbreaking. Yep, absolutely.
Right.
And who has evaluated that? Who has evaluated that claim?
No one.
No,
He has
then
written
that's
a
just
book,
a
right?
claim. Then it's just a claim.
No, but hold on. He's written literature, right? If I'm not mistaken, showing
yes, but until somebody has evaluated
real quick, Google. Real quick. He has written literature outlining his method and the steps of how he arrived to his conclusion, as far as I know, right? And if that's the case, then it is available for peer review. But like I told,
no. It's gonna be his responsibility to get it to peer review.
Yeah, but there it's kind of like bringing a case before the Supreme Court. Like if they don't deem what you're bringing relevant enough, they're just gonna like, nigga, we're not gonna hear that shit. Like, get out of here.
I agree.
That's because you don't just start at the Supreme Court. You got to work your way up through the goddamn.
I agree with what Pascal is saying,
but they're right.
The point is,
and at that point, Sosa, that's politics.
But the point is,
what would be the difference between this and Semitic languages?
Semitic is part of the Afro-Asiatic phylum. It's under there.
When you talk about Semitic languages, you're talking about things like Arabic, right?
Hebrew,
Maltese language, right? Exactly. Those types of
Yeah, but I'm saying, as far as him making a claim that he has created a new gold standard, that's a claim he's making.
Well, to be fair, Google, I'm sorry to cut you off, but according to them, right, the historical comparative method isn't something that they didn't create that. And that being the gold standard isn't something that they created. They're saying objectively in that field, that has pretty much, that has always been the gold standard.
Yeah, okay. But they're saying they have done something that nobody else has done before. That's basically what you're saying.
They're superseded the gold standard.
You have to be careful when you talk about
that's
the
a
historical
claim. That's my point.
Right. You have
it's
to
a
be
claim.
You have to be careful when you talk about the historical comparative method as well, right? So you have to look at what are the component pieces within the historical comparative method, right? Is it just sound correspondences, or does it also include the comparison of morphemes? So these are all the different things that you have to sort of drill down, right, into. And we're, like I say, we're going to get into some of these conversations, right? Because we're going to talk with some people that have a bit more experience, I would say.
Yeah, Brendan. But if I may, right? Yep. It sounds like what well, I don't know if Askell is saying that, but that's the vibe I'm getting. Like he has done his work and he's made the claim. So now it's up to the linguistic academia to go and evaluate his work. But that's not how it's done. That's not how it's ever done. So if he has to basically kick the door down to get them to pay attention to his work, and before he can make such a claim.
Yeah, there's journals that he can put his work into to get that type of reviews.
But if you ain't got the clout, Sosa, you fuck.
Nah, you could submit it. Nah. Other people have put it in journals. He can get it to the journal. He can get into the journal. That's not like something that he's being blocked out.
You have to find a way.
You gotta have some standing to get in them journals, bro. You can submit what you want. There's no guarantee. There's nothing saying that them people gotta acknowledge you.
Askel, do you agree that if me and you, if we look at his work, we probably wouldn't be able to tell if he's met the criteria?
We wouldn't know what the hell we were looking at.
Exactly. So that's why when he comes and make that claim, it's basically meaningless to us.
Right. I agree.
The experts
I agree. I agree, Google. And what I'm saying is it's kind of a catch-22 because, again, to use a Supreme Court example, we would kind of never know, because if you don't have some sort of gravitas, if you don't have some sort of standing, some sort of heft, some sort of clout, those peer review institutions, because listen, they get submissions. I imagine that they get submissions from a whole bunch of people, so they can't possibly review everybody's shit. right?
No.
So you have
No,
to
but you
have
start somewhere.
source.
You start somewhere.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
start
no,
maybe
but what
maybe
I'm
you
saying is
start with
move
a
a
paid
scholar.
journal. Maybe you start with a paid journal, maybe an open access one, something. You have to start
You're right.
somewhere.
Now, Haskell, what do you say as a catch-22 to then present that and say that they are wrong, and you're teaching that they are wrong, and this is how it's done. This is the connection, right? And then people are running with that as if they are the experts, and the experts don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Yeah, that would be no. You can't do that.
Can't do that.
And just as a bit of a teaser, right? And I guess in terms of like they always talk to us in school when you're doing research, right? It's like why is this important, right? Why is the Afro-Asiatic language phylum important, right? So when you juxtapose it with the Negro Egyptian, right, as an alternative, right? So I know you guys have heard about the Negro Egyptian.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're right. You're right.
That being proposed as an alternative to the Afro-Asiatic, and the validity or the non-validity of either or. This is what we're juxtaposing, right, in this whole conversation. So this is what we're sort of teasing out now, right? And like you say, we all have missiles in the silo on both sides that we're gonna let come out, right?
Yeah, and they're like what we're not even mentioning is the fact that there's also an ulterior motive behind why they're doing what they're doing. And Egypt is always at the
center
of
it.
what they're doing. I assure you, if you think that Egypt was just some happenstance shit involving that shit, bro,
Egypt is in both, right? Egypt is the center of it, right?
It's the center of the shit, bro.
Egypt is that fine ass, pretty ass, big booty girl. You know, yeah,
they
man.
Gotta have them. They gotta have them. I gotta get there. I gotta have them, bro.
Right.
I can't stop thinking about it.
It's just like if you were to ask a Muslim and I guess you would say a Jewish person, is like what's the value of Jerusalem? Nothing, everything.
Yeah, and see, and also part of that argument is that the reason that Egypt was done that way is because of racism.
Yeah,
that's another part of their argument as to why it was positioned the way
and that is a fact, though. You know, you can't. I mean, you can't deny that. It's documented.
I'm just laying out. That's part. Yeah. I mean, all that is it. It ain't just like it goes way beyond. You know what I mean? Just Greenberg, and if it was a mistake that he made, you know what I'm saying? The goal is to snatch Egypt and put it someplace else. You know what I'm saying? That's the underlying goal.
Yeah, but then you overextend yourself and you go too hard in the opposite direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So he's calling. So he was labeling things, other things, Bantu, that the experts don't even label Bantu. See what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I mean? So within the certain groups, he's been kind of rejected. He had a Wikipedia page that he put up. That shit they took that shit down. You know what I mean?
So you mean Wikipedia took it down?
Yeah.
The experts took it down.
They took that shit down. They said it's pseudo-linguistic.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. They would have to deem that as false information to take it down.
Yeah, and then when you look at Mboli, you search Mboli on the goddamn World Wide Web, and that connection is all Asar. Every shit is just Asar Mboli. You know what I'm saying? It's like he is the one spearheading it himself. They know.
Yeah, I think was the brother Ma'at, he talked about the Francophone linguists out of Africa, right? So there was a contingency there, but again, you know, I guess one of the difficulties is trying to get an English translation out of a lot of it, right? You know, we're working on that, trying to figure out how do you get this English translation and get to the bottom of some of those proposed, you know, what are they really saying about the phylums? You know, and I want Mboli. I'm trying to get my hands on a copy of Mboli's work. I know everybody say, yeah, we got it. And I was like, okay, I haven't seen it yet. Right? You guys got to give me a copy of it.
Man, we're trying to get him to where he can present it to an actual expert in the field, so we can get the critique. We can somebody.
Well, you know what? That's a good question.
Oh, you're
Sosa.
wrong, and here's why.
That's a good question, Sosa. Have they at the very least, submitted it to some peer review institution where they can at least show us, like, hey, look, we submitted to these people. There it is. It's documented. Now they ain't look at it. They ain't make no ruling on it. Nothing. But hey, we sent it to them.
Even an open access journal, right?
But
question. I was about to say I just found one online, so I don't know is there stuff online because y'all got me researching it now. I literally got one right now that some chick wrote on Afroasiatic. It's public reading, like this is right here online, publicly accessible, cognitive analysis of diachronic Afroasiatic morphology, and she goes into the breakdown of language. Is a dissertation. So this is like.
Is she going against the consensus, or is she in line with the?
She's going into a breakdown of it. So I'm just saying, is his available so to be read, or is it like available to be?
Yeah, that may give you a good foundation. Yeah, that'll give you a good foundational, maybe understanding of what the Afroasiatic sort of languages are, right? Just like earlier we were talking about the Cambridge Press document, right? That's a good one. That sort of gives you that foundational, right? I don't think it's going to delve into what we're talking about, the alternative.
Because to get a SARS argument, you got to buy the book.
You got to go to the francophone linguists. Nobody's saying what they're saying,
Right. It's very cute. It's very novel. It's very it's one of one. I don't think there's
pretty much. It's peculiar. Is the word you're looking for?
Yeah. But I mean, so it's not open up for review.
It should be.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if they've even submitted it for review.
They have not. Yeah.
Then how can you make the claim?
Like when we talk to them about peer review, they start saying shit is like, really, what is peer reviewed? You see what I'm saying? It's like when you start saying that shit, they talk around that whole process. Like that's not important. How much value is the peer review? Did Wuja do a show on what the peer review is? You see what I'm saying? Like they
no, but you can't question the peer review because if you're talking about gold standard, that's the gold standard. Peer review is the
you can question it, right? Because anywhere there's human beings, there's gonna be politics. That's fine, right? But still, we have to have something. There has to be some standard, something, even if it's not. It's just like the justice system, right? We all know that shit is fucked up, but you gotta either have an alternative.
It's what you got,
right? It's what you've got. So submit it,
peer review,
right? Submit it to peer review, right? Because they have to show peer review. I mean, I guess they can refuse to not even look at it. However, if they do dismiss it and say this is not valid, right? Typically, those institutions are going to go into the nuts and bolts of why.
Right.
Let me ask you, would it be considered like biolinguistics what he's doing?
No, it's not.
No, it would be straight linguistic.
Yeah, we talk about biolinguistics. That's when you're actually using like techniques that they use in terms of like analysis. They use biolinguistics is kin to computational linguistics and things where you're using algorithms, stuff like that to do the comparisons. No, I don't even think we've even gotten to that point. But what we're talking about. Yep.
But to Haskell, your nuts and bolts. That's our whole point. Yeah, because once you do that, right? Because you put it now, it's you get an unbiased review. Right. Versus if he just submit it to his friends, it's not going to be an unbiased review because you know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So you submit it to people who have no connection to you. So now they can point out where they find errors in your work, and then you can make arguments against.
Right.
My shit is correct and that's wrong.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you know what, guys? If they haven't even so much as submitted it for peer review, then I would have to lean to the detractors at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't even submitted it for review, then you're not serious.
I mean, has anybody bought the book?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody about to buy that shit.
I have it.
Because you can just upload it. You don't have to be the author to upload
Couldn't they
it.
pay a professor? Could they pay a professor, like put some money together, get a recognized professor, and pay him to read and review the book?
No, that's not ethical though. That's unethical.
That's what I said to Unc, bro. I've offered Unc. I said, Unc, I will put the money up, bro, because like I don't want to hate on it, brother. I want to give you the utmost opportunity to succeed. I want to put you where you get an actual.
How is that unethical?
Because if you pay somebody to give an opinion about you, the money is gonna taint their opinion, right?
Does he know about this website, like the Linguistic Society of America? Like,
man, he knows about. If there's a site, he trust me, they know about it. They're aware of all. They're aware of all the sites.
All I'm saying is,
we can just upload it ourselves.
Yeah, you can upload it. There's plenty of open access journals that you can actually submit your work to. There's no guarantee.
Who just said that a while ago?
Professor?
Who just said it a while ago that we could upload it ourselves? That was Q?
Yeah, that's all I said. We just upload ourselves. I mean,
that's a hell of an idea.
A lot of times they'll do it for free, right? Like for instance, like through my university, we have linguistics experts, right? They're tied to the libraries. Right, if you want to reach out to them and ask them a question, yeah, I actually I looked up our linguistic expert tied to the Penn State University, right? But the only problem is that she's an expert in the Germanic language families, right? So will she have anything, I guess interesting to contribute to the Afro-Asiatic?
I'm sure if
maybe
she
not.
if she can't, she probably knows someone.
Yeah. She may be able to give a recommendation. Yeah, maybe that's a but yeah, I can reach out to our
she'll tell you straight up that's not her area of expertise.
The end result though, it's like the riparian zone, bro. They know what the response is going to be. They know what's going to happen if they put that out there, bro.
So you're saying it's a defense mechanism?
Of course. You know what I mean?
But
if I ain't put it up there and lost, you can't say I lost. I ain't. You know what I'm saying? I ain't lost.
Yeah.
I ain't.
You don't play. You're undefeated if you don't.
I'm undefeated with this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna continue to teach this shit. I'm gonna write another book.
Yo. It's been good, man. I enjoyed this was a great conversation today. I got to get out of here, man. Hey, I want to do one thing. I want to do one thing before I go. Hey, Brandon, can I share my screen?
Where are the mods? Any mods in the chat? Any mods in the chat?
Yeah, and
there's some bots in the.
Q Butter, you should join the show more, cause like I don't really like astrophysics. I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit put me to sleep. I ain't gonna lie.
Brandon.
Boy, y'all talk about this shit, and I don't know. It'll force me to keep. I'll be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm about. You know what I'm saying? So I need people to push me. Cause I would never even care about the Egypt shit, but they keep bringing this shit up, and I got to understand what the fuck is going on. So now I got to goddamn. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate motherfuckers coming on and building on that shit. Go ahead, Anthony.
Nah, Anthony say you out, man.
Yeah.
But yo,
I just tonight, just now, I sort of got a picture of what the conversation was all about, because I was under a different impression. But I guess Askell explained it to me a little bit better now. So I got
Google. I want to say previously that they were a lot more what's the word I'm looking for? Radical insofar as the criticism of Afro-Asiatic. Because I remember originally they were like, man, that shit is trash, throw it in the garbage. But like anything else, right? You know, when you put things out for or you're positing ideas, you're gonna have revisions, you're gonna realize, hey, you can't just be so strident. That's not gonna fly. and they've made some revisions. So I think this is a recent revision that they've made, Google, insofar as saying that, hey, we're not saying that this grouping is completely invalid and trash. We're just saying that it isn't a familial grouping. So again,
No,
this is
but
very
but Haskell also though, that's what they'll say. But then they'll say that, right? They'll be like, okay, cool. But then they'll say, you know what? Because the phylum was based off that and it's fallacious, then we should throw the whole. And that's all I said it plain out. The whole shit needs to be torn apart and thrown out and start all over again. And then Bowley has done that shit, and he champions in Bowley.
So let me ask you, so what's his proposal to replace Afroasiatic?
Chianentu, or formerly known as Negro Egyptian.
Oh.
Hey, right. So now you get it.
Yeah, no, I
why
get
we're talking about the Afro-Asiatic, right?
I get it now. Yeah,
yeah. So, yep.
And Chianentu, that's his baby.
That's his baby. Hey, but you know what though, Sosa? You know what the thing that's tripping me out the most about it, why I'm so invested in this thing, is because 2 years I remember having a conversation with Wuja, Dr. Mayat. I believe Sean was on the call also. And I was saying how I don't subscribe to certain the main precepts of evolution theory, right? Yeah. Specifically about the speciation and the explanation for the differentiation in species, right? Right. And I remember Wu Jiao, Dr. Mayat, and Sean also. I wouldn't say they excoriated me, but they kind of chided me a bit for being so averse to this whole idea of consensus and kind of having this slavish kind of adherence to it, right? So yesterday when I heard, I believe it was Brendan saying that Sean, or actually it was Ankh, saying that Sean was putting forth these ideas that the theory of global warming, well, they've changed the name now to climate change, right? To hear him saying that the supporting data isn't there to substantiate global warming, it blew my mind is still blown to hear them talking like how I talk.
Who said that?
Because
Sean,
because now
I couldn't believe it. Like
because
he sound like I refer to myself as your favorite pseudo, and that nigga sound like a quote unquote pseudo.
Sound like you.
Because we're throwing this shit back up in their face. It's because we're throwing the consensus and peer reviewing these things back in their face. In order to substantiate their argument now, they have to tear down the scientific consensus and shit like that in order to make this shit valid. So that's why you see that type of
but that statement though is just false.
Yeah, it is.
The statement that the data is not there to back up the idea of man-made climate change. It's overwhelming.
He just cherry-picked the article that supports his opinion, and he just ran with that. Like, I'm sure Sean hasn't done any research, true research on climate change. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, I just can't. I still can't believe it because Sean them, Wu Jiao them, they've always been big proponents of consensus. Like, Garfield. Wu, like consensus.
Not when it comes to Egypt, Haskell. That's never been a case.
And that's what I'm realizing, Sosa, and that's why I'm loving this shit, because when something is near and dear to your heart, it's amazing how you can see another nigga perspective all of a sudden, because this is some shit that you care about, that pretty big booty bitch you want to so bad. Now you going against the things that you previously you know what I'm saying, was like fundamental in your in your worldview. Now you throwing that shit away. You throwing that shit out. It's crazy, bro.
Wu teaches that the Egyptians didn't believe in the afterlife.
And all the other experts you go to got something different to say, but he teaches to this day. He'll say that. He'll say, no, they did not believe in the afterlife. And his scenario is that, well, they never expected the Pharaoh to walk out of the grave. Like, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's his whole point.
Yeah, but that's not the afterlife. That
exactly.
If,
he knows that, but he used that and the other people that eat it up as a valid point.
Yeah, no. The whole point of the afterlife is you believe that after you put in the grave, there's something else after. No matter what it is, if you believe there's something else after, then that's the afterlife.
Yeah, right. You don't got like Christians don't expect a motherfucker that they buried to come out the grave. You know what I'm saying? They do at the end of days. You know what I'm saying? But like not while niggas just walk around and just doing their rec. You know what I'm saying? Like at their 9 to 5, motherfuckers get up like, hey, oh shit, grandmama here.
Yeah, and even in other religions, like for example in Hinduism, the concept of or Buddhism, I don't know which one, the concept of nirvana is that
Hindu, yeah,
yeah, you're not in this plane anymore, but you're somewhere else. That's afterlife.
Right.
Right. Wu Zhao leans to this idea that it's strictly literal, and that the things that they're putting in the tombs with the kings and all that is, it's meant for literal use. And he, like Sosa said, he knows what he's doing. He could be very coy, because he know that's like a standard that can't possibly be met. Like, of course, like that's not what they meant. Like, so yeah, he's slick, and so it makes it kind of like this Negro Egyptian thing questionable, knowing how they operate. You know what I'm saying? But I'm always like a referee. You know what I'm saying? The main core points that they're making, when I analyze it objectively, it makes sense, right? But of course, there's nuances in that shit that they exploit that I probably I don't have the knowledge base to even appreciate or know about, so I would like to see it teased out. And if they are doing some little, you know what I'm saying? I want to see it nail them. Like, we got you.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea about this stuff because it's not something that I'm particularly interested in when it comes on to linguistics and Egypt and that kind of stuff, right? But I'm saying it's not impossible that they could be right about what they're talking about, right? But if you're gonna say I have this groundbreaking research, you gotta present it. Somebody who knows the field has got to review that and say, yeah, you know what, you might be onto something here.
Yeah,
you know
I
what
agree.
I mean?
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, outside of your damn epistemic
Yeah.
Gotcha. You know what I mean? And in Google, for us, the whole point that we was arguing about and what we stand on is like, yo, these are experts. If you want to convince us, beat the experts.
Convince the experts. Yeah.
It's simple. I don't want to read shit. I want to read on Encyclopedia Britannica, a SAR Imhotep, and blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, you know what's messed up? Sosa, he gonna have to submit it under his government name or some other name. That SAR, that shit ain't gonna work.
Harold Johnson, nigga, shit. Harold Johnson on Facebook. That's the name.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Just off the fact that your name is Asar Imhotep, man, them people gonna look at that shit. Who is these? You get these crazy niggas out of here, man. I ain't looking at that bullshit.
Yeah, and you know what too? I can agree that there will, in the process, there would be a certain bias towards, because let's be real, right? The people who are experts who are looking at it, once they look at his stuff and they look and they don't see the requisite credentials, they're gonna be unwilling to look at it in the first place, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. No, that's a fact. And we can't get around that. But it's not impossible because other people have done it
where they don't have the required credentials.
And you got to at least submit it and show it to the people that you submitted it, bro.
Man, you're gonna be a rapper, bro. At least do some open mics, bro. Come on.
Yeah, and you know, something.
Just so I can take you seriously, man.
Have a mistake. Pass around your mistake to some people, you know, so they can listen. Yeah.
But everybody they pass it to, be like, get that shit up out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, but Q Butter came up with a great idea. What's to stop us from, I guess getting a PDF file of the book or whatever they wrote on it and submitting it ourselves?
Are you sure that would be legal though? That doesn't sound legal to me.
I don't know if you can do that form.
Yeah, that doesn't sound legal.
Because it's not an open access book. Yeah, and I don't even know if a PDF exists of it. Yeah, so
even if you couldn't submit somebody's work without their permission.
Yeah, I would.
Let's see if we can get a SAR's permission. Let's see if we can get a SAR permission.
And I'm sure he wouldn't. Why would he object? I'm sure he wouldn't object.
Yeah, let's see if we can get him to submit it. This is a brief PDF to us, and then see if he would give us permission to upload it somewhere.
Oh man, that's good, bro. Hey, check this out, Sosa. If you put that proposal to him, hey Brennan, if we put that proposal to him and they waffle on that, oh, that's their giveaway, bro.
There's no way. There's no way.
Giveaway, bro.
There's no way he's going for that. None.
Yeah, we're gonna put the riparians on all, and get the riparians on. We'll put all that in.
Hey, Google. If we bring the idea to him that, hey man, we'll go ahead, we'll pay the bread, we'll submit this, and he say, nah, don't submit my shit, then I'm off the train, bro.
I'm telling you,
I'm off the Assar Defense Force. Right now, I'm kind of in the Assar Defense Force. But if y'all was to say, hey, we're going to submit your shit, can we do that? And he's like, nah. I'm out, bro.
No, because to be honest, I would say no to.
See what you started, Q Butter?
I'm just saying.
They're going to respond by writing another damn book.
Put that link in the chat to
Google, why would you be opposed to that, Google, if you were in there?
I would want to submit it myself. I wouldn't want you to submit it for me.
Not at all, right?
Yeah.
I want to get my own feedback first, right?
Well, let's see if we can put him into submitting himself.
Well, yeah, that's a different argument. Convince him to do it.
When will you submit it? And then let's hold him to that.
Oh, man.
Hell yeah, I like the sound of that, bro. I like it. And look, I know them people gonna be biased against him. I already know that.
Live on YouTube.
But regardless of that, bro, just for us in this space, right? Our people, we here to support you. We wanna listen, because if you do have groundbreaking shit, man, that's incredible. And
that's
you deserve
huge. Angela Zhang with this motherfucker.
Yeah, you deserve to get your flowers. So, man, go ahead and do that, man, for us, bro. So if we encourage you to do it and you like, nah, we ain't doing that, then I'm off the train completely, bro. I'm gonna be riding with PK straight up, going in on y'all, bro.
No, I'm not going in on nobody, but what I would say,
I'm going in.
Look,
so Google, I'm riding for these boys right now, and goddamn, it's live rounds flying. I ain't got much goddamn backup. You hear me?
You in a foxhole. You got bombs falling around.
Thunder left you hanging.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm out here on the front line, goddamn it, live rounds flying and shit. And goddamn, I go to you like, hey, Captain, goddamn, First Sergeant, I just need some reinforcements.
Calling an airstrike.
Yeah, and you look at me and say, hey man, you on your own. What? Oh no. Hell no. I'm switching sides, bro.
I'm ready to go post. Goddamn, the pseudo killers changed the SAR. to put his shit into a journal to be peer reviewed.
Shame, shame, shame.
I mean, I would read the book, but it wouldn't do any good at this point. I would have to have the background first too, because I don't know nothing about linguistics. So in order for his book to make sense, then I would have to get some background knowledge on linguistics. Yeah.
Yeah, you would have to at least read an introduction to linguistics.
Yeah.
At least a couple chapters, just like anything else. I tell people in
Yeah.
terms of like when you read nonfiction, like you know better than anybody. When you read nonfiction, don't be listening to these guys say I gotta read a 500-page book cover to cover. No, right? It's not like you're
No.
reading a novel. You pick up the book. Here are the basic things I want to know, right, to
Yeah.
answer the questions, and you do it. And there's free PDFs out there that you can grab, right? Get get a couple, and then get that the Cambridge, the one Afro-Asiatic languages. That one has a really good introduction or just an overview of phylums and language families, and it does a really good description, right, of the validity or people would say maybe non-validity. We'll just leave that up to interpretation of the phylum itself, right? So once you do that, you kind of have that firm foundation, and then you have some references to go. That's what I did, right?
Bro, in what
It only
world?
took me a couple weeks to do this, right? It's not that difficult, really.
Listen,
Yeah.
in what world do you do that? If somebody right now propose a counter argument to evolution on YouTube, do you then go buy a bunch of biology books and get a small science lab to actually play out what the fuck he did? You'd be like, no, man.
No. Well, no, because first, if you're proposing something that groundbreaking, I don't know.
But you don't understand, like that. What they're doing would damn near be that groundbreaking. Like it hasn't been. They're saying it hasn't been done.
No, because you instantly become famous if you can do that. That one is on another level. But I get the point you're making.
If he did that, he would surpass the top linguist right now in the world. He would be man. He would win awards and prizes for that shit right now. His name would become a household name in linguistics.
Okay. You agree with that?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm doing my research. Like this is, he's wilding. This would make him. He should do this yesterday. He should submit this shit like yesterday. This would like let them review this shit. The worst thing they're gonna do is tell him like this doesn't make sense, and they're gonna tell him why it doesn't make sense. They're gonna be like, this isn't garbage, and they're gonna be like, this doesn't agree with this, or this I didn't hear. I didn't like the way you wrote. But it has to be collegiately written.
Does know how to write scholarly, right? His books are scholarly.
But I think it's a little different when he's submitting to a scientific journal. Because I think like this particular rule, I think
but he has a master's degree, so he knows how to.
Formats, it's formatted.
Yeah, you can only cite a particular amount of times. Like it's it's a little more strict in how you have to organize it and construct it to be submitted.
And in terms of like, I don't know if they're gonna let you submit a 500-page work either, right? That's one of the things you have to condense it, right? So he would have to really condense it into, I guess, how many pages that are acceptable for review. Again, like Sosa's saying, you have to do it in a format. I don't think he has a problem with the format because I'm looking at his work. His writing is really, really good. He knows how to write, and everything is formatted correctly. In terms of his formatting, his citations, all that stuff is pristine. So
now that's good.
Yeah.
But he was saying, Ned was saying like you can't, like I think he was saying he cited him boldly like I forgot how many times, maybe like 90 times, something like that.
Yeah, that's what you would call.
Yeah. And basically, you're saying Mboli is not credible.
Yeah, one of the things that you would have to look out for, right, in terms of like you were mentioning, Sosa is what we call over excessive citation. Yeah, you know, in terms of excessive citation, I don't know if his work is excessive, right? You would have to take a look. One of the biggest things in terms of excessive citation is when you start doing like big, like long quotes, right?
Yeah.
Inside of there, right? But if you're just making statements and then you're just, I guess, substantiating some of the statements with an inline quote, that that's not as bad, So I think it's sort of subjective there.
Yeah.
Like I say, for me, one
And
of the
Bowley is
biggest
not
things.
and Bowley's not recognized though. Like, cause we try to find whatever we put in the bowl, but we couldn't really find
Right.
anybody like and Bowley hasn't even gotten to that point to where like he's being reviewed by like we can't find anything on him like taking it to that step. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
you guys want to stay on a bit longer, or I'm gonna?
Nah, sure. I'm finna dip out.
No, that should be it.
You can shut it down.
Yo, real quick though, you don't have to be the copyright holder for the peer review. I'm reading the instructions right now for King.
Oh shit.
There it is.
The back door. See, you're in trouble.
I'm like, hold on, like you just gotta let them know that you're a contributor. You're not trying to publish it, and that that because it's not a
Right.
I don't know if it's gonna affect his book, but I mean, if it's a theory, but yeah.
But I wouldn't do that though. At least not without his consent.
Shit, I would.
But that's me. I ain't gonna tell nobody do what they do. I'll put the link in the chat though.
Put that link.
Yeah, I don't give a damn about none of that shit. I
Let
wanna.
me know
It's
when y'all
about
ready.
the information for me, bro. Ain't no friends and fuck all that.
Nah,
that motherfucker there.
it's just me. I would not do that without his consent.
Yeah. You on record, Google? You on record?
Yeah.
You on record that you did not approve?
Yeah. I do not approve.
I'm with you too, Google. I do not approve of this activity. I am held by academic standards and.
No, but according to Q Butter, you're
also
within.
do not approve.
You're
wink,
within.
Wink,
you
wink.
don't agree with it, Stoopies?
Wink, wink. I do not approve. Wink, wink.
Brendan, there's another bot in the chat that needs to get blocked.
Discreet.
Because look, if the academics are saying that you are allowed to do it, right? You choosing not to would be out of some sort of moralistic or, brotherhood honor thing. It wouldn't be about the academic standard. They're clearly saying, hey, you're allowed to do this. So you not doing it is basically you saying, hey,
because I don't think that's what it's saying. It's saying that the person who's submitting it doesn't have to be the person who is the copyright holder, but it's not saying you should submit it without the knowledge of the copyright holder.
But hold on, if they're not saying that you shouldn't, then you can't say it's frowned upon.
Exactly.
Well, that's up to interpretation. That's how you interpret it.
Yeah, that's how I interpret it. All day long.
Listen, if you don't have to be the copywriter, the copyright holder to submit it, then that's that.
Yeah, let's make them famous. Shit.
Yo,
how much would it cost to submit it?
Listen, if y'all need some, I'll throw some bread on I want to see this get done, bro.
I'm in. How much would it cost?
Come on, Stoopies, don't ask that question. We don't need to know.
I'm in.
I'm in, bro. I don't care what Google talking about. I'm in. The shit.
But look, it says contributors are responsible for obtaining permission to reproduce any material in which they do not own copyright to be used in both print and electronic media, and for ensuring that the appropriate acknowledgments are included in their manuscript. We don't want no acknowledgments. You can put his name on the shit like he made it. This is him.
But it says permission.
I'm willing to pay a star
to reprint it. We're not reprinting it.
Exactly. We're not. That's if you're trying to reprint it. Yeah, you just want to get it reviewed.
But listen, how about we do this? Ask a star how much does he want for him to do it. If we will do it like that, I would have let us. I would be on board for
just
that.
as a
I would
courtesy,
be on board
for that.
Yeah, just as a courtesy, we'll put it to him first. And if he's like, no, I'd still go ahead and do it unilaterally. Fuck that. That's just me, though.
So why would you ask then if that's the case?
Yeah, as a courtesy.
Give him the option to say yes.
Yeah.
What we have to pay you? What would you need to take the time out to write it, get a PDF version of it that you would submit to the journal? You know what I'm saying? We understand you might cut into your work schedule. You know what I'm saying? You might want to be monetarily rewarded. That's cool. I'm with a number, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? So we can goddamn get this shit popping.
Hell yeah, we go fund me that thing for sure.
I'm not against asking him, but if he said no, then that's that.
Hell no, that ain't no that's that.
If he say no, I'm fucking boycotting.
If he say look, if he say no, he a fraud. Period.
Yeah, that's it. I could.
If he say no, he flim-flamming. Bottom line, bro.
Yeah, but yeah, well, you could make that conclusion. Fine.
Google, you
I
can
would
make that conclusion.
No, I would make that conclusion too. That if he say no, then he probably on something, right? But
he knows what the response. That means that he understands that what the response would be if he submitted it, and he knows it's not going to be in this case.
Listen, if their response as an academic journal or as a peer review organization is just ad hominems, oh, this is ridiculous, this is pseudoscience, and where did these harebrained schemes, and then I would discount it. I wouldn't even honor that shit. But if they come with item by item, right, breakdowns as to, okay, he didn't carry the one here, he divided by the wrong coefficient here, and this is why you get what I'm saying?
It's not even cognate.
But it has to be written on par. Like they're not going to accept a book.
Listen. Anybody here ever watch Abbott and Costello yet? Abbott and Costello.
Man, your ass old as
yeah, I was just about to say that.
It's two famous comedians. Back in the day, they used to have, when I was a child, they used to repeat it on TV regularly.
In black and white,
Abbott
right?
and Costello.
In black and white, right?
Abbott is the short one. Abbott have this skit where he divides 28 by 13 and gets 7 times. He multiplies 28 by 13 and gets 7 times. And he adds 13 7 times and gets 20. And you'll realize that a lot of people out here know how to do this Abbott and Costello skit. They know how to do 13 into 28 7 times. Right? So when you look at what is going on, a lot of people, it cannot stand up to scrutiny. But to the layman, when you see it done, it's oh shit, it's right. If I write down 13 7 times, it's going to add up to 28. Right. Yeah. So it is what it is. So when you look at what's going on, don't pay it no mind. They're not going to want it to be peer review because it cannot stand real scrutiny. But inside the community where we are on, as I put it, we have the milk carton as a who? Oh, they're the greatest truth in the world. Yeah. They're the greatest stuff. So that's it.
Hey y'all, I'm out of here, man. Y'all have a good night, man.
The next episode later. For sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch link up. Y'all definitely want to be with y'all again, man. I play my house going man long and shit. Nerd talk.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man. Thanks for having me on.
Everybody was on.
Right.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.